Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So hopefully I'm coming across a lot better than I usually do. I changed my system yesterday, actually midstream streaming. There was so much complaint about the system that I was using. Even though I wasn't fully set up on the new one, I just had to rush it through. So hopefully it's smooth. So hopefully it is smooth sailing from here on in. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So how are you? So the weekend starts here, and the weekend starts with your party man, one man went to mow. So the weekend starts here with your party man when one man went to mow. But the news cycle has been a little bit spartan. So we're only going to be really going to we're really only going to be going through just a few news items, but then we'll be wrapping the session around a video clip that I want to share with you. It's from Arise TV. So that will pretty much be the session, unless of course if the panelists turn up and they bring their own sort of news. But we do have a few things to mooch through. So we'll be mooching through. Okay, let me remove that. Let me remove that coffee thing. So we do have a few things to mooch through, and we'll be mooching through this. So this came somewhat as an alarm when I saw this headline. 8,000 naira palliative is a lot for poor families. So this is a state governor completely removed from reality. So this is Governor Sule, Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State. So when I first saw that headline, I was somewhat alarmed at the insensitivity of it. I was quite alarmed at the insensitivity of it. But then I paused and I reflected that 8,000 naira might well be a lot of money in certain spaces. So I'm imagining a space like Nasarawa State that has no economy and has nothing going for it. 8,000 naira might well be a fortune, is nothing but a sandwich in Lagos, but maybe that is what constitutes a fortune where he comes from. But still, the lack of empathy for what is going on in the country. 8,000 naira palliative is a lot for poor families. So this is Governor Sule making the headline there. So that's Governor Sule making the headline there. So from Governor Sule, we go on to the, oh no, we're not going on to this one because we dealt with this one yesterday. So let me remove that. Let me remove that. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, let's remove that. So from Governor Sule, we go on to this. So this is the narrative of James IBORI. I'll actually be bringing you this story from the CPS, which is the Crown Prosecution Council. But I'll give you the headline from this platform. Nigerian crook James IBORI to forfeit fresh 100 billion naira to UK, risk another 10-year jail term. So that IBORI space is a space that the United Kingdom has not fully satisfied itself with yet. So they're still probing and prodding at him to really see what is left to rescue from him. So they feel, actually, I'm going to bring you that story from the CPS. It rings better if I bring you it from the CPS. So let me bring you the story directly from the source. So let's go here. Let me see if that will allow me to. So let's go directly to the CPS. Let's see what it looks like there. Yes, let's do that. All right. Okay. So this is the story directly from the source. So this website you're seeing now, this CPS, that's the Crown Prosecution Council. So that's the space within the UK that prosecutes criminality. And this is how they have documented the IBORI storyline. A former governor of Nigeria's Delta State has been ordered to pay over £100 million. So we take that directly from there. Because of course, often instances when we go to People's Gazette, the stories are somewhat skewed. So we take that directly from there. But the body of the session will be wrapped around now. The body of the session will be wrapped around this clip. The body of the session will be wrapped around this clip, which a lot of people sent it to me that are asking that we react to. You cannot get anything done in Villa without calling somebody from Lagos. So this is a Dele Fulani alarming to that space now. So a lot of stories, a lot of narratives, a lot of things said about the Yorubanization of the Aso Rock narrative. So it looks as though no matter who gets into that seat, it always gets clannish. And it looks as though it's somewhat getting clannish under the Tinubu space now. And this person now alarming to the space, very much of his own stock, because of course, Dele Yoruba name. But what's led him to this thought? You can't get anything in the Villa without calling somebody from Lagos. So it actually narrows even from the Yoruba space to the peculiarity of Lagos. So the Lagos Mafia, so the Fulani cabal, I suspect, is going to, as the lexicon, as the go-to phraseology that we use for the IBORI administration, it looks as though that will transmute now to the Lagos Mafia or the Lagos cartel. So let me coin that. Who is Mike fighting with? Mike is already fighting with somebody there. So let me coin that phraseology. So yes, the Lagos Mafia. It looks as though the Lagos Mafia are very much about to seize charge of the Tinubu administration. So the Lagos mafia about to seize charge of the Tinubu administration. But then I'm also going to play you this clip. So let me bring it up. Let me just remove the advert. Yes, I'm also going to play you this clip. This clip is a throwback to what we were discussing yesterday. So I'm going to play you this session between it's from the Arise TV. I'm going to play you this session between Ruben Abacha and his team. I'm not going to play you the full clip, but they are speaking to what we spoke to yesterday. So yeah, let me show you on the screen. So I'll play you a little snippet from this space as well to further conversations that we were having as early as yesterday. So there it is. That will be pretty much be the session, and will be of course evolving the narratives as the session goes on. So we'll see how it goes. Let me see. Yes, let's do that. So you can see how prepared I am, fumbling at the mouth over everything. So that will be pretty much the bulk of the session. I'm not sure how far it will go. I suspect it may well come to a very abrupt stop at some point, because very slim pickings, but we'll muddle through and then we'll see where it lands. So it's one of those muddling through ones to see where it lands. So it depends on who turns up, if anybody turns up, but we will do the presentation and then we'll see where it goes. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, invitation to come join me on the studio. And by the way, we've had so much joy from that hyperlink that says StreamYard over the last few days or so. So you'll be the next joy that we have. Look at how many new names. Look, we had Baba yesterday. We had a guy called Interesting also, who joins us for a second time. So people are coming and then they are repeating. So which is to tell you that they experience, they find it pleasant as well. So why don't you, if you've not tried it out already, why don't you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come try it on for size. So come try it on for size. See what you're making of it. So let me send that hyperlink again. But as I send that hyperlink, let me play you the Kegite music to recalibrate myself. So let's go to the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chief Wailati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Let me actually kick it off with this one that I did not do in the readouts of the headlines. So we're still with the remnant of that Obi space. So let's see now. Tinubu has not challenged the United States court order for forfeiture of $460,000 for narcotics trafficking in any court till date. Obi tells presidential election petition court. So yes, let me just give you two paragraphs because I'm sure you are all tired of that space, but let me give you two paragraphs from there. Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, has asked the Presidential Election Petition Court to uphold the order of the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, East Division, in the case in which President Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC forfeited the sum of $460,000 as proceeds of narcotics trafficking and money laundering. In his final written address, in response to the final written address of President Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima at the 2023 presidential election petition, Obi told the court that Tinubu had never challenged the U.S. court order in any court of competence jurisdiction since 1993. He said that his submission is predicated on the decision of the United States District Court, Northern District Illinois Eastern Division, on case number XYZ, which ordered that the funds of the amount of $460,000 in the account XYZ held by First Heritage Bank in the name of Bola Tinubu represents the proceeds of narcotics trafficking and were involved in financial transactions in violation of some statutes. Anyway, the decision encapsulated in the order is tendered as Exhibit XYZ. We're very quick to dismiss this thing, but if this is proven categorical that that forfeiture is actually drugs related, I suspect that would disbar Tinubu somewhat. Not that they will step him down, no, but I'm not quite sure how they're going to navigate that space. But we're very quick to dismiss all these things as just Peter Obi done some lumbering element from the southeast. So, but I suspect that this might have legs, under a more serious system. Let's see. The above order made by the United States District was sequel to a settlement order of claims to funds held by Heritage Bank and Citibank. So on and on it goes. I think we already know the backdrop to all of that. So I'm not going to overlabor that, but that is just really to document that Obi is still very much harping on about that space. But what struck me actually is that what he's saying, because what he's suggesting is that the verdict of that judgment is quite damning, and that Tinubu had never challenged the verdict of that judgment. So if the verdict of that judgment is sufficient enough to step down Tinubu as the president, and Tinubu had never challenged the verdict, I'm talking about the 460 forfeiture, if Tinubu had never challenged that verdict, then it'd be interesting to see how they navigate through that. So it'd be interesting to see how they navigate through that. So we wait in anticipation to see how they navigate through that, as we wait in anticipation to see how James IBORI navigates through this. A former governor of Nigeria's, and by the way, as you can see, this is cps.gov.uk. So this is the official website of the Crown Prosecution Council, or service rather, Crown Prosecution Service, which is the service that prosecutes on behalf of the UK government. So this is a verdict that they've published, that they've gotten. A former governor of Nigeria's Delta State has been ordered to pay over £100 million. Some of this money sometimes, and James IBORI, by the way, is not the wealthiest of any of these looters. So if he's having to cough up £100 million, what then Wike and the rest of them? A former governor of Delta State in Nigeria who systematically defrauded the state and its citizens of millions of pounds has today been, let's do that again. A former governor of Delta State in Nigeria who systematically defrauded the state and its citizens of millions of pounds has today been ordered to pay 101.5 million pounds or face an additional 8 years in prison. Corrupt James IBORI, 61, used his position as governor to steal millions to fund a lavish and luxurious lifestyle, buying properties in London, Washington, D.C., and Texas, as well as a Mercedes and a Bentley. IBORI laundered the proceeds of his crime through a complex scheme that involved his associates, including his wife, his sister, and his lover. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to defraud, and conspiracy to make false instruments on the 27th of February 2012 and was sentenced to 13 years in prison. So, IBORI actually pleaded guilty to looting the money is essentially what they are saying, and they have the verdict to prove it. And in the UK, the burden of proof, of course, is extremely high. Finding the hidden assets in the confiscation proceedings, IBORI disputed that he benefited and went to great length to disguise the assets that he owned. In 2012, the former governor provided a statement about his income, property, shares, gifts, and transfers, which the CPS disputed was a true reflection of the asset he had. Although IBORI listed 20 bank accounts, he provided no balance, and the CBS argued that he had significantly more assets, even using text messages to prove he owned an additional property which was held in a company's name. IBORI also claimed to have been earning $2.5 million legitimately, which he used to purchase assets, but there was no paperwork or evidence to verify the source of the money. So how quite IBORI could have earned $2.5 million legitimately is just ridiculous. The CPS argued that IBORI's claim of legitimate wealth were fabricated to pretend that they were not proceeds of crime. So a lot of people sending me a lot of stuff. I think they are struggling to see that I don't have enough stories. Let's see what people are sending in. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what people are sending in. Oh, right. Oh, I think we're back with the Sheshe narrative again. Let's see. Oh, okay. I may well bring you this. So I beg your pardon. Let me capture this one that's just been sent in. Let's hold on right there. Don't go anywhere. We're just modeling our way through it, aren't we? Really? It's installed. Just stay right there. Right, let me capture this. This clip that somebody sent in is the ongoing battle between the Isheshe culture and the Muslim faith. So let's just capture that. All right. Let's get back to it. Oh yeah. So let's get back to it, IBORI. So actually, let's take that from the top again. A former governor of Delta State in Nigeria who systematically defrauded the state and its citizens of millions of pounds has today been ordered to pay 101.5 million pounds or face an additional 8 years in prison. Corrupt James IBORI, 61, used his position as governor to steal millions to fund a lavish and luxurious lifestyle, buying properties in London, Washington D.C., and Texas, as well as a Mercedes and a Bentley. IBORI laundered the proceeds of his crime through a complex scheme that involved his associates, including his wife, his sister, and his lover. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to defraud, and conspiracy to make false instruments on the 27th of February 2012, and was sentenced to 13 years in prison. In the confiscation process, and we're bringing this story, by the way, because IBORI is being asked to pay an additional 101 million pounds. In the confiscation proceedings, IBORI disputed that he had benefited and went to great lengths to disguise the assets he owned. In 2012, the former governor provided a statement about his income, property, shares, gifts, and transfers, which the CPS disputed was a true reflection of the asset he had. Although IBORI listed 20 bank accounts, he provided no balance, and the CPS argued that he had significantly more assets, even using text messages to prove he owned an additional property, which was held in a company's name. IBORI also claimed to have been earning $2.5 million legitimately, which he used to purchase assets, but there was no paperwork or evidence to verify the source of the money. The CBS argued that IBORI's claims of legitimate wealth were fabricated to pretend that they were not proceeds of crime. After a 4-week hearing at Suffolk Crown Court, the CPS was able to prove that IBORI had benefited from his offending by 101.5 million pounds and had considerably more assets than he had disclosed. As a result, the judge had determined that IBORI has at least 101.5 million pounds available in assets and has made a confiscation order in that amount, noting that a failure to pay the order in full will result in him being subjected to an additional 8 years in prison. Adrian Foster, Chief Crown Prosecutor, CPS, Proceeds of Crime Division, said, "This was one of our largest international cases and illustrates how robustly the CPS tackles international illicit finance and corruption. The amount that Mr. IBORI benefited from has been highly contested, but thanks to the hard work of our dedicated team and that of the National Crime Agency, we have been able to uncover the full extent of his corruption. This has led to the making of a confiscation order today for over 100 million pounds and will ultimately result in the return of the funds back to the people of Nigeria." So I was curious to see where that money would end up. So back to the people of Nigeria seems to be the summary of all of that. But I saw in the news cycle that IBORI said they will fight it to the bitter end. Let me see if I have that. Yeah, so that's James IBORI. So that's James IBORI. That's James IBORI. So let's go from IBORI to this one. Let's go to this one. So this is Governor Sule telling us that 8,000 naira is too much for the poor and needy in Nigeria. Proposed 8,000 naira subsidy palliative is a lot to many families. This is Abdullahi Sule, the governor of Nasarawa State. Governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, says he disagrees with those arguing that the proposed 8,000 naira palliative by the federal government won't do much to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy on poor Nigerians. While speaking on Channels Television this evening, July the 21st, the governor insisted that 8,000 naira is a lot of money for so many poor families in the country who don't get to see such an amount in a month. So it is testament to how they have run the country. So just contrast the two stories that we're going through now. And by the way, the 101 million pounds that the UK is asking IBORI to cough up is in addition to so many millions of pounds that they've already recovered from him. So if you look at the totality of it, that guy would have looted well in excess of several billions in dollars from our Delta states. So contrast that, one man being forced to give back 101 million, 1 million pounds, and now this other man now telling us that 8,000 naira a month is too much for the Nigerian family, and that is the country we have. The governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, says he disagrees with those arguing that the proposed 8,000 naira palliative by the federal government won't do much to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy on poor Nigerians. While speaking on Channels Television this evening, July the 21st, the governor insisted that 8,000 naira is a lot of money for so many poor families in the country who don't get to see such an amount in a month. We were sharing only 5,000 naira, and believe me, there were so many people that were waiting for that 5,000 naira every month. Indeed, there were so many communities that were able to do some kind of contributions, and they were able to do a lot in their various communities. So 8,000 naira may not be so much money to some people, but it is a lot of money to so many other people. But it is let's do that again. So 8,000 naira may not be so much money to some people, but it is a lot of money to so many other people who are from very poor families that don't get to see 8,000 naira every month. So the only thing is that let us identify those families, Governor Sule said. So I think it's somewhat right anyway, because 8,000 naira is certainly a lot of money to quite a few families. But then that is testament then to the sort of country that we do have, that 8,000 naira can be considered money. It's telling us that 8,000 naira is probably more than some of these families it's in a month, which is more a damnation of him than him actually anything, because imagine that 8,000 naira, a real travesty, So a real travesty. Let's go on from there to this one. Let's go to let's wrap that up. Right. So yes, it says we were sharing only 5,000 naira, and believe yes, we've done that. So we were sharing only 5,000 naira, and believe me, there were so many people that were waiting for that 5,000 naira every month. Indeed, there were so many communities that were able to do some kind of contributions, and they were able to do a lot in their various communities. So 8,000 naira may not be so much money to some people, but it is a lot of money to so many people who are from poor families that don't see 8,000 naira every month. So the only thing is that let us identify those families, Governor Sule said. Our correspondents reported earlier that President Tinubu, in a letter to the House of Representatives, stated that the 8,000 naira will be disbursed to 12 million families as part of measures to cushion the economic hardship being experienced by many Nigerians as a result of the fuel subsidy removal. In a meeting on Thursday, the National Executive Council agreed on palliative measures for Nigerians in a meeting which was chaired by the Vice President Kashim Shettima and also attended by governors of the 36 states of the Federation. So it goes on to wrap up that space. So that's that. So that wraps up that space. Let me bring you this one. This one is really just is to document because you remember in previous sessions. Let me bring it on the screen. You remember in previous sessions we were speaking about the Ondo State situation, and we were somewhat wondering if the governor should step down, because he seems somewhat incapacitated to the point of being ineffectual, and he should hand over. But it looks as though life about to be breathed back into the old dog. Ondo First Lady Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, shares photo of Governor Akeredolu in hospital as he celebrates his 67th birthday. So this is Akeredolu. I'm not sure. The First Lady of Ondo State, Betty Awanyawo Akeredolu, has shared a photo of her husband, Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, to celebrate his 67th birthday today, July the 21st. Posting the photo on her Facebook page, she wrote, Iketide Kankwe victory for us. Governor Akeredolu has been out of the state since June when he embarked on a medical leave. Earlier this month, he wrote a letter to members of the State House of Assembly asking for an indefinite extension to the medical leave. So that's Akeredolu right there. I'm still insisting that he should step down. I'm still because I mean it's a ridiculousness that he should still be there. It's a ridiculousness that he should still be there. But really, the body of this session, I'm looking to wrap it around this space. So actually, before I go to this space, let me give you a snippet from here.
That we need to go down back.
So sorry, I was sharing the wrong screen. Let me come back a little bit. Yes, let's do it from here.
Shatima at the State House on Thursday proposed the implementation of a cash transfer program for states based on their social registers and the cash reward policy for public servants for 6 months. While speaking with journalists, the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, said the so-called national register lacked integrity and that any national or federal programs as such should be delivered via the constituent government.
At the council today, there was almost near unanimity among members that there is a big question mark about the integrity of the so-called National Social Register. People have questions about how those names in the register were brought about. The integrity test is what is missing with that register. This is stress testing it, and we think that we need to go down back to the drawing board. And if you are delivering any such national or federal program from Abuja, it needs to be delivered via the constituent governments that are there at the roots, and each will now generate using their own formal and informal mechanisms to generate a register that is comprehensive, that is, meets certain criteria that you can stress test, and you can call out the people in the village, and everybody will confirm that these are the vulnerable people.
Very great ideas. But, Nigerians have reacted. This is from Adebayo, who wrote, so what happens to the trillions of naira that has been shared using this register? How do we trace them? Who do we hold responsible? Buhari? What's next after knowing it lacks credibility? So many questions, man. Then Obiajuli wrote, so heads should be rolling from the last administration, yes? Because children were fed while there was lockdown around the world during COVID, and transfers allegedly made to the poorest of humans. If you can't bring them to book, then it's nothing. Well, another person called for the arrest of the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sadia Umaru Farouk, and that, a serious government would have arrested her because the fraud occurred under her ministry. This is Urel. He wrote, arrest the humanitarian minister. Ayo, I'm coming to you. I don't know if you saw that breakdown by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs only in April, showing concrete data. It appeared to be concrete data. So what happened?
Yes, that's a big question. What happened?
Yes.
So before we go forward in terms of, let's move it to the subnationals in terms of the implementation of the investment infrastructure fund or the conditional cash transfers to government. Let's look back at what happened with the previous National Social Register, which the governors are now saying lacked integrity. At that NEC meeting, there were some governors who are serving their second term. Why didn't they speak out in the first, during the last administration?
Yes.
When the government said that they had, because they helped in developing the names on that register, why didn't they cry out at that time? Why is it convenient under a new administration or when you're at different points to then say, oh, that lacked integrity? We need to also question those governors who are serving their second term who didn't speak out during the time. Kudos to Professor Soludo now, who is saying, well, speaking from that next to say that, well, let it be implemented because they have a better picture and a better grasp of the people that they're working with and are able to confirm the names on the register. And earlier on had said that even beyond the governors, let's go down, even further down to the local government, because they are not ghosts. If money was paid, we should be able to identify people who benefited from the National Social Register and the conditional cash transfer in the last administration, unfortunately. Yes. And the importance of investigating the previous administration is to avoid a future occurrence. When we're speaking about the Abia State governor saying that he had been able to identify ghost workers, over 2,000 on their database, what people were saying that was good, but the next step was to investigate who were they paying money to. I bring that example to bear here because it's the same thing with what's going on now. What happens usually is that when there are cases like, oh, that didn't work, people don't know who was giving money, investigations are not concluded. So there's no punishment. So it means that, I was saying yesterday, the punishment for bad behavior is just let's sweep it under the carpet, let's say we are sorry and let's move on. No, we can't continue to move on. We need to investigate what really happened.
Yes.
Was under this same party, APC, and where those monies went to. And if there's anyone who is culpable, let them be brought to the book.
Absolutely. Heads must roll. Dr. Bati.
Well, let's just look at what the knowledge base on this matter is. I was citing the point earlier on that Yowa Akpera, that's the name of the coordinator of what is called the National Social Safety Net Coordination Office, NACOS, which was established in 2016. His job was to manage the process and to ensure the collation of data and all of that. And it was in that process that Nigeria came up with the National Social Register. That social register is an aggregate of registers prepared by the states.
By the state governors.
Through
Absolutely,
their ministries of planning in the states. And then the federal government took it with the assistance of the World Bank and, according to Pera, if I remember what he said very well, and also by the National Bureau of Statistics. So that data was prepared. In terms of implementation, many of these states were even significantly involved in the implementation. They got the palliatives to take to their people. Now, take for example, Kaduna State. Kaduna State had under El Rufai a social protection policy for the state. And El Rufai was quoted as saying they will mine data from that same National Social Register. That same National Social Register, I repeat, was used by Lagos State to also design intervention programs, right? It was also used by international agencies, UNICEF, UN Women, UNDP, and it was endorsed by many organizations as something that was reliable. And it captured, as of September 2022, about 753 local governments and a population of, as they said, of about 52 million Nigerians, coming from about maybe 14.8 households. So those are the facts. So what are the governors now saying? If they say it lacks integrity, well, they will be indicting the various state ministries that were involved. They will be indicting governors that did second term, first term, second term,
Absolutely.
And are no longer in office. Some of them who are still there are invariably also indicting themselves.
Yes.
And that is why I've raised the question that, yes, concerns may be raised about implementation because there was no transparency, particularly when that register was used for cash transfer under COVID-19 implementation of reliefs for people. So, and that's why Nigerians, when they hear social register, they are skeptical because we saw politicians taking our palliatives and hiding in warehouses, which resulted in protests. We saw cash being given out to.
All right. So I'm bringing you that. I'm bringing you that snippet only really as a follow-on from conversations from yesterday, because I think this was the point that our bishop was trying to push across, that that it was a hostile takeover of that particular thing by the governors. And what we are now finding out was that the social register that a lot of these governors now tell us lacks integrity. They harvested all the names really via those governors themselves, especially the ones that are returning for a second term. They were fully participating in that process that birthed now that social register. So for them to now turn around under a different administration, which I think was the point that our bishop was pushing across yesterday, but nobody was paying attention. So this now, the inherent hypocrisy is just, or really more corruption, because what they are looking at is to take that social intervention sort of budget from the federal and localize it amongst themselves. And once they localize it to themselves, then it becomes a tool for political patronage and corruption. So really, it's a corruption move. And I think that was what our bishop was trying to get across. So I'll give you this last readout, and then we come quickly into the room to see now what the panelists are looking at in the news, and then what they're making of this news. We're still going to the main topic, of course, but let's just welcome the panelists and see how the program evolves. Federal government increases Unity College fees from 45,000 to 100,000. So let's see what this means. The federal government has increased school fees for federal government colleges, otherwise known as federal unity colleges, from 45,000 naira to 100,000 naira. This was contained in a directive from the Office of the Director of Senior Secondary School Education Department of the Federal Ministry of Education, reference number XYZ, dated 25th of May 2023, and addressed to all principals or all principals of federal unity colleges. According to the circular entitled Approved Fees / Charges for Federal Unity Colleges First Term for New Students. So this is not even for the total duration first term. Signed by the Director of Senior Secondary School Education, Hajia Binta Abdul Kadir. New students are expected to part with 100,000 naira instead of the previous 45,000 naira. The latest fees / charges increment will affect virtually all aspects and activities of the school, including tuition and boarding fees, uniforms, textbooks, deposit, exercise books, prospectus, citation fees, ID cards, stationaries, clubs, society sports, extra lessons, insurance, amongst others. So I'm not quite sure about the wording of this. Look at the wording, because there's an ambiguity in this wording. It says the latest fees / charges increment will affect virtually all aspects. So what does that mean, affect all aspects? Is this because you should say encompass? So if it encompasses all of these aspects, then I don't think 100,000 naira is excessive for all of this: tuition, boarding, uniform, etc., etc. But if the increment is a percentile increment to all of those elements, so you pay an entry fee of 100,000 naira, and then the percentile increment from previous cascades through all of these elements, then they are pricing education out of the affordability of even the middle class. The latest fees / charges increments will affect virtually all aspects and activities of the school, including tuition and boarding fees, uniform, textbooks, deposit, exercise books, prospectus, caution fees, ID cards, stationaries, clubs and societies, sports extra lesson, insurance, amongst others. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives had on July the 11th urged the federal government to reverse the increment of school fees in all federal government-owned secondary schools. The resolution followed a motion by Sabiu Abdullahi, APC Niger, and one other from Ebonyi. The one from Ebonyi had while moving the motion, said the increment was causing untold hardship for the students. So it's just unbelievable. Let's see. Actually, it encompasses everything. So this is the Federal Ministry of Education. You can see it on your screen. So this is the, tell me if this is excessive, because my instinct was to recoil from it, from 45,000 to 100,000 naira. That is a 420-something% increment in one swoop. But if you look at what it covers, so this is now from the Federal Ministry of Education. So this is the breakdown of it. Tuition fee free. So tuition is free. Boarding fee 30,000. Uniform 25,000. JSS1, JSS1. Textbook deposit 15,000. Exercise book 5,000, and then 1,000 naira for the and that's how they were arrived at that 100,000. Yes. I will stick my head out and say this is not excessive. If 100,000 naira at a top end federal school covers all of this, boarding fees. So I wonder if boarding fees includes feeding. I suspect it would do. Uniform, textbook, exercise book, prospectus, caution fee, ID card, everything, clubs and societies, sports, medical. So the medical is 2,000 naira, vocational, utility, security, website e-results, etc., school media, extra lessons, insurance. The totality of that 100,000 naira. So if you look at the percentile increment, you will recall from it. But if you look at it as a standalone, let's ignore this headline, let's ignore this bit. If you did not know it was increased from 45,000 to 100,000 naira, would you say that 100,000 naira was excessive for all that is listed here? I would suggest that it is not, but then what do I know? So I would suggest that it is not, but let's move on from there okay, we're going to come to this character in a moment. Let's see.
As the new national chairman of the party. Joining us now on the morning show to discuss the internal wrangling in the ruling All Progressives Congress and how to resolve the quagmire is Dele Fulani, National Coordinator of Conference of APC Support Groups in the Southwest. Good morning, Mr. Fulani, and thank you very much for joining us.
You can tell from this countenance that is already there for war. So we'll play about 5 minutes of this because I don't want to keep the panelists too long, but we'll play about 5-10 minutes of this. I want him to land on that space where he makes the allegation that before you can get anything, and by the way, it's well worth watching, and we'll watch it to the fullest. So you have to see through it. But I don't want to keep the panelists for too long. But let's just get a bit of a snippet, and then we carry on.
Good morning, Dr. Ruben, and good morning, viewers.
Okay, quickly, I've seen a letter that you signed as coordinator of the APC support groups in the Southwest, in which you are appealing to President Tinubu to remember that Lagos is not Southwest, that in the last election, he got votes also from Ekiti, from Oyo, from Osun, from other parts of the Southwest, and that there is a lopsidedness in terms of the number of persons he has appointed from the Southwest, 13 out of 20 all Lagos State-based politicians. Well, your letter was dated 19 July.
Oh, okay, if we pause it there for a moment, 13 out of 30, that's excessive from one state. You know, they may not necessarily be of Yoruba stock or anything, but their sphere of influence, you know, what is evolving is the narrative of a Lagos mafia or Lagos cartel.
Votes also from Ekiti, from Oyo, from Osun, from other parts of the Southwest. And that there is a lopsidedness in terms of the number of persons he has appointed from the Southwest. 13 out of 20, all Lagos State-based politicians. Well, your letter was dated 19 July. I guess you may not have received any response yet. But do you want to address some of those issues you raised in that letter?
Yeah, once again, thank you, Dr. Ruben. The letter was written in good faith, and the letter was not...
I beg your pardon, but how can you call a letter that you write to damn a ruling party, how can you say it was written in good faith? The way people use words sometimes.
Written out of the blues is based on public opinion that is brewing. And in politics, opinion of the people, you know, matters a lot. And we said, okay, this government just came on board. And since we are closer to the people, we are men and women of the grassroots, we have our ears on ground. It's better this is nipped on the bud before it became a wildfire that may not be easily quenched. So we put up the letter. Before the letter, we did a press release regarding that effect that came out in different national dailies. And also we wrote that open letter to Mr. President, because what the public opinion is saying out there, particularly from the Southwest, that like the letter put it, that the aides Mr. President has appointed so far, about out of 20, about 13 of them are from Lagos.
Oh, I beg your pardon. 13 actually out of 20. It's not 13 out of 30. But where are we now? Are we in a narrative now of micro marginalization? So what is this guy expecting a Southeasterner to say if he's feeling aggrieved that they're recruiting from one particular state of one particular stock when they're not recruiting at all from the entirety of another stock? It's quite a thing.
Lagos State, they may not be basically Lagos indigene, but these are individuals that play their politics in Lagos, that have adopted Lagos as their immediate constituency. And we say, no, the president should look to other side of the Southwest and make an equitable, balance of this. And if you want to go further, what has Lagos contributed to the success of, to the victory of Mr. President? If the election was to be solely relied on what comes out of Lagos, I think we'll not be talking about Mr. President being the president now. So we see this as an ugly situation that is brewing up, and Mr. President should look at other parts of Southwest, those that have contributed to his success. Look at Ondo State, look at Ekiti, look at Oyo, look at, Ogun, Osun. It shouldn't be only Lagos State. And also too, the sense for entitlement of Lagos politician, doesn't go well with us. Doesn't go well with us because, the pressure that Mr. President is facing are basically from Lagos politicians, not politicians from other parts of the country or Southwest. Everybody wants to be ministers from Lagos. Everybody wants to be this. And going by Nigerian constitution, the president can only pick one from Lagos State, and virtue of maybe picking from zone, may also at maximum can pick two from Lagos. Or everybody in Lagos want to become ministers. So what happened to the rest of Southwest? Everybody wants to be board chairman in Lagos. Everybody wants to be chief executive of MDAs. It doesn't work like that. So we advise Mr. President so seriously.
You know, it's almost an inevitability that the abundance of Tinubu's government, let me not say cabinet, but his government, the abundance of it will be Lagos-based people coming out of Lagos. So that's not to say Yoruba people, but people coming out of Lagos. Because all of the talents in Nigeria, if you're talented and intelligent and you have anything to offer in Nigeria, by natural osmosis, you have to end up in Lagos. Unless you're a government functionary and then you'll be in Abuja. But if you're a talented person that has anything to offer life in that country called Nigeria, by virtue of just where opportunities are, where you can get the fullness of the fledging of whatever your talents are, entertainment, banking, law, medicine, accounting, whatever it is that you have to offer as a human being, and you have to end up in Lagos. Otherwise, your talent will be wasted. Talent here, and all that.
Not to allow himself to be put under undue pressure by these individuals. And the president should spread out. He's the father of all. And also, if you permit me, we also mentioned the issue of constitution of the appointment, board appointment, whereby the chief of staff to president, was made the chairman, where we have the SGF as member or secretary. And we said no, by hierarchy or protocol. The SGF, by protocol, seniors are the chief of staff. The chief of staff is an aide to Mr. President. SGF is the secretary to the government of the federation. So when you have a committee that brings this individual together, the SGF should be the chairman of that committee.
That's a legitimate point right there, because to all intents and purposes, the chief of staff is a personal staff to the president. Of course, is captured within the government structure, but the secretary to the government of the federation, as important as the presidency is, the federation must supersede. So if you are subordinating Akume to Agbajabi Amila, then you are already you're adding more flame to that Lagos bias thing that is fast evolving now. So what the theme that is evolving for the Tinubu administration and going on 2 months now is a southwest leaning with the Lagos tilt. A southwest leaning with the Lagos tilt.
So we should do things in the right way. The SGF should be the chairman, and we advise Mr. President to revisit that appointment and make the SGF the chairman of the committee, and also pick a representative of the party of APC as the secretary of the committee. Because a representative of the party, we know who and who have worked for the party, that those that are good for one appointment or the other. Not also bringing in a renowned Lagos politician to chair the committee, whereby appointment will be thrown to his immediate constituency, or those honorables, those National Assembly members that failed in the last election, that may be used the appointment to compensate them. These are what we have seen, and we feel no, it doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so obviously the ministerial list hasn't yet been released to the public. It's just the House, so we don't know what we don't know who has been earmarked for appointment. But what you're saying is that the body language so far is not encouraging, especially with the appointments he's made already. But some people would see this as speaking to bigger issues within the APC. Because as you've mentioned, you're the coordinator of the Conference of APC Support Groups. So at party level, there's some form of check or balance that you can, or accountability that you can ask from the president. Beyond his appointments, there are other things that he's been criticized for and pointers to the fact that all is not well in the APC. And so these offshoots are coming out, and disgruntled people are writing letters and coming out to grant interviews. What is the state of the APC currently? Are there factions? Are there groups? Is there any way that people are looking to pull out because of the way the president has handled his leadership of the party?
I would like to say this emphatically. the president has done nothing wrong. The president has done no wrong for now. And the atmosphere in APC is cool, calm, and collected. There is no crisis. There is no any iota of people who want to move, and and all that. Why should people move? You want to move from the ruling party to opposition? Who does that? So all these are just speculation. Are just in the realm of speculation. The president has done no wrong, so far. In fact, the policy he has put in place since he became president, are in the right direction to bring, Nigerians, to bring us from, where we were before, into where we were before, to a better, to a better Nigeria, so to say. And talking about the party, when you have a party that is the ruling party, there is always a link between party administration and governance. And I don't think that link has been totally broken. I don't think that link has been totally broken because, to the best of my knowledge, the presidency, has always been trying to interface with the party in some issues that I know. So for now, I don't see there's no disconnect. For now, there's no disconnect. But all we are saying is just that the president should spread out, and also the appointment of the committee that will superintend.
All right, so let me stop it at the 10-minute mark. We'll probably revisit it in the course of this session, but if you've ever wanted to find out how somebody applies for a job in politics, so there it is right there. So that is a man now putting himself forward. I say, give me something or there will be trouble. So that's a give me something or there will be trouble. But the panel, as we have them, Ogbeni takes time off from Matters Legal to join us. Eze takes a time out from Matters Girlfriend to join us. Solid takes time out from Matters Babes and Money Making to join us. Desmond takes time out from taking time out to join us. Bishop takes time out from his busy schedule to join us, and Kwame takes time out from not knowing what time it is to join us. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off, and then we see how it evolves. So I'm going to open it up with just a 5-minute monologue from the panel, just to sound everybody's voice, what they are looking at in politics. So 5-minute monologue starting from Ogbeni to land on Kumi, and then I'll reverse it back, and then we talk through what we have in play. So we talk through what we have in play. So Ogbeni, you're up next. What are you looking at in the news cycle today? So Ogbeni, good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, Oma. Only one major news today is the final written address filed by Atiku and Obi. I didn't get it on time. I just got it sometimes around this evening. That's a copy of it, which I'm still understudying, and that's basically what I've been.
Ogbeni, you must be a fun guy to be around. That what excites you is court judgments, not football or who won the tennis, but the court judgment is out. Get me some tea and biscuits and don't disturb me for the next 10 hours. Look at this guy. But I carry on.
Yeah, I could be very. I could actually sometimes be a very boring person because my hobbies are not common, hobbies. Why I take interest in is not what so many people take interest in. So I could be very boring for some people, but by and large, that's what I've been looking at. The final address written by Peter Obi, and a paragraph there just caught my attention. Was the first thing thing that caught my attention. Let me quickly read it out to you. That's paragraph 3. Hear what it says, and then you will know the kind of mind this is coming from and the kind of axis this such submission could be coming from. Said a sentence in that's Tinubu's now. They are referring to Tinubu's address. Now, a sentence in Tinubu's, let me put Tinubu's there. A sentence in Tinubu's address alarmed the petitioners and millions of Nigerians. Tinubu went too low and abandoned discretion when he claimed as follows. And what is exactly what he claimed? That this is what he said that alarmed millions of Nigerians. He said, our submission is that the petitioners, that's OB, are inviting anarchy by their ventilation of this issue. That's the issue of 25% of non-transmission of results electronically by INEC. That's what alarmed them. And then further, he now said, this is a cheap, misguided, and destructive blackmail, clearly intended to target the country's judicialism and constitutionalism. It also aims at cannibalizing our democracy. I also want I don't know why why I find it so funny that lawyers could be writing pieces like this as if they are writing for Tell Magazine or Daily Trust. I wonder where most of them practice. I don't know. Anyway, that's what caught my attention in the news.
When what's the time scale for this? Because it's starting to wear people down. All this we want it to finish. So what time should we look forward to an end? Not the Supreme Court space, because I'm not having the anticipation that the Supreme Court will take more than a minute. But what's the time scale for all of this thing? Let them just tell us what they have to tell us, and what's the time scale?
Oh, it's simple. By August, we should be able to get the judgment. Because as it stands now, therefore, okay, no, there's still one piece of final address remaining. The respondent file first, that is Tinubu and others. Then after the petitioner file, then respondent must have the last say. That is Tinubu and others. So the Tinubu and others have 10 days to file. They filed. Obi has 7 days to file as filed. Tinubu and others have another 5 days, I think. That 5 or 3 days to reply. We're going to do that. So once they do that, that closes the issue of exchange of papers. And the next thing, the court is going to give them a date to come and argue what they have in their papers. That's more like a formality. They adopt and argue it and expatiate more on it if there is any need. Then they give them a day for judgment. So we're winding up gradually, and I employ both sides to sit back and see what
in private chats, Ogbeni, you told me that there will be tears before bedtime. Some people might cry to sleep. Yeah,
I only wonder why. I could only imagine what would happen to frankly the obedient. If you see the way, if you know the way people take this last election, you see the Baptist guys don't really take it the way the obedience take this issue, and they don't really sound too desperate like the obedience. Obedience are the loud one, the lousy one, the one that
somebody sent me a poster in somewhere in Edo State. A full-on poster, the judiciary, a poster in a major highway.
I did.
Was it you? The judiciary is on trial.
It's on trial.
And this is in a public space.
Yeah, the judiciary is on trial. Recently, they said, they are pressurizing 2 of the members of presidential election petition to step down. There was even one of these IBORI news, or what do you call those news outlets, that came out and said one of them have resigned. Later they came and said, they are still prioritizing them, they've not resigned, and blah, blah, blah. Today I was on Obidati TV, and the guy was saying that, yes, they are prioritizing them, but the judge should come out. After all, the judge have Twitter, And I was wondering what kind of school the guy went to, that a judge will now be joining you with you on Twitter or Facebook to be telling you that, no, I did not resign. No, it's a fake news. You wonder the kind of school they went to. And you don't need to have a law degree or understanding of the law before you understand some things they call civility and duties imposed on some public officers. You don't get a judge doing that. It's probably in a very rare circumstance, and even if it happens, that judge you know is losing his seat. But you don't expect the judge to come out to the public and start debunking your fake news outside there. Then they are giving you unnecessary attention. If every fake news, anybody just sit in their house and just concoct, you just open one inconsequential blog and you're blogging to attract traffic and you think everybody should give you attention. No, now it's not done that way. They are public officers. They are dealing with more, serious business and busy public assignments than to be having time for you sitting in one corner doing your Obidati TV. So,
but Ogbeni, you will have withdrawal symptoms, a bit like somebody coming off hard drugs. You will have withdrawal symptoms. When all of this is over and you have no business going on Obidati TV anymore, what will you do? When you're not...
Is it that they shut down that TV? Two things will happen. Is it that they keep the tempo and keep the lies on that their TV station ongoing? They just have to let me tell you what is in vogue now. Gradually, they are shifting their focus to, Tinubu is going to tax everybody dry. Tinubu is going to increase fees in all space. That's the new trend for them to attract traffic. I've told you severally, my understanding of these Obidati spaces, there are categories of people there. There's a category that are just there, not for the love of Obi, it's just for the love of money they are making through traffic. There is this category, like that Obidati TV now, they are making money through traffic, right? They draw people to their website and all sorts. There's a categories of people that are just for the optic or just let there be,
just for cruise, as they say.
Them on cruise and go. So they're in different categories. There's this category of the Igbo supremacist guys.
But is that not the abundance of it, though? That's the abundance of it. They're Southwest supremacists.
Severally I say it here, but Des must push back a bit, which is good. Yeah. Des and the Uptown and others, they come and push back a bit and others, which is within their own right, But when you look at it, if you have to be objective enough, I go Obidati TV and some other space most time. Many people you find there are the Igbos. So each time I get there, I keep asking, so why are you not involving the non-Igbos in this issue thing? It seems this obedient thing is now becoming more of the Igbo thing. Why you guys should try and balance this thing? If you are not, if you don't see it, then people see it, and then it's not a good optic for you guys, So that's the way I see it. So there are categories of different people within that space. So the ones that are making money from it will just easily shift based to they start comparing. If it is Obi, this is what Obi would have done. If it is
and they can do that for 4 years. They can do that. That's a 4-year deal right there, isn't it?
We'll keep doing. That's a 4 years project, of course.
It's a bit like the Awolowo narrative. As I've always said, they've always insisted that Awolowo is the best president that Nigeria
never had.
But we never had him as a president in order to know what sort of So it's only really we're superimposing. Although he did a few things in the Western region anyway. But
that's how God saved us about Buhari said. If Buhari had not won and got into office, they would have been telling
he's been totally demythified, hasn't he? Totally demythified. Yeah. All right. Hold steady, Ogbeni. Let me do the rounds and then I'll come back to you to kick off the talking point. So Solomon, you're up next. A 5-minute monologue, just what you are looking at in the news cycle today. Solomon, always a delight.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, can you hear me, one man?
Yes, I can hear you, Solomon. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Yeah, one of the headlines that caught my attention today is the Kanu anti-graft body recruits Falana took dollar video of that time. Ganduje was that they saw him smuggling or something like that. So they are reopening the case, and Falana is going to be in charge. Is going to lead the prosecution of Ganduje. Then another one is
You're breaking up, Solomon.
Soludo coming out to say that they use 137 million naira to clean office. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit better now. Yes. Start from the beginning again.
Okay.
What was the Kanu one that faded out in the deep of your system? Start all over again. Solomon, no signal, Abi. If you can't get signal in Abuja, then where can you get it? Yeah.
You know, it's the weather. It's because of the weather. That is why the weather is very, very, like it rained this evening. So that is why the network is disturbing. But can you hear me now?
Yes, stay exactly where you are now and then start all over again. Exactly where you are now. That's a good spot. Yeah.
Okay. Falana being taking lead for the concerning the case of Ganduje dollar video. So I think the Kano people or the Kano government is about to reopen, or they are reopening that case about the Ganduje dollar video. So and Femi Falana will be the son that will be leading that case. Then the next one is Soludo saying that they use 137 million to clean office per month in Anambra State. And another one is Algeria.
Sorry, not office, offices.
Yeah, that's why.
Is that too much? Because I can hear in your voice that you think it's too much. Do you think it's too much?
For offices in Anambra State, I think it's too much per month.
You think it's too much?
Yeah. I think it's too much. And
all right, hold steady. Let me just bring it. Anambra governor spent 137 million monthly to clean office. Hold on, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I said hold on. Mute yourself for one moment. Let me bring you that story. Anambra. hold on 1 second. Anambra government spent 137 million monthly to clean offices. Soludo. Government offices, so it's not just one office or one building is what I suspect it means. Government offices in Anambra are spending 137 million naira monthly to clean public offices until recently, when current government took immediate steps to drastically reduce the cost of cleaning. Governor Charles Soludo revealed the huge amount of money that went into the cleaning. We need to be sensitive and move with the times. We need to live within the average of people we are governing and knock off the waste and irrelevancies, Mr. Soludo said. The Anambra governor disclosed this whilst briefing State House correspondents at the end of the National Economic Council meeting chaired by Kashim Shettima. He said when he assumed office, it was costing 137 million naira every month to clean up public offices, amongst others. Today in Anambra, we are doing okay. So yes. Sorry. Maybe I was wrong. Now today in Anambra, we're doing 11 million naira a month from 137 million naira. This is just an illustration. It is a thing that we are persuading each and every one of us to look into. Check into our books and look at ourselves in the mirror and move with the times. Regarding the hardship brought about by the removal of petroleum subsidy and the attendant pump price hike, the Anambra governor said the council considered the possibility of negotiating a minimum wage through the appropriate structures. In a related development, yes, it was excessive, as you said, but carry on, Solomon.
Yeah. Can you hear me, one man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Carry on.
Yes. So this is a state that one of the reasons why they supported the candidate they supported during the presidential election was to cost cost of governance, and look at the kind of extravagant this thing way they are running the government just for. So these are the things we are talking about. Then another one is this guy. I don't know why these Edo people, they just only to make noise, and they look their governor coming out to say that one of the things he's proud about is ShopRite, building ShopRite, saying that the ShopRite they are building is 75%, like as if that is an achievement or that is something that is the good road he's supposed to construct in the state, or is it other better infrastructures he's supposed to build, and he's talking about ShopRite. So then the next one is the Algeria president. The Algeria, they are trying to get involved with BRICS nation. They are trying to apply to be part of BRICS nation. Yeah.
Sorry, who's applying to be part of BRICS?
Algeria.
Algeria. I don't think they have the economy. Is the economy big enough to be part of that? Did you send me that link, the Algerian one?
I don't think.
All right, send me. It might well be something interesting to look at. All right, thank you. Thank you, Solomon. I'll come back to you in a moment. Let's go to Solly, who usually falls asleep midway through. You mentioned Edo, and of course, War Peace appears. So he's going to give you a lashing soon. Solly, you're up next. A 5-minute monologue. What are you looking at in the news? Solly.
I saw that Diezani was in UK for somebody's graduation. How is this woman how is this woman able to enter UK?
No, she's always been in the UK now. She's getting cancer treatment here.
Can't they handcuff her to the bed? Isn't she a wanted criminal?
In the UK, it's not the Netherlands. It's a civilized country, the UK.
But isn't she a wanted criminal in Nigeria?
Yeah, but she's not a wanted criminal in the UK.
But can't they contact Interpol?
On what basis? The case is not strong enough for Interpol. You know, if they what do you mean? Interpol is not just it's not McDonald's now that you just go.
So basically, any Nigerian official can steal from Nigeria and run to UK.
No, they have to be able to prove sufficient enough that, you know, and by the way, Interpol is not used in that manner, you know. What they know where she is, so they can apply to the United Kingdom government to ask for her extradition, because she's not in flight, you know. So they can ask for her extradition, but then of course they won't hand her over until they prove sufficient enough grounds for that. I don't think,
the UK used Interpol to bring IBORI from, I think, Dubai to UK.
Did they?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Is she a citizen of UK?
No.
Is she a UK citizen?
No, I don't think so. Unless she's acquired a passport since.
Okay.
That woman is supposed to be rotting in jail. But anyways, that's just
is she not the one that bought a diamond-studded bra or something?
As in for what? What is wrong with that woman?
Yes,
what is she using it for?
You have to flex on their mamas now.
No, flex on her. She's not going out to use that in public now. There's something wrong with that woman. There's something wrong inside her head, you know. So
you know when you have too much money, then you start to look. Yeah, you do psychedelic things. Yeah, Bishop.
In the midst of poverty.
Sorry, just to put it in proper. Yeah, she did a lot of terrible things. But that diamond-studded bra was a lie. Just to correct that.
Did they not auction it off? I think they.
I saw pictures of that.
There was nothing like that. Go and check. Go back and check.
But she did have some.
Expensive jewelry. Yes, a very expensive, criminally expensive jewelry. Yes, with that $25 million diamond bra.
No, she had some bras that had ornaments, because I saw.
But the one that they took the picture in the social media there that said 25 million diamond-studded bra is just a lie. That's what I'm saying.
At the end of the day, she has a bra that's, or it doesn't matter if it's diamond, it doesn't matter if it's ruby, it doesn't matter. It's still a gemstone that she put on a bra that she's going to be wearing.
That was not her bra. That's what I'm saying. You can fact check.
How do you fact check? How do you fact check?
No, on the news now. No. So
How do
the
we know
bra
she had
that was
diamond bra? Did she flash her bra?
Iwa,
I mean, she flash her
Iwa,
breast. I mean,
Now they
No,
show
I think they
the
raided
video is
her
on
house.
YouTube.
They raided.
The video, the video is on YouTube. They raided the
that
house
video. Oh my God.
on
Okay,
that
let me
island. The video is still on YouTube now. That they show the underwears and everything.
So what is wrong in her having that thing, bro?
You are not going to show it to anybody. So it's a sexual thing.
No, it's an art. No, it's an art piece. I don't think it's a
No.
sexual thing.
It's a sexual thing because she was going to wear that thing. She was
Let
going to
me
wear it
ask:
for something.
is it who determines the standard of what she should wear? You determine your wife's, then her husband determine her own. Who are you?
no, I don't think the argument is whether she can wear what she like. The argument is she's stealing money to buy it. That's
Who are
what
you to determine somebody's wife's on this?
So you wear singlets with ornaments, and
that's what the husband
boxers
wants. Determine that of your wife.
So she got to steal our money to buy it.
Exactly.
Oh God.
To buy underwear that is studded with gemstones.
That's our own. Who are you to
Does that
determine?
sound like somebody that is mentally stable to you?
We are now scraping the barrel when we are talking about some woman's bra. So, but I think that's what purports to be that bra. So that's what's online as that bra.
That bra is not made for animals. It's made for human beings. How about
one man.
Yes.
One man.
Yeah.
Just give me a brief second. I'll be jumping out very soon. I sent you a picture and a message in your WhatsApp. Did you see it?
On WhatsApp?
Yeah.
No. When did you send it? There's nothing from you.
There's something from me. You just not quite long. Not up to like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Check your WhatsApp.
Oh, no, I just refreshed it now. I don't think I have anything from
you sure?
No.
Yeah, no, just something in your WhatsApp now. I'm looking at my message here.
Oh, okay, I can see it. All right. Hold on.
Okay,
right.
before you say that, before you say, let me quickly talk to Solomon. Solomon, what is the business between the two people and Governor Obaseki? If Governor Obaseki decides to shop right, then tag him as one of those governors that doesn't know what he's doing. That you say you don't know what's wrong with these Edo people.
No, see,
And
it's
Solomon.
because of the way Edo people were making
remove
election.
Nobody. Let me tell you. That's what I'm telling you now. That's where that's what I'm telling you, Solomon. Calm down. People that have dated those people debt with caution. Calm down. You have to separate the sheep from the cow. If Governor Paseki is messed up like the rest governor, celebrating ShopRite, like the other guy celebrated Pizza Hut, then you tag him as a fully force of other governors too. Leave what Edoko did in election. You don't cohere, you are too intelligent to be talking like that, okay? Today I'm in a happy mood. Well, Mama, please, with my permission, show them what I sent to you. Thank you.
All right, I'll do that in a moment. I'm just setting it up now. All right, carry on, Solomon. As I look to share what we sent in. So Solomon, carry on.
Yeah. It's
solid.
Solid.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah. So that woman is a narcissistic psychopath. Because at this point in an island, wherever she is, she still used to live stream and pretend like all these things didn't happen. So that woman has some mental issues, and we had her in government. We need to start having proper mental institution in that country. A lot of things will be unveiled. We need a lot of people to study psychology. We need a lot of people to have psychological tests. Then we'll see what is really, really wrong in that country. It can fix a lot of things just doing that. So that's something I noticed. That is not normal. People like that should be locked up, even in mental asylum. Not, let's say she's avoiding jail, at least mental asylum. So that's just what triggered me on the news.
All right. There was this photo of her going around with Ben Murray Bruce. Yeah.
Yes, that was the picture that I saw. She was going there for somebody's graduation.
All right. Let me show you a picture that I'm sure you would delight in seeing. So this picture I think is number 4, not for the person, but for the platform. So this picture is number 4. So there it is. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Yeah. We can see.
Okay. So we have a new subscriber on the platform.
Congratulations to Mr. Ward.
Yeah. So that's World Peace. That's World Peace's wife, and now his new daughter. So there it is. Congratulations, World Peace. It says a woman. My wife. Yes. My wife gave birth to a baby girl this morning. Please announce to the platform and show them the photo. So there it is. So with my permission. So that's World Peace's madam, and it's two madams now. So that's the senior madam, and that's the junior madam. So World Peace, well done, congratulations. So there it is.
Peace, congrats.
Yes.
Nah, the kind news we one day.
Nah, man, you be. So no pressure, Desmond.
But the pressure don't do too much.
No pressure, but that's number 4 now. We still wait your own, but no pressure, but that's number 4 now, And that's I think that's number 2 from World Peace alone, but no pressure. But congratulations, World Peace. So that's excellently brilliant. Good. Best wishes to mom and child. Yes, and congratulations to you. You're well rehearsed in the nappy changing thing anyway. So well done. Really good. Another Edo person. Look at that. Look at that. We have to leave this planet.
No, this baby don't look like a Edo baby. This baby is too fine to be called a Edo baby.
Another baby is too born.
No, she takes the looks from the mom, not her World Peace. So there it is. So congratulations. So that's excellently brilliant news. We continue to get this is the sort of news that we like to hear on this platform. People giving birth, people making progress, people graduating, people getting married, all of that. I just keep them coming. So that sort of news is what we want to hear. So congratulations, World Peace, and thank you, Solly. So let's go on from Solly then to Des. So Des, you're up next. Yeah.
One man, can I add to the designing issue?
All right, very briefly, because very briefly. Yeah,
because the designing of a woman, concerning what Bishop said about the bra, even though we will not be totally be ascertain if it is the real news, but the one that I'm assured of is back before the Buhari regime during Jonathan, Disney had 3 Challenger aircraft, 605. I'm an aircraft quality assurance and safety engineer. My those 3 aircraft were being maintained even under our MRO there when I was in Nigeria. There was a time that you can Google it, you can even fast check it. That was what caused problem between her and Stella. She maintained those 3 aircraft in a year, 1 billion naira. That 1 billion naira, she cleverly put it in the federal government bills, that it was a certain amount that he used in traveling. Then Stella Odua was the Minister of Aviation then. She was very annoyed because she actually knew what they charge per hours. So that one, Stella Odua exposed her. And because of that, she went after Stella Odua. The atrocities Stella Odua committed in the litigations, the fraud, she also exposed her. But on her own case, the 1 billion naira one, she used press. She covered it. The only thing is, where I blame Buhari is Buhari was not fast enough, because those aircraft after the it was after the election, after the King Buhari sworn in. That was when those aircraft they took the 3 aircraft out of Nigeria. So if Buhari had acted immediately the way Buhari Tinubu started, those aircraft, most of those wealth that he acquired fraudulently while he was in Nigeria, they would have recovered those wealth before those little things before Desani left out of the country. So that is just what I wanted to, because based on my personal experience and evidence that I can defend with proof.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for that insertion. So thank you for that insertion. So let's go on to Des. So there's a 5-minute monologue what you're looking at in the news. So what are you looking at in the news? Des. Des is a very clever man, by the way. So we have high expectations.
Yeah. 1 month.
Yes.
There's been a lot of things happening today, especially it's gonna be a good interaction today. But one of the things that actually got me is what you have here. Federal government increasing Unity College from 45,000 to 100,000. With the whole suffering that parents are actually suffering right now, I think it's actually too much. The question
you think it's too much?
Yes. The question
sorry, have
to
you
ask.
have you seen the breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay.
The question to ask, 1 man, is the breakdown. Was it there? The whole uniform burden was there when they were paying 45,000. They were all there when they were paying 45,000. Increasing it to 100,000 and still telling them that they still have to do the same thing, or the same thing they have been doing, they still have to do it. Maybe they just added ID card or whatever. But whatever they are doing before, paying 45,000, is what they're still going to be doing, paying 100,000. Is way too much. I mean, I remember all of us here, we went to secondary school. What did I pay? I think 2,000 naira to a term. 2,000 naira a term. That's what I paid.
Yeah, but that was in 1802 now. That was in 1802.
What do you mean 1802?
Can I have a quick question?
Yeah.
Did you go to FGC, Federal Government College?
I went to CKC. Which would have been even more expensive.
What do you mean? How do you mean that more expensive?
All right, let's not get into that one now. But CKC
No, I want to ask a question. I asked a question. No. Hold on.
Okay.
I asked a question that did he go to Federal Government College? Because accommodation, feeding, you see, what we were having before was that more than 50% of the total amount of money for secondary, more than 70% of the total amount of money for secondary aspects of education in Nigeria was just going to Unity College alone. And I can tell you, parents' pride, I'm saying it openly, I want people to challenge me. Parents' pride as much as between 1 million and 5 million to get their children into Unity College. Go and see how much the pride gets into King's College Lagos. King's College is one of the top 10 secondary schools in Nigeria. Above schools that are paying as much as 4 billion naira. So the quality of what is there, if you say 100,000 is too much, then we are cheating other children that don't have opportunity to be there.
Bishop, we have to get something right. Education, that is actually, if Nigeria wants to work, since we are not subsidizing petroleum, we have to try as much as possible to subsidize education. You telling me that government is just removing all the subsidies, everything, dollar, petroleum, they now want to probably remove the subsidy in education and try to make parents, some parents can't afford that money, and we know that.
They are not removing subsidy. They are not removing subsidy in education. You are paying for what children are eating and their uniform. Other children that are not in the unity schools, they eat, they wear uniform, they give them, their parents buy food. I don't know. I'm not. Okay, let me just do it. Don't worry. Let's try it.
All right. Yeah. All right, Des, carry on.
Yeah, man, I'm just saying that the government should take responsibility and make at least education very cheap and affordable for the poor masses so that they can. They said education is wealth. If the more educated Nigeria is, the more we can actually get where we are trying to get. I don't think this is a good thing. That's it, woman.
All right, brilliant. You're up next, Bishop. A 5-minute monologue just to tell us what you are looking at in the news. Bishop, always a delight.
Okay, let me say good evening, Nigeria, from wherever you've been listening from. The like button is ridiculously low compared to the number of people. So please, just click on the like button. If that's the only thing you do for today, let me leave it there. Yeah, there are quite a few things. A few of them have been touched. The one that I just wanted to make a statement about was the issue and the integrity of the data, social data. And I'm not listening to this man before, Ruben Amati. What you played here was exactly what was on my mind, because I know that the states were the one that compiled these things. And I was just going to ask, at what point did they subject the something to the integrity test to just come out like that and destroy some people's work? So that was the question I was going to ask. Because they were exactly to just compile the compilation of that thing. But I don't want to push it too far because we had something about it yesterday. And I was going to speak on this unity school too. I know a few things about unity school. And I followed it since the day of updating with Dele, because I have guys at the Federal Ministry of Education there. There was a year the campaign for the TTA chairman of unity school. If you know how much it cost, you will be amazed. If that system is sustained, we eventually are creating two classes of our children. The tuition fee in unity school is free. If we are going, somebody is starting to give them uniform, because other children that are not in the unity schools, their parents buy uniforms for them. Other children that are not in the unity school, they give them books. Other children that are not in the unity school, they feed them at home. And these children, we might be saying, unfortunately, it has gotten to a point that the children of the ordinary Nigerian, no matter how brilliant you think you are, you don't get there. It is the children of the mighty politicians. Go to Kings and check the phones those kids are using, and check the kind of cars, the kind of ostentatious life they are living. The only thing that is cheap there, that is free, is just that name, unity. They get the best of the best of the best of life. So if we say 100,000 naira is too much to pay for education for their feeding, not even tuition now, the unity school, look, the last rating, King's College was one of the 10 best secondary schools in Nigeria, based on their result, the result of their exam, WAEC and other exams. Other schools that were charging as much as 4 million. There are more than 10 schools in Lagos that charge between 2.5 million naira and 4 million. And I'm saying that because it's there for you to verify. So if we say 100,000, it's practically like that school is just free. That's the fact. If you know the facilities and the amount of money federal government spends on unity schools, honestly speaking, it is free. Because some of these children even spend more than that in 3 months on their data and the small consumption. They used to call it snacking, whatever. The pocket money they give them. Some parents come there when they come, just come on their visit day, come and see lavish, ostentatious living. So sometimes we just think, I'll just say that, look, we just balance. They have done their, and what I would have said is that maybe it should not be cheap, it should not be the same across board. Maybe you should not charge the same child that the federal King's College in Lagos, the same thing you are going to charge a girl that the federal government gets college in Maiduguri or in Kew, in Toronto and the rest, or federal government college Abuluma in Port Harcourt, or federal government college Ogumosho, and what have you, or So for me, it is still, and that was one of the reasons that spent more than 80% of the budget on just 104 unity schools alone, leaving practically nothing for the rest. I mean, even if it's just training, the best of teachers are there. The incentive to get there, people lobby. People pay as much as 1 million, 2 million bribe just to be posted to unity school as teachers. Parents do that for people to testify to it. So that's that. The second thing was I was reading Snippet, and I think it was good that Obedi was there to have dealt with that for us. I was reading some of it before I got on the road earlier in the day, and I was just laughing because practically there is nothing there. But the way it's being high, we wait to see the outcome. And finally, on the days there and this place, I just want to bring it out that there were more than 5 extradition requests when this guy was EFCC chairman. What's his name? The other one that led.
Bawa.
No, not Bawa.
Magu.
Yes. Magu was in the UK. There was a time they even charged her and granted her bail. I don't know how she was able to manipulate her way through to the extent that the case got stalled, and it's been like that for over 8 years. There were extradition requests. Magu went there on 2 occasions, and the British government, I don't know for what reason, deliberately stalled that we did not make progress in that thing. The gentleman that spoke, that interjected earlier on, I'm not defending this guy. You're far from it. I'm just saying, when that news broke about the bra, they interviewed him. I'm trying to remember whether it was Magu, and he just laughed it off. It was the creation of the social media, and there was nothing like that. And there was, I think if I were not driving, I would have looked it up and probably sent it to a woman. So that was what I was referring to. That. Yes, she did a lot of terrible things. I know about those aircraft. I did business with NFPC when it was raining, as the minister. There were GMP NFPC that were quarreling. There was this Dr. Emmanuel Ebuga there. There was this, what's this other man? So I know quite a few of them, and the kind of, she was like a colossus, and she has so much power. I think the only other person that has power more than her was the president, and she just only deferred to the president in some instances, the way she goes. So it was not like I'm defending her. I'm just saying because of the popularity of the platform, whatever we put on, let it be certified information. That's just what I cheated. I did not defend that in any way.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So we have a picture of the bra here. It says that Desane Alice Madueke's bra are the world's most expensive bra, worth $12.5 million. And then we go on to say, where is this from? This is from Niger Blog. So fake news, you are saying. But thank you, Bishop. Let's go from you, Bishop, and get our Mike's 5-minute monologue. So, Mike, you're up next. Mike, what are you looking at in the news today?
What's going on in the news? The only thing I kind of didn't come on time, but I saw the last video you played out, right? News TV, and that guy they invited. It's just what the guy saying is very ridiculous, man. I think these Arise guys, man. Sometimes, Abati and all of them. I don't think they are there to really do anything constructive, to be honest. Like some things they bring up to talk about. Sometimes I wonder, like, this guy is really serious. I mean,
you know they are anti-Tinubu. So anybody that is the whole of that platform is anti-Tinubu. So anybody that is anti-Tinubu, they bring him on to. They're just looking for ways to undermine, the guy.
And they're going as far as even trying to turn the Southwest against the guy. Like, this is ridiculous, man. Yeah, come here to tell us that he's marginalizing the rest of the Southwest, Lagos. What kind of stupid is that? The way Southwesterners even think or talk? Do we even talk like that? Do we even care about?
Is there no merit to that argument, though? If you are saying 13 out of 20 appointments are Lagos-based, is that not a concern? Is Lagos mafia? That's the narrative?
No, what he's saying is that he's appointing people. They are Lagos-based, but they're from. They are not necessarily indigenous of Lagos. Maybe they're from other states like Osun, Ekiti, but they are based in Lagos. So the argument is that Oh, why are you picking people that lived in Lagos, that are living in Lagos or lived in Lagos or based in Lagos? Why don't you pick somebody that's based in Ekiti or Ondo, all these places? When we know for a fact that even if you go to Ondo people and ask them like, hey, we want to pick one of your sons, and do you prefer the one that never left Ekiti or the one that has not left Ekiti, has been to Lagos and established? Of course, they will pick the one that has gone to Lagos, that's been exposed to represent them better. We know that for a fact. Nobody will tell you to come and pick one good guy.
Are you saying the people of Ekiti, they are Araukos?
I'm sorry, they are from Ekiti.
From the villages.
I'm sorry to interject you, but it doesn't work that way.
Please, can I come in, please?
Sorry. Everybody, let him land a moment. Sorry, carry on now. Yeah.
No, if you are saying somebody from Ekiti that was born and raised in Lagos, they doesn't know Ekiti or something like that, if that's the argument, yeah, it may have some valid point. But if you're saying because they are based, they live in Lagos, they left Ekiti, I mean, it's the best of different part of Nigeria go to Lagos. So we should even be encouraging Tinubu to pick Nigerians, the best of Nigerian from each state. And we all know if you're going to find the best of people from particular states, you are likely going to find them in places like they have made it in life, they have gone far. Because if you in Nigeria, we all know once you've gone out to be highly educated or become very highly successful person, the company that's likely to pick you will be a company based in Lagos, or you're likely going to make it. I mean, not necessarily Lagos, but some or Abuja or maybe one of those major cities, because that's where most headquarters of big companies are. So if you're saying the best of people from states, if you're looking for indigenes, the best of indigenes from different states, you're likely going to find them in places like Lagos or Abuja or maybe Port Harcourt or cities like that. It's not from that state, because I don't think the best mind from Zamfara will be based in Zamfara. I don't think so. Or the best mind from Ebonyi will be somebody living in Ebonyi. The guy would have back market, and once they make big, I mean, come on. So that kind of, for the guy to be coming on and rise, all these idiots. I mean, these guys are foolish, man, because that just doesn't make sense. Like, oh, he's picking people that are Lagos-based people. I mean, the constitution say they must live in, they must not have lived somewhere else or something. They just have to be an indigenous of.
All right, man. Take an interjection from Bishop, then Solomon, and then we go on to Baba.
Okay.
Bishop.
I just want to say that there's serious merit to what he said, and this is how it works. Now, we all know politics is a reward system. People mobilize people at the grassroots. What that man at the village level, at the ward level, at the local government level is saying is not the work Abuja, man in Abuja that was their own representative. They call leader, Alole leader. That is who they see. So if the man gets appointment, that is where the benefits will trickle down to them. To concentrate and say, I'm not saying that I know wonderful people or angels or saints in Lagos, but there must be a balance. You cannot say, oh, people delivered the votes that made him president. They were not only in Lagos that delivered the vote. They delivered from all the wards and the local government. And there is a way you must make everybody to feel that sense of belonging. By when you make up, one of the big failures of Buhari, regrettably, was that he did not even appoint make board appointment. He just retained the one that he inherited from Jonathan. It doesn't work that way. And that really destroyed to a great extent the administration. So I want to say there is merit. Maybe they would have dealt with it internally, but you cannot appoint 20 people from the southwest and 13 of them. And you say there are no people in Lagos that merit, but they were good enough to deliver the votes that even Lagos could not deliver. But they are not good enough to deliver for appointment into boards and to no. I think there is merit. Maybe the way he handled it might not be perfect enough, but there is merit to what he says.
So an indigene of Ekiti that born in Ekiti that moved to Lagos. So Tinubu picking him, it's not a representative of Ekiti.
No, we are asking your political base. Where is your political base? Where did you vote? Where did you mobilize people to vote? Where did where did you practice your politics? People that practice their politics in Osun, in Ondo, in Ekiti, in Oyo, they should be sacked because those are the ones that brought the votes.
Bishop, I think Mike has a point. Anybody that is of any use in Ekiti, if you have anything to offer anything, then you will be in Lagos. You will not be in Ekiti. If you have anything to offer anything, what is there in Ekiti that will hold anybody that has talent?
We all know a man has still stuck in Ekiti. He hasn't figured it in life, you know.
No, now. So Zacchaeus that is the man from Oyo State. So why didn't they pick somebody? I mean, no, don't let us use that. That is degrading to people that are living in those places. I mean, I don't think that.
No, we're not saying they may not have good people, but the best of their best.
A talented accountant, Bishop, born and educated in Ekiti, very skilled. Where will his talent be of best use? There in Ekiti or in Lagos?
No, you are missing it up. I'm not saying where you are working, your political base. Where is your political base?
Okay.
So many people are operating in Lagos, but their political base is their state. Because if you want to contest, why do you now want to contest and go to Ekiti? Why don't you contest in Lagos?
Okay. So are you saying now Tinubu should focus on? I mean, he should focus his selection on political base rather than the best, picking the best people.
I'm saying, I've said it here before. There is a way. There must be a balance. You must strike a balance. People that what do you call it now? That canvass, the foot soldiers that canvass for the vote, they are spread everywhere. At some point, you just have to give them that sense of belonging, and you must assuage them, with wisdom, not to say you can go to hell.
So what is that balancing? What if that balance is going to hinder his maximum?
The quality of the cabinet.
The quality of what is exactly what he's trying to really achieve.
I think we are a little bit too big. Let me borrow one man's word yesterday. Elitist to think that it's only in Lagos that the Australian people are.
Where are they? Where are the most brilliant people in Nigeria?
They are spread everywhere.
Where are they concentrated?
Hold on. How many brain surgeons do we have in Nigeria today? How many of them are in Lagos?
Most of them.
The best of them are in the top hospitals in Lagos.
Forget it. Stop it. The ones in our tertiary, they might have one thing or the other to do in Lagos, but people you are making it sound like we that live in Oyo, we are not human, we are subhuman to people that live in Lagos. Come on now. I don't think it's an argument. Yes, Tinubu should, with wisdom, balance it. I mean, for the optics, sometimes there are certain things you think you don't think with Stella there. But to make it so obvious that people can now say, look, you have chosen 13. And to think of it, Lagos did not even deliver Lagos State. Those people that are so brilliant, they did not deliver Lagos State.
And also, by the way, this one that they are talking about is hate. Okay, what benefit does and hate from a state? What effect? I mean, what benefit would it be to his state? I mean, it's just an hate to the president.
Everybody, they see him. That's the reward of their own hard work.
To see one of their own just standing there.
No, not standing there. Of course, there will be
That's one of the things holding us back in that country.
That's what's holding us back big time, man.
Political patronage over
all these things. And at the end of the day, Tinubu does. You know what's funny, man? If Tinubu go ahead and say, okay, let me do this, picking everybody from here, even the dog and cats and the baboon and monkeys, pick them all over and feed them in his cabinet to convince everybody. Look at me, I care for everybody, At the end of 4 years, if he doesn't perform, they will swear for his family. They will still swear for him.
You end up with another Buhari. Hold on, Bishop. Let Ogbeni come in.
Can I interject?
Yeah, Ogbeni come in. Yeah.
You see where we are getting things wrong. Except you want to go and create your own country in the moon or in the sun. You have a system in Nigeria. You have to work by that system. The democracy we practice is a representative democracy. And that is why Tinubu election is not limited to the so-called metropolitan Lagos, spread across Nigeria. If it's only in Lagos, then he should gather his votes from Lagos and leave the interland. Okay? And that was the same issue Awolowo had back then, particularly with the Ekitis. He won his election, and later he felt.
Hold on, let him land. Carry on.
And later he felt Ekiti were the interland guys who couldn't deliver much. But we all saw what happened with Omoborowo against Ajashin crisis that led to the coup that toppled the government eventually. And Awolowo couldn't even make anything out from that space again. And he couldn't even win the Ekitis to his side any longer till his death. So Tinubu should not make that kind of mistake and see the people of the interland as the Araokos or Araoke, as the Lagos politicians will call them, that does not have any value. And therefore, in a representative democracy, you don't have them in place in your government. No, you have to consider them. Let me tell you, when you say people living in Lagos, they are exposed, they are this, they are that, they are more distracted than those on the interland. That's another thing you don't look at. Many good people. Okay. I don't know. Wait now. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know Professor Aluko. Professor Aluko was a professor of economics. Professor Aluko is a very renowned professor. Now late, one of the best in Nigeria. That man was taken from where? Somewhere very one remote village in Ekiti. And his performance to today, none of any economy advisor.
Aluko was from Ekiti.
Yes, from Ekiti. None of them has beat his performance to date.
I'm sure you know Professor Oluwo.
Oh, hold on. Let her open the land, open the career.
So when you pick people like that, look at Shifafe Babalola. Shifafe Babalola was just in Ibadan, did his practice. Look at what he's doing in Ekiti. Afe Babalola teaching hospital alone in Ekiti. There is no hospital yet in Nigeria that can beat that hospital presently in Ekiti. So when you look at that as is, and you think the only thing they do there is they just do farming and some villages, you are making mistake because you don't even understand Nigeria. That's the issue. So for me, I don't see any reason why Tinubu should not adopt that representative democracy and let it spread across. Don't limit it to Lagos. Let me tell you.
Okay, one man, let me.
Yeah, go on.
No, let me land now.
Yeah, but
too long now.
Does that does what you sorry, Ogbeni, does what you said, does it supersede merit?
See, within the representative democracy, you find merit. You see, sometimes when you throw this broad brush of merit, it makes me wonder, what do you mean by merit? So everybody living in Lagos, then that's what qualifies someone as merit.
No one said that. No one said
when
that.
You look, I'm coming. When you look at Ekiti, you find merit there. Professor Adeniro and all those people, where are they from?
Okay, Benny, let me ask you this.
Within there,
okay.
When they pick him from Ondo State, one of the best governors Nigeria has ever produced.
Benny, let me ask you this.
Space.
Can I ask you something?
My point is this. No, before you ask me, let me quickly just land on this. My point is this. In Ekiti, Tinubu had 200,000 plus. In Osun, he had 300 plus. In Odo, he has 300 plus. In Ogun, he has 300 plus, and in Oyo, he had 400 plus. Put them together, they outweigh what Tinubu got in Lagos. In fact, he lost in Lagos. So, with all their exposure and cosmopolitan thing and others, you still lost, but you won all these houses, and they stick their neck to stand with you. So, I don't think it is time at all. And let me tell you the value they had. See, when you pick a politician in Ekiti, for instance, on merit, see, there's this kind of thing you speak to.
I don't forget my question, sir, man. You see, you're jamming.
Okay, I will land.
Let's throw one question before we go to the next one.
Mike, I'll land in 2 seconds. See what you speak to their psychology. That man that you pick in Ekiti, who is a grassroots politician in Ekiti, would employ driver from his people from within. He will employ his office staff and others.
Okay, so it's about my share. Okay, it's about money.
So you don't pick somebody from Lagos who driver and everything is in Lagos. So what's the benefit for the politician in Ekiti? That's just the point Bishop is trying to make.
Okay, yeah, so let me ask you this. So are you telling me that if somebody is so-called, these top people you are saying from Ekiti, these qualified people, okay, if they bring their resume and another person from Lagos bring a resume, and if the Ekiti guy resume tend to present himself to be more qualified than that guy from Lagos, are you saying Tinubu will tell him, oh, you're not from Lagos, I won't pick you? I don't think so. And secondly, I mean, why you guys keep saying because they voted for you, so that you must pick somebody from there? I mean, this picking somebody from there, it sounds to me like you guys are saying that you come and collect their own share. Are they going there to go and share money, or are they going there to go and work? I mean,
that's how politics works, though.
That's politics.
No, not this politics. So someone that wants to perform, you can't play that kind of politics. From what I learned about Tinubu in Lagos.
Hold on, Mike. Somebody that campaigns for you in Ekiti, he spends his resources and more so his influence and his hold on that space to sway in your direction, and then you go on and win. So after you win, then what do you do? You say,
so I should give him money.
You shake his hand and say thank you.
Yes, now that's your civic duty.
Your civic duty. Look at
were you not doing for the betterment of the country? Were you doing it? Okay, so you're investing in the election for your own for your pocket, Abi.
And that is how it's done in America, the United Kingdom, and Nigeria. That's politics.
Okay. Let me tell you. Do you know that people that campaign, the politicians that campaign for Tinubu to become governor of Lagos, do you know that when Tinubu was leaving, they were all expecting to be the takeover, and Tinubu to hand over to Fashola, and the guys are more competent. So we all know, and at the end of the day, they hated him. Many of them are still his enemies today for that.
Mike, can I answer your question?
We help you, we're paddy, we help you to become governor, and then you brought these people from nowhere, this Fashola that didn't fight on the street, so.
Please, can I answer your question?
So I will hail Tinubu today. At the end of the day, see, what you will do sometime may not suit people and will not make people happy, but if it's for the best interest of the country or the environment, later people will thank you. More Lagosians are thanking Tinubu for picking Fashola and all those younger guys that are more better than those Agbada men. They were in a struggle with him to make him governor. Those people hate him, but later Lagosians are thanking him. So I would rather have him do the same as the president. Don't look face because you campaign for me and things doesn't mean anything. I want to perform. If you can perform, then I'll pick you. But
all right. Take a question from Ogweni, and then I think Bishop wants to come in as well, and then wrap up that space, and then we go to Baba.
I just wish to just answer his question and let him understand. And that's why when I started, I said whoever doesn't want to play by that rule, will probably go and find a space in the space to create his own system. There's a system even in the Western world, but I won't go to the Western world. We all know when after the election, they share positions. People come and serve. People serve. You make names and do a lot of things. Now, the best governor that Lagos has ever produced, Jakonde, no doubt about that, right? Everybody will say, Jakonde, the great man who did great work. Have you ever thought about who were in Jakonde's cabinet before? And thought about what they did to take Jakonde to that position. In spite of the fact that I spread everything, I can give you some of them. Ganiyu Dawodu, that's the low government guy.
Were they incompetent?
Emo, Amzat. He spread them across the political party. And that's why I'm telling you, competence is different from mediocrity. Competence, you can get competence from anywhere you face and look at. All those Oshine, you heard them today, Olusegun Koka.
What about trust?
Olawale Idris, Alabi Masha, Shola Agbabiaka. All those guys were politicians that worked for Jakonde. And he got to government, he spread the position across, and he ensured that they delivered. So it's different. It's not an excuse for you to say, oh, I want to pick Mary only in Lagos, therefore, because I'm looking at delivery. No, anybody can deliver from anywhere. Just look at. Right?
No. If you are talking about mediocre delivery, then
so it's only in Lagos people can deliver.
Mediocre delivery. Let me tell you something, man. What you need to understand about leadership is this: if you're going to pick your team, it's not only competence is not enough. Trust is another thing. One guy can be very qualified. Like someone like Mayfield was a qualified CBN governor, but see what he was doing. He didn't. He betrayed Buhari like he was doing. I mean, you have to know someone. You have to pick people you also trust. So if Tinubu wants to really perform, because he has to, for him to win the next election, he has to perform. That's the number one thing. There's nothing else that will make him win that next election. He can go and give all the kitty people and all the spread everything all he wants. If this guy doesn't perform, 2024, forget it. Even we will be swearing for him here. He knows that this thing is only hope. Because anyway, most of the Nigerian vote, he only wants 33%. You understand? To be president. The only thing right now that can save him, make him win the next election is performance. Nothing else. Nothing else. I'm telling you.
All right, Mike, take an interjection from Bishop and then round out that space, and then we go to Baba. Bishop, come in.
Bishop, no, they make I. Mike,
I think Bishop might be busy.
I think there
yeah,
the thing
Mike.
of the thing of
Your turn down pass.
I'm thinking of the something. What I would just ask what Ogbeni has said, thank you, Ogbeni, is that look, it's practically said everything. We were complaining just yesterday, we were complaining about marginalization from the South. We were saying how Buhari was nepotistic and the rest. If Buhari for choosing people that he found competent in his own, whether they perform or not, because these ones have not performed, so you cannot judge them. And we were so harsh on him about being nepotistic, even though some of us tried to say, look, let us look at the book and see in any way violated any law. But we are not giving Tinubu. I'm an amazing ABC man. But if I want to be very objective, I think there is merit in what the man says. And it is disrespectful for us that are from Milwaukee for people to say, oh, the reason why he's not choosing people is because he's looking for competent people. And competent people are only in Lagos. Thank you.
Let me add to that.
Yeah, I want to move on, but make it brief, and then Mike wrap up, and then I'll go on to Baba.
Yeah, Mike, you have to understand that, like Obeni said, Nigeria is diverse, and Tinubu. Actually, I feel like it would be better for him to appoint people that he's not necessarily that attached to. Because if you're saying that he wants, I mean, like I say, you can find competence everywhere. If you are not necessarily attached to that competent person in Ekiti or in Ondo, wherever you see the person, then you have to actually monitor that person. It doesn't have to be he's too competent to do the job, but you still have to monitor the person to know if he's actually doing his job. So that's it. Nothing about Lagosian. What's the difference between though they are making Lagos to be more Nigerian than anybody else? It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
No one is saying, okay, let me give
right.
my response. First of all, no one is saying I'm making Lagos look better than look more Nigerian than anybody else, or saying you know, he's saying you have to be monitoring. Who has to be monitoring people? You see, by old man, I be monitoring you up and down. First of all, you guys need to understand something. Tinubu has been planning for this presidency for a long time, and he has been planning with a team of people. I'm very sure these guys have been sitting around planning. They are probably already. When somebody say we hit the ground running, that means he's been sitting down with a team, and they've been planning what they will do as soon as they come in. You understand? So now for you to now say, oh, we just come in now, you have to start finding some people because they when they campaign for you to start bringing them, start now be training them, teaching, explaining the plan that you've spent 7 years design, where you already have people that have been with you for that 7 years already be strategizing, reaching out to different studying the environment. They've been doing their own work. Like they said, if you want to spend 1 hour to cut down 1 hour to cut down a tree, you spend 8 hours sharpening your knife. You understand? Your cutlass. The man has been spending years sharpening his knife to come in and perform with a group of team like Fashola, all these guys. Most of them, of course, people around here are all Lagosians. All those guys, those people, it's not because they are Lagosians, because they've been around as a team. And he has always said it like, hey, my governor is a teamwork. So now you guys are telling us to go and bring people that's not on his team, that doesn't know, now he has to be training them, doesn't even know their capacity, their character very well, doesn't know how much you can trust them to do anything. They're not to say they are not competent, but trust is also a big factor. You have to be able to trust who you are. And he knows the people that this guy knows his strength, I know his weakness. This Fashola guy, this Alake guy, he knows them, he knows this guy. So he wants to come in and perform. And my advice to him is, guy, I'm not saying marginalize anyone. If you have the means, include everybody. But if you don't, if all it would take for you to perform is just your guys that you already know, just do it. My only advice to Tinubu is don't listen to people, just focus on performing. That's it. All these other politics about, oh, that's not the way it works. That's not the way we do in Nigeria. Who cares? Has Nigeria been working? So Benny here is telling me that's not the way we do in Nigeria. Who cares about what you've been doing in Nigeria? Nothing has been working. Einstein said, Einstein, he said, well, if you work in other places, if it's not hasn't been working in Nigeria, why continue to do in Nigeria? Einstein said you're doing if you're doing the same thing over and over and expecting different result, that's insanity. If that's where we've been doing politics in Nigeria, it hasn't been working. It doesn't matter if you work on elsewhere, it doesn't mean, and it's not working in Nigeria, doesn't mean because it's working elsewhere, we should stick to it, and one day it's going to work. Forget that politics bullshit. The guys should focus on technocrats and stop. In fact, we should be advocating getting rid of politicians and bringing technocrats to governance, man.
All right, thank you, Mike. I broadly agree with you, Mike. I broadly agree with you. But let's go on to Baba. Baba, a 5-minute monologue just to talk us through what you have been looking at in the news today. Good to see you, Baba.
Thank you, one man, and a very fine evening to the panelists. First, I think I look at issues from a different lens entirely. And I think at the risk of being immodest, I would say I'm a little bit deep. Let me go firstly to the issue of the palliatives. I think God is ready for Nigeria. Let me put it that way. God is ready for Nigeria. Because the way the governors hijack this palliative issue, I was like Bishop said yesterday, I was angry. I saw fraud in it and a lot of things that why should Tinubu allow that? But pondering over the issue today and looking and hearing the pronouncement from some of the governors, I became a little bit happy. I said, fine. Tinubu's yoke is now easy and his burden is light. Download these things to the governors, decentralized palliative. When you give it to him, nobody's going to shout Asurok anymore.
How is he going to monitor it though? This
No. All he has to do, all he has to do every month, publish how much you gave to each state. We will know how much Sanwo-Olu has. We will know how much Soludo is handling in the north. We will know what Tatalia is handling in the Plateau State or Benue. Where is Tatalia now? You understand? So it behoves us to hold our governor responsible. Owoda, 1 billion has been released. How do you share it? You understand? How do you share it? Because he was even perplexed. Asurok was perplexed. They don't know what to do, how to disburse this money, because the data they will work with is not even a good one. And besides that, not everybody is in the banking system. And those who need this money don't even have bank accounts. So the greed of the governors played into the show. Now they are going to get the money. So it narrows down who we will hold responsible. The job of Asurok now is just to publish the amount every month we give to each state. So let everybody go to their governors. So I just see, that's why I say I see the divine playing out. Just like the fuel subsidy issue, even on the first day, his inaugural speech, what did he say? It was a reflexive statement. Fuel subsidy is gone. It's not according to himself. He said it's not it was not written in the speech. So what put it in his mouth? When he said it, he didn't reckon the Nigerian factor or the unintended consequence of what he said. What happened the next morning, overnight? The marketers, they changed their price.
Is that naivety? Hold on, Baba. Is that naivety on his part? Because Mike was just eulogizing how well prepared.
That's why I said. That's why I said divine.
And he's a senior accountant, so he should know that the pronouncement of the president will move the market.
Exactly. Just listen. That's why I said God is ready for Nigeria. Because one, if Tinubu had waited until the end of June, you understand, the cartel, NLC, TUC, all of them will sharpen their knife. That subsidy will not be removed. They will find a way to supplement the budget.
It did not have
and
to
the right,
wait.
it will continue.
Sorry, Baba. He did not have to wait, but he should have been better prepared. Because there's somewhat of a predictability to what happened subsequently. And if it was as predictable as it was, then he should have had the anticipation. So, I mean, he had a very slow build up to that inauguration. So, and it was working in synergy with the, of course, because they don't just hand it over. So you synergize. So he should have done something to cushion that pronouncement. They are telling us how
I get your point.
It was just a cack-hand. It was quite amateurish what he did.
Yeah, I think I get your point, but I will make this excuse for him. What happened? Unintended consequences became bigger than him or whatever he prepared for. You understand? In making that pronouncement, I just felt that, okay, he didn't complete it. Let me even call it a phrase. Fuel subsidy is gone as soon as we are past June 30th. I'm adding that now to complete it a sentence. You understand? He said it with air of like it was verbose about it. You understand? It was not written there. That's why I say God is ready for Nigeria. Because if he had waited, like every other government, every other president failed, those interests will have come with their knife. You understand? So that is for the this thing. The palliative now is decentralized. So he has washed his hands off. His yoke is now easy, and the burden is light. Just publish and give us the table of the amount you disburse for the palliative every month. And whatever you are even adding on, you are making provision for buses, give it to the governors. Let everybody go to their governors. So ASO Rock now will be able to focus on so many other things that will move the country ahead. Then two, this Desiani thing, I just want to chip in. Those aircraft, I don't remember whether they are 3 or 2. They were actually owned by a Swiss company, registered, owned by Kola Luko and Desiani. They bought those aircrafts principally to service NNPC personnel because they discovered that NNPC as an organization is paying so much to transport their people abroad for whatever, they go on a lot of conference, seminars, deals and everything. So that's why they bought those aircraft. And one was specifically reserved for her for use. So it was a business. So as soon as Buhari came, they took those aircraft out and they've been sold long ago. Long ago, they've been sold. And then for the way she appeared today, launched by, what's his name now?
Ben Murray Bruce.
Ben Murray Bruce. I was a little bit angry. You understand? I didn't buy into that pity party she threw 8 years ago about cancer. I didn't buy into it. It's a pity. It was a pity party. That woman has always been healthy. You understand? She has always been healthy. He just took us for a ride, and now she has the temerity to even sue EFCC. She has a case in court. She wants her property back. And I won't be surprised. She may get it. Other people have gotten their property over the years, right? Things go on seized. Babangida returned. Things Muritala seized. Buhari returned. Things Babangida. You see, it has always been like that with us. Quietly, they always get their properties back, return back to them. This is where Tinubu has his job cut out for him. We have a lot of money with this kind of people. We need those money. Even if they can bring half. This is not about sending people to jail or anything. Because we are very funny people. Look at what is happening in the Emefiele case. Just 40 days, different interests. I know how these things work. all those lawyers going to court, release Emefiele, this group, remove it, they are being sponsored. They are being sponsored. I could call Ogbeni Kulata Bishop now will form an organization. I know where to take it to, that we are going to fight and make noise so that they can release Emefiele. Let's harass the government. They will cut 100 million. Okay, take. Just like we're doing for Abacha in those days.
You know, a lot of these people, they build it into their corruption. They build their fight for escape into their corruption. So they'll say, okay, I'll budget what, $100 million for that. Yes.
Of course, that's what they do. I mean, if you still successfully $1 billion, what's $100 keeping it aside? I will use this to wage this war that will come eventually. That's what you would do. You understand? So we've had experiences. Look at the custom head during what's this EFCC woman's name?
Waziri or something?
Waziri, Madam Waziri. You understand, when he held the customs head that time, that man had a lot of money. You understand? He was wearing Pampers. He has prostate problem.
Okay, please, can I ask a quick question? Please, do you think democracy is good for us then? That means it's not good.
It's the best. Look, the military option is bad. Sorry,
Baba. It's not. The opposite of democracy is not military rule. Because we had a system of governance pre-democracy.
We have theocracy.
Yes,
we have theocracy.
I don't think democracy is suited for Africa anyway, but carry on.
It is the copy, is the 100 copy of the Western democracy that is troubling us. I would have wanted a hybrid deriving from our culture. You understand? The Yoruba's culture different from that of Igbo. Igbo culture different from that of the Igbiras. The Igbiras different from that of the Idomas. Idomas different from that of the Fulanis. You understand? We will have looked for a way, a kind of hybrid that will service the interest of all the cultures in Nigeria and formulate our own breed democracy. It will have served us well. Naturally, the Yorubas, we are not democratic. Tobalashe, that's what we dictate. We are like under the dictatorship of the monarchy. Even you go to a ceremony, the Oba sees your wife, he throws his irukere, it's all stale. He lands on your wife, Obati Beseli. You get my point? That is where we come from. Maybe that kind of government will have served us better. We still revered our Obas. We revered our elders. So if democracy
actually, you mind if I correct you real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Most people mistake the Yoruba culture.
Okay.
Go ahead. In the days, we have Oba, anything Oba have to say, Oma Dafa, Tifa Lashe, Torisha Lashe. So Oba is not dictating Yoruba land. People don't even know that. They have the council of priests.
So where does the Alashe Kejorisha come from?
Now you are making sense. Alashe Ikeji Orisha. That means Orisha Lakoko, Tifan Obama Tele. That's how it works. But
Ifa is not Orisha now.
Eh?
Ifa is not Orisha.
What do you mean Ifa is not Orisha?
Is Ifa Orisha?
No. Ifa Orisha is part of Ifa. Ifa, listen, the definition of Ifa is the spirit world. You understand? So, Toba Dafa, Shangole Soro. You understand? Toba Dafa, Omila Lon Soro, Omila Sorisha na. Olodumare Soro.
Mike, we are talking about self-governance. Orisha is not going to come down to govern its people. So he's going to have a representative. And when Oba speaks, he speaks on behalf of all the deities. So that is why they say Oba Lashe.
No.
Let me help you. Let me
all
help
right.
you.
Let's not get too deeply into
We're
that
not getting deep. Let me
tangent.
make this last statement.
Yeah.
This will kill his argument.
Yeah.
There is nothing decision Oba have to make, or in Yoruba have to make, without divination. The way of the divination is what they present to the Oba. You can't go against that. You understand? So Tobakola Shama Dafa Tifabani no offer Oba le follow Oba le she. That's the real way Yorubas do it.
I disagree with you, Mike.
But who is the mouthpiece of Ifa?
I'm telling you, it's not my opinion, it's what I know.
But who is the mouthpiece of Ifa?
We have the Araba. Do you know who Araba is?
Yeah, of course, they are Onifa of Oba, Adifa Oba. That's the Araba.
Exactly.
You see, I have witnessed an Oba banishing people from the town. Banishing people from the village.
If you're talking about today,
And nobody, we're talking about 20 years ago, but I did not see any Ifa priest coming to make the final call. But Oba has the final say.
Well, you're talking about today. We don't follow it anymore now.
But even today,
Who says?
Hold on.
We don't.
Hold on, Dewale. That will
king.
happen in council now. That's not happening. That's in council now.
Okay, I've taken us into another realm. Okay, can I go ahead?
Yeah, carry on. Carry on.
All right, coming to the Dele Fulani diatribe today on Rise. I think to some extent he misrepresented it. They have a case. I'll give you, for example, and it plays into the field of an example of what a Yoruba nation may look like if it ever materialized. You understand? I've always told those who are talking about Yoruba, they are few, and thank God they are very few amongst our people. But I've always told them that, look, even in Yoruba land, we have divisions. There's the current issue even between the Ijebus and the Egbas. The Ijebus want their own state. They want their own state. If you ask any Ijebu man privately, they have grudges against the Egbas. You get my point? So that's why I said the Fulani case, for instance, Lagos State, where I belong, you understand? We also have this problem Fulani is trying to enumerate. For instance, yes, Tinubu is a Lagosian. Fine. Raji Fashola, yes, he grew up Omo Itafajini. You understand? But he grew up in Surulere. Ambode is Ijebu from Ekpe. So Muslim Tinubu, Muslim Fashola, we started kicking that we can't continue like this. What about we Christians? When we are talking about the Christian, we thought
Ambode is actually from Ondo State.
Say Oshun.
Ondo State.
Well, I like most of us Yorubas, actually, it's like even those people in town, like my mother's place in Bagura, for instance, they have a bully, they have a ba. That's how Yoruba's structure is. It's very complex. So Ambode, for instance, on record is Ekpe, Ijebu. You understand? And that is also, that's why when they brought Sanwo-Olu, now the Aworis come in and say, look, enough is enough. We want also part of the governorship seats. Nobody. So they put Hamzat to act as deputy governor and governor in waiting because he is a Muslim. So that is the Awori coming in. But we on the island, after the Isaleko, your axis, we are now asking, what about us? What about us? That is where the politics of George, Kuforola, Bokno, and Co., the Braithwaite, that is where the Ladners, that's where the politics is coming from. That aren't we going to get anything? When are we going to become governor ourselves? So these are problems that is very intricate in politics. Politics is about cake baking. The cake has been baked now. then everybody will bring their long knives to start cutting and sharing this cake. It's about sharing. Yes, Lagos, everybody is there. Ekiti, Ondo, Ibadan, Egba, Oyo, they are all in Lagos. But when the chips are down, we know ourselves. Let me put it that way. We know ourselves. If it comes to sharing mode, we know how to share these things. And if it's not, if we screen through one side, then of course there will be noise from the side of people like Fulani. Yeah, he has a case. He shouldn't, but it's impolitical for him to bring it to the fore. He should have done it privately, but I can understand his
do you
frustration.
Do you think it's promoting self-interest? Is this now Makodjami Olugbala? Is it doing Makodjami Olugbala?
It's allowed in politics, isn't it? It's allowed. It's allowed. I think if you look at him, his demeanor, you see that he's frustrated.
He
and I
wants
know
something for himself. This is what I'm reading.
For his group, you understand? Even if it's for himself, you know, the group he belongs, they will tear him apart as soon as he gets something. Tiwada. This is how politics play out. It's about sharing the largesse. I know they couldn't penetrate Baja. Baja is their problem, the way I read the whole thing.
But before you go on, he made a point there, which excuse me, he said there was a committee set up which Gbadagba Miller was the head of, and Akume was his subordinate, and he was querying that's the wrong way around, because Akume is the secretary to the government of the federation, but Gbadagba Miller is the chief of staff to the president. So by seniority, Akume has seniority in governmental hierarchy than Gbadagba Miller. So why should Gbadagba Miller chair a committee or whatever that Akume is party to? And that is what he's saying about this Lagos mafia that is evolving, emerging in Aso Rock.
But the case he referred to, actually, I think is that committee for the ministerial position. You understand? In that situation, Gbadagba Miller, Baja is like Ashoju Oba. It's like the president's representative in that committee that, look, you take charge of this and report back to me. He has access more than even the secretary to the government of the federation. So I can permit that, because he made a point that, look, the SGF is recognized constitutionally, but the position of the chief of staff is not in the constitution. You understand? Is just a position drafted by the presidency. And they talk about Yar'Adua not having even a C of O, that is chief of staff, C of S. So when he's talking, politics is very funny. There is nothing that cannot be adjusted. It's the presidency that matters, and how the person want to run, the president want to run his government. All we want as citizens, as followers, just for him to be successful. Let all of us karatule. Let's all be satisfied one way or the other. So whether he follows the norm or not, it really doesn't matter. The end result is that let the country be run well. I yield.
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't unmute it. So excellent people. So that's Baba. Now I can't wait for Ajale Koko to come back. I wonder he will be saying yes, Baba is right. Baba is right, because you speak his language. That's the thing. So from Baba we go on to Prince. You know, so Prince joins us. Prince Daddy, you're up next. So a monologue to just speak to the space what you're looking at politically today. Prince, good to see you.
Yeah, hello, man. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Good.
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
All right. Not been really catching up with everything going on, but like a couple of days ago, still current. watching, I guess, Rise News, talking about the palliative, the 8,000 naira. Of course, from Asan and some other people complaining that it's a small amount. Even for the poor, they're more likely to reject it, which is quite interesting. But anyways, the show was one Rufai and the gang, and they had Ruto on there, but the message was kind of conflicting, I would say, because on one hand, they're complaining that the $8,000 is too small, and still concerned about the money supply in the economy would lead to inflation due to the palliative of the $8,000. So I was just thinking, why would you want to increase the amount if it's going to cause inflation? So what is the benefit of even giving out the money that they're complaining about? So that was I don't know if somebody else watched that segment, but it was quite confusing. And of course, Rufai, being Mr. Know-all, thinks he has everything figured out. It's quite interesting. So I'm not really sure what these people think they should be doing with the poor. But one thing when I guess Tinubu decided that the palliative should be
sorry, Prince. Let me show you this headline. Because contrary to what people say, there's the governor of Nasarawa State is actually telling us that 8,000 naira is too much. It says 8,000 naira palliative is a lot for poor families. This is the governor of Nasarawa State. It says Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State has expressed his disagreement with those who argue that the proposed 8,000 naira palliative by the federal government will not significantly cushion the effect of fuel subsidy removal on poor Nigerians. He said this while speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today on Friday, adding that 8,000 naira is a substantial amount of money for impoverished families in the country who do not usually receive such a sum of money in a month. He recalled how they previously distributed 5,000 naira as palliative and that numerous people who relied on that amount each month. Some communities even pulled contributions and achieved considerable impact within their localities. He said, "We were sharing only 5,000 naira, and believe me, there were so many people that were waiting for that 5,000 naira every month. Indeed, there were some communities that were able to do some kind of contributions, and they were able to do a lot in their various communities. So 8,000 naira may not be so much money to some people, but it is a lot of money to so many other people who are from the very poor families that don't even see 8,000 naira every month. So the only thing is that we have to identify those families." So contrary to the widely held belief, within some sections of the country, 8,000, what is telling us is that this 8,000 naira is even more than the take home of a lot of people. If you go to the north, that woman that is selling agbalumo down the road, how much do you think her margin is? If she takes home 500 naira a day, she will think she's a Dangote. And this is what Governor Sule is explaining.
Yeah, well put. I mean, it sounded like you put in a more concise presentation than we did like last week or than I did and some other people. In essence, because it seems to understand. I mean, there's such. I mean, it just tells me that even though some people may be living in Nigeria, nonetheless they may be disconnected from reality of a lot of people. It was quite interesting. I mean, and we did get a wide range of opinion that traverse from the north to the south by some people that think the $8,000 is too small, naira is too small. So it's quite interesting. At least we had different opinions about it, and again, not really living the life of the people right now. But see, it goes back to people leadership. Sometimes some people may not have experienced exactly what other people may have, but nonetheless they have that sensitivity to the reality of people. they can tap into their inner self to quote unquote live vicariously through other people. And that's why I was able to capture that. Hey, $8,000. Yeah, of course, people we always want more, but $8,000, it will be okay. uh, not the best of amount, so to speak, but at the same time, it would do something for some people, but some people are unable. I mean, I think that day when it came out, you did ask San if he was an elitist, based on his assumption or analysis of the situation, and I think he denied it. But nonetheless, I agree with the governor. I agree with the governor, but if you're so concerned about inflation or the money supply, the M0, M1 plenty in the economy, then why do you want to increase that so it's away the value or the buying power of the $8,000 to the poor? So it's kind of convoluted. Maybe last one more thing about this topic. Some people, I don't know, some people haven't victory lap that Tinubu acquiesced, which is kind of silly. There's one thing to be ideological, which I would say was the case for the petroleum subsidy, and one thing to have empathy or to have listening ears to what other people has to say, and that's leadership right there.
Sorry, Prince. The one thing he must not do is to let this repeat too often. For him to make a decision and then reverse it, it doesn't look good. So that is to tell, it starts to query one, your capacity to make a decision and your ability to stick with it. He shouldn't be making decisions and then reversing it.
That's why. Yes, that's why we have to separate the decisions into different categories, at least two: ideological decisions and another one based on emotion or sensitivity of the people. So I can guarantee it wasn't Tinubu that computed that amount to be $8,000. I don't think some economists or some so-called smart people did that, and that's what they came up with. And he agreed with it based on the presentation. If it has to be revealed, it's fine. But to me, it doesn't make him a weak leader. And just like I've said before, my definition of a leader is somebody that I can accept their mistakes, not a perfect person that gets everything right, because we all make mistakes. But when that person makes mistake, we have to understand how the mistake was made, why they made the mistake, and what they're willing to do about it. And so I wasn't taken aback or surprised that he give a second thought to it. He has to do it. It can't be just be adamant or just leaning in his thinking and try to prove a point. When
if he reversed it that quickly, that is to tell you then that there was not a lot of thinking into that decision. They they abstractly plucked out figures, because if those were computed figures, if they means tested the 8,000 naira, then it will present the argument rather than withdraw it. So it calls into question its decision-making process.
Yeah, well, that's an opinion. I can see it from that angle also. But again, we expect him just like to defer to his advisors or people that are so-called expert in that field or area to do the work. And of course, he has to say yes or sign off on it, which he did. But again, if it needs to be reviewed, it has to be, and I can understand the optics also that if it does that more often, I can guarantee the other side, the so-called opposition, will soon be singing the song of incompetency and these other things. I understand that, but for somebody serious, people that are serious about other people's welfare, we don't care. We just do the right thing. If you make a mistake, again, if your leader makes a mistake, they acknowledge the mistake and be willing to do something about it and not try to prove a point. To me, that's a sign of a weak leader trying to prove a point. There's no need point to be proven here. Just do what you have to do for the people because you represent the people. But anyways, that's the way I see it. But I don't know, the story kind of goes different ways many times.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Excellently.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So stay steady. Let me go from you to Kumi and take his 5 minutes. So Kumi, you're up next. What are you looking at in the news? Kumi, good to see you.
Yeah, good day, everybody. Yeah, what I'm seeing on the news today is Babalawo of the century, Apapa, the court of appeal declaring as the main chairman of Labour Party.
So that's been confirmed.
That's my concern today in the news. Other thing I want to talk about is people the Fulani man and complain. I believe everybody have the right to complain in politics, but my own opinion, I prefer to choose people that are going to listen to me, people that will be able to feel comfortable around them, people that they can tell me the true issue about what is going on about my government. And I believe people have the right to choose whoever you want to choose, because if it fails, all of us will come back here to rate the government, and if you do this to it fail, we're still gonna come back. But I believe everybody will do what is going to favor him to make him be success in whatever they are doing. I support the demand to just look for another way to get into the politics and complain in internal complaint, not all this coming to media outlets doing all this. I think that would be the best idea. That's just what I think. I need to
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Let's hear from Dewale to round off the 5 minutes, and then we launch into the full session with Ogbeni. But before we hear from Dewale, let me do a little bit of advertising. So I want you guys to bookmark Sunday for the platform. On Sunday, we're having the presidential candidate of the SDP party, Prince Adewale Adebayo, coming to spend time with us. So he will be coming at 10 p.m. UK time on Sunday. So bookmark that, turn up early and have your questions ready. So he's, and by the way, he's visited us before. So he's quite a relaxed sort of a person. He's very, very conversational and is ready to take on any topic. So from Ifa divination, because he's a prince from old stock from Ondo State, and of course, is an international US-UK registered lawyer who has done some of the biggest deals that came out of Nigeria. So he can speak to intellectualism, and is a presidential candidate. I think he came 4th or 5th in the, I think he came in the top 7 anyway in this last cycle. So a senior politician as well. So wrap all your questions around and come and present them to the prince. He came number 4. So there it is. So it was just 4 steps for, we could have been talking about President Adebayo now, and saying, no, he should have done this, he should not have done that. And he has been in the news quite recently, all over Arise channels everywhere, giving his thoughts on the goings on in the country. A lot of those thoughts controversial. So we want to nail him down on Sunday to interrogate just these ideas that he has been spreading around. So Prince Adebayo joins us. Make yourself available for that. But let's come to you. Dewale. What have you been looking at in the news today? Dewale, good to see you. Tony, connect your mic so I can hook you up. So Dewale, unmute. Adewale. Oh, all right. Can people hear me? I'm sure you can hear me. I'm using the new system now.
We can hear you.
All right. I don't think Dewale is available immediately at the moment. So let me come to you then, Ogbeni. And Ogbeni, let's kick it off then. Actually, before I come to you, Ogbeni, hold on one moment. I think is Solomon still there? I think Solomon is about to drop, so he wants to just have a few say. So Solomon, let's hear from you before you drop.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah. And you see, I should talk about this. Um, Governor Sule talking, saying that 8,000 naira palliative is a lot for poor families. You see, the kind of governors that we elect in this country. How would the governor be talking like this? Can you hear me, woman? This
Yeah,
can
we can
can
hear you. We can hear
Yeah,
you.
well, how would the governor be talking like this? The other day we were saying we're talking about how little this money is for just one person. Talk more of the whole household for a household, and he's saying this money is a lot for. Is a very wicked man. To be honest with you, see the kind of leaders we elect in Nigeria.
But it's talking out of Nasarawa State, though. Does that make a difference? Because at 8,000 naira, what is actually saying is that some of the households, they don't actually see even that 8,000 naira in a month. And that might well be the experience in Nasarawa State.
So because they don't see, some of the households don't see the up to 8,000 naira, that means the 8,000 naira is a lot for them. No, now we should not talk like that. We should not talk like that. And I don't even think, if no matter how, even though the country is like people are really suffering, I don't think this how it is how people will stay. They don't see 8,000 naira in the month. It's not that one. I can't believe such. Yeah. So these governors, this guy, he just show this thing he just said now. It shows how wicked and how he
Yeah,
is. It's not. It's not. Is it
Solomon,
what he's supposed to be
wait
saying?
a minute. The 8,000 is it not the money? Huh?
What
8,000
did you
is the
say?
money.
If 8,000 is not
I'm
money,
asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah, is it not the money for someone that never benefit
is
anything from the government? Hmm.
will it use
8,000 just
just to
coming
even
every month.
feed just to
This
feed
man is
yourself
this
a
man is
week?
talking from
Can
Nasarawa
you
State.
come to
Man,
Nigeria and use
he's talk,
8,000 naira to feed yourself a week?
the man is talking from Nasarawa State, right?
He's just
He's
talking
not
out of
talking from you
ignorance,
that
not
live in
from
Abuja.
Nasarawa State. Nasarawa is close to Abuja. It's just a stone throw here from Abuja. So
Okay.
you can't say
Okay.
that he's talking from
But
Nasarawa. This guy just
I believe that people that never benefit any money from government for the entire of their life, if they see 8,000, they will take it and they will appreciate it. That's my point.
well,
Um,
okay. Well, that is your own opinion.
Solomon, you know that woman that sells orange just by the roadside? How much profit do you think she makes a day?
I can't I can't I can't tell,
Just
but
just just guess at it. So she
maybe
has a
like
tray
one
full
k,
of what? You think she's making 1K for where?
like one k, like, or maybe if at all, maybe if you should get to that, the amount that is removing, that is the gain she's going to, the profit she makes.
Yes,
Removing the what she used in buying
the
the
cost. Yeah.
orange. Yeah, so maybe one k or something like that in a day. It's very possible. It might even be more than, depending on the location. Depending in the location she's selling her
Yeah,
this thing
okay.
orange.
Let's say she's selling it somewhere in Maiduguri. She's on or in Jalingo somewhere. She's on the roadside in Jalingo selling oranges. How much is she making? Or in
She's going
Ekiti
to she might make less. She's going to make less than that. It might even be 500 safe
a day,
a day.
right?
But one man, let's not compare these two scenarios, like these two stuff, like this 8,000 naira, and because of the kind of gain one makes in as in with the way the country is going now, with our own from our conscience. Is this money, we should know that this money is not going to be enough. If you look at what even say for poor families, it's not going to be. What will they buy? Is it what rice? Even those kg, those the smallest size of rice, they can't even okay, if they should buy it now, maybe like 6K or 7,000. Will they eat the rice like that? They have to buy other ingredients to and that one is just for like If they even buy all those any ingredient they want to use and make their rice, it's just for just that time, maybe for breakfast, or if depending on how they will squeeze themselves to manage. And that is not, these things are not, we don't need to support what this man is saying. Or somebody will come here and say it's 8,000. What is 8,000 naira? You sit down and you drink with it, or you just even just eat meat with it, and your fish, you're saying 8,000 naira. Let's stop this thing here, please. And we need to talk, because these politicians hear our voice through this platform. So let's be saying things when they are wrong, and not come here to justify the actions of these politicians. This man did wrong. He did not try in this statement he made. It shows how wicked he is.
And by
Yeah,
the way, he didn't set out to make that statement. Though, you know, in the cut and thrust of the conversations that these people have with journalists, they say these things. And by the way, that's one of the questions we'll be putting to Prince when it comes. We'll be asking him how much cooks a pot of soup. Let's see what the Prince makes of that. How much cooks a pot of soup? So there it is. Let me take you to this space. This space I was actually I'm reserving for Ogweni, but you can open it up. So this is the narrative of James IBORI, who has now found a second home in Aso Rock Villa now, because he's always in and out of that space. It looks as though the criminals now are just circling around Aso Rock Villa. But this is directly from the CPS in the United Kingdom, the Crown Prosecution Council. It says a former governor of Nigeria's Delta State has been ordered to pay 100 million pounds. So it looks as though the United Kingdom has not yet taken enough from IBORI, and they're thinking he has more still to offer. Let me give you the last few paragraphs. It says, Adrian Foster, Chief Crown Prosecutor, CPS, Proceeds of Crime Division, said, this was one of our largest international cases and illustrates how robustly the CPS tackles international illicit finance and corruption. The amount that Mr. IBORI benefited, from has been highly contested, but thanks to the hard work of our dedicated team and that of the National Crime Agency, we have been able to uncover the full extent of his corruption. This has led to the making of a confiscation order today for over 100 million pounds, and will ultimately result in the return of the funds back to the people of Nigeria. So actually that money in theory is coming back to Delta State to be relooted, of course, by whoever is in situation there. But IBORI, who had already been caught and convicted and served jail time, and by the way, he either pays that 100 million pounds or he gets an 8-year jail term in the UK. So what are you then making? You know, it's the amount of money, because they made a set of recoveries from him not that long ago, and now they are insisting that there's still 100 million pounds that he still has to give back. So that then brings into it just because it's an average, I think it's an all derivative state, isn't it? But anyway, let me know, what's your thoughts? Give me your thoughts, because it just makes me mad, you know.
Yeah. This IBORI is. Let me just tell you the truth. I'll be honest here. IBORI, let's remove this looting of it. And I like the man personally, because I grew up in Delta State, and he was the first governor I got to know in Delta State, Chief James Onanefe IBORI. Yeah, somebody like I'm not surprised to see he and Tinubu collaborating, because they are people that know how to carry people along. IBORI carries people along a lot, as in he's loved in Delta State. Yeah, but this
is he still the godfather of Delta State?
No. Okowa fucked him up this last election, because he never wanted Sheriff, but Okowa brought in Sheriff. So Delta State now, IBORI is definitely going to APC, or if he has not even gone to APC. Yeah. And IBORI is going to APC because the likes of the Ayeri, they are in APC. So, and these are his boys he made. So He's no longer. I don't think he doesn't have business with PDP. But there are some PDP stakeholders in Delta State that still work with him, and that will still
And you don't think this 100 million order from the UK, you don't think it stands in the way of him being part of the how many criminals is Tinubu going to have in his cabinet, by the way?
Yeah, this 100 million, this thing. I know this guy he has more than this. Ibori is when he came out from prison, the party they did for him, I think they said it was close to 300 million they're using in honoring him, like organizing that part, something like that. Like, because this guy is a don, so definitely he will pay this money. He should pay this money, but of course he will pay it back
In pounds, so that is 100 million pounds, so not
one man is going to pay the money. If he has boys, even if he doesn't have access to the money, he has boys that will pay the money. He has boys that will pay the money. You know, this guy, the way Tinubu, people can put their life for Tinubu, that is how there are guys that can place their life for this guy, because these are guys that know what it is to build a team and to see. Yeah, that reminds me. I think after Tinubu said, if not for the jail, for him being an ex-convict, he's supposed to be the next. As they should categorize him like with the likes of Tinubu. To be honest with you, because after him, he brought in Oduaga, after Oduaga, Okowa. He was, I think he was even in jail when Okowa came in, but it was what he has already, the foundation he has already laid that
you mean in terms of succession line?
Exactly.
But it's only Tinubu that still held on to his godfatherism. All the other godfather, Oshiomhole tried to be a godfather, they cut his head off. James IBORI, you said his godfatherism has ended. The only godfather, and I think El Rufai is trying to create his own godfatherism. Wike is also in the process of, but the only godfather that has stood the test of time, it was even the godfather of the president, not that only Tinubu remains the number one godfather in Nigerian politics.
Yes. Like I said, it was the conviction that spoiled his game. If not, he would have succeeded in. He would have still been in the same. He might, definitely be in the same page with Ibori. I'm not glorifying this guy, but I'm just saying like the little work, because we are all human beings and nobody is perfect, but there are certain things.
Nobody is perfect. Somebody clears 100 million pounds from the poor and starving, and nobody is.
No. I'm talking of his politics. I'm not talking about this looting thing. His politics. I'm more interested in his politics, not about the looting. He did not try, because even it's not just him. Okowa is the worst. As it stands now, we say Okowa he has done worse than Ibori, to be honest. But they will not. I don't think they will bring up Okowa's issue, because Okowa did not even really do like the way Ibori did, going outside the country and all that. So I think those were what implicated him. Okowa is a very low key guy, and he's not like he doesn't behave the way Ibori behave. Even Oduaga, they are supposed to jail him, but you see they can't do all those ones. It's just that Ibori's own was too loud, so that was why that's how they got to get him. So he should pay this money. I believe he has tested. He knows what freedom is, so he will not want to go back into jail. He will not want to go back to jail, or he will just pay this money.
Do you think he has 8 years left in him? Because I don't think he can handle another 8 years in prison.
Well, man, this guy is still. See, the guy is still very, very, very healthy.
He's healthy, but how long was he in prison for? I think he was in prison for about 4 or 5 years. And then he's come out, he has to rehabilitate himself back into his society. If they take him for another, because you don't usually serve your full term in the UK. But if he goes there and he serves another 5 years, just the psychological weight of it, to have your liberty curtailed is not an easy thing.
Yeah, well, man, he's not going to jail. He's not going to jail. He will pay back. He will pay this money, and and for his freedom, because I think he's already positioning for this. Because of what happened in this last election. Now he knows that in the state level, he don't really have that power again to make decisions. Now he want to play. He's going to be sailing on the national level. So he's not going to do the states this in a national level, and he know is to bring people, as in to position himself in the national level. That is the people he want to use in playing his politics. That's what he's going to do. So he will pay this money. He's going to pay this 100 million. I think I'm sure of this, of him paying that. We will want to go back to jail with the way, because like he has visited the president now twice at in Aso Rock. So he can't go back to jail. So and Delta,
Sometimes you just wonder about this sort of money. It's eye popping, £100 million. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of
yeah,
money.
well, the money is too much, and that is Delta State is one of the richest states in this country. Like, even I think it should be one of the in these oil derivative states. If not, I think either Delta or River, or not even Rivers, or I think either Delta or Akwa Ibom, or is it Delta or Rivers. One of them is the highest receivers of this.
Yeah,
Of this.
somebody sent me a chart of it just the other day. Whoever sent me the chart of the breakdown of the oil derivative, resend it to me. Yes, we'll carry on, Solomon.
Yeah. So Delta States, but this guy, he still did well. He carried all the zones in Delta States, all the constituencies in Delta State, like Anocha North, Anocha. That is, the local governments, Anocha North, Anocha South, Delta North, yeah, their constituency and all that. So he really he carried them along. He governed them well in that unity was really in Delta State during this IBORI's time, and the template of the kind of way the thing, it was in Oduaga's turn that the thing got, but the man used money to shut all the prominent politicians up in Delta State. So that was why, because I don't think Oduaga was supposed to be the next person after him, supposed to be Okowa, but they had to send Okowa, I think, to the Senate, or they made him SSG, something like that. So, but that was where I believe that this Okowa was loyal, because him just staying cool and Oduaga taking up that position. Then when Okowa was even supposed to that during his own turn that he was supposed to take up office, this guy was bringing Tony Obo. Oduaga was bringing Tony Obo, and Okowa, because of the people, because of IBORI's influence. IBORI really tried, even when he was in prison. He really tried. Because of that agreement they've already had, Okowa won that ticket. The Tony Obo that the governor brought, Tony Obo was a permanent secretary, and Oduaga advised him to retire, told him he's going to be his candidate, but Okowa won that primaries and won the election. So this guy tried, but I don't think he really has that relevance again in Delta State politics. To me, I feel like he don't really have this thing. So he should pay this money. This one is more like an advice. Okay, see, Delta State is the highest receiver of this money. Delta State, yeah. So he should pay this money now.
Delta State is even getting more than Lagos. I wonder. This was what was shared in February. So I think this is because they said they do it along local government area, sort of. But if I think they've added on their derivation something. Look at how much money your state is making.
Delta State is one of the,
and it still looks like a ghetto.
See, Delta State is one of the states that this state is really blessed, and the like this Izon now, this Mr. Izon, I think he's an Ijaw guy. Those Patani or those places, Boma, all those their places, those sides there, they are places that are blessed with good lands, water, and in fact, Delta State is one of the blessed states in Nigeria here. The only place they are just working on is just Asaba, Warri, Ugeli, where finish. They need to up their game. But this guy now, this sheriff guy, I think he's going to do well because he's going to work with the youth. But one advice I have for him is he should because all these celebrities, all these guys are into
But sorry, if we spend a little bit of time on this chart, there's a lot that we can read into this. And by the way, this is for February 2023, but really this will repeat in any month of the year because of course the top 3 states, as you have the expectation, they get all derivation. And that all derivation, of course, it depends on the sort of volume of oil that they're taking from your space. So if you have Delta State there as over and above, if you look at River State, they are getting a clear 4.3 billion more than River State. But the person that came out of this last term of politics was Yemsen Wike, who was commissioning project after project after project. And Okowa never did the thing. He didn't even fix his teeth. Never mind that doing a project. How do you justify that? Delta State should be a mini Dubai from the amount of money they're collecting.
Of course, he was.
Woman, I have an answer to that. A very short one.
Yeah, go on, Tony.
They said that the kings, the king of Benin, and because they are related, the king of Benin and the king of Wari, they are the same mother, the same father. They said that their grandfather swear for them. That's why you see that this is Do and Data. You see, Benin City. Yesterday I was talking about Benin. Wari everywhere, just public toilets. Thank you, sir.
Tony Torero.
I thought it was going to blame the Northerners, but I didn't see that one coming.
Oh boy. Yeah, Mr. Tony is right. Benin and Delta people, even those, see, the only Delta people that Igbo speaking Deltans that would say that are Igbo people is Asaba people and Ibuzo people from Ogwashuku down to Kwale. All those people, they are Benin people. And what is from Ogwashuku, but I don't call them Igbo people. I say they are Delta, they are Benin, they are under Benin people. Even if they are Obi, they are Obi's palace. My mom's house is very close to
the coast. They are trying to return the coast now, but they work.
And that one are their business. We are not be that person. So they are all Bini people. They are not. They have their roots to Bini, not Igbo people. Okowa is not that one. Okowa just came out to say he's an Igbo man. He's not an Igbo man. He's from Bini. Ika people. They are Bini people.
You know, Solomon. If we look at some data, you can see how easily this guy could have stolen 100 million pounds and more. And the CPS, by the way, they believe that he has a lot more, but that's all they could uncover. So they're getting, he's getting 35, yes, he's getting 34.3, not him, of course, his state. And this would have repeated under his administration as well. But let me take you to this space. In 2022, so 9 oil producing states shared 970 billion in 2022. So Delta State got nearly 300 billion. Akwa Ibom 222. Man, you know, if we start to look at some of these figures, some of these people, they should be tied to the stakes and stoned. It's unbelievable. And you go to those places, it's like the worst of the worst ghetto you've ever come across. Solomon.
Oh man, these people.
On top of that,
can you hear me?
Any DC money still goes there, apart from the allocation,
They get that, and then they get from the VAT. In fact, man, if you look at how much money these people are getting, you people, man. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, can you hear me, one man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Carry on. Yes.
Yeah. Aizon just confirmed that he's from one of the places I mentioned now, Patani. Those people are Ijo people, and they are sweet people anyway. Like
And when I call them sapele water, Izon will be vexing. Okay, carry on.
It's not people like eyes on that I'm saying they are sweet too. See, I know the people I'm talking of, but Ijaw people they are cool. So you see the place is just only selected places, locations in Delta State that they are working on, and is really bad. They are not even really doing things like that. It's just the kind of lifestyle that is there that is even making development because of what they do in Delta State that is making. It's not even the government that is even forcing, like bringing in the development. Is how the youths in that place, how they get money and all that kind of thing. So they start bringing in, but not governments, individuals, even, like people like from Anambra States, like Asaba, it's people from Igbo people that are even working, making Asaba look like a modern.
I think these figures they explain why Aizon is always super chatting all the time. So it's part of the oil money that he's getting.
Yeah. You know, in Delta State, they still believe in like the way Delta State is even worse than River State in or sharing oil money in village. I have a friend that is from what they call one place in Kwale like that, and their village they will take their youth, the youth that is ready to go to school. They will train them, even they give them job, and they are very entitled to whatever company, maybe if it's Shell, ExxonMobil, any company that comes to that place, they will take care of them and all that, and they will only share money. They like sharing money in that Delta State, in all these oil places. So but they are not doing anything, and it's bad. But this new guy that just came in, I believe he might do something. But Ibori did well because he brought he built schools, like especially like polytechnics.
You know, I always detest when people say that some politician did well because he did X, Y, Z, and especially now looking at these figures, whatever Ibori did, if it's not commensurate with the sort of monies that he was getting from the central space, whatever he did, he would have just spent no more than 10-15% of what he was getting in allocations.
One man,
and then they'll say he has done well because he
you will not blame him. You will not blame him. I grew up in that Delta State. Most of the big boys you hear from Delta State, apart from now that this other thing is in play, then that politics, as in people that made money in politics are much in Delta State. Like I know people that like they use politics to cash out well. Do you get it? If the governor, and it's because of how I will not just put it only on the governor. I will put it on how the people, most of the people, they are leaders from different places. They have long throats. So they believe in this sharing formula that even the governor himself cannot even resist. Like he cannot even say no to it. So that state is not that sharing this thing is what is part of the reasons why you see this money. They are not really used to do the work they are supposed to do. So you don't really we will blame him because he's the one in charge, but because of how he got in there, you see what Lagos people are complaining, or this Southwest APC people are complaining. So that is how it is and we have to start changing all this kind of this type of pattern of doing things is not good.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. Let me take you to a final spot. Very brief commentary on this. Like a phoenix from the ashes, he rises. Like a phoenix from the ashes, he rises. I'm talking about our Governor Akeredolu, who turned 67, and it gives this hand fist of a resistance from a hospital in Germany. So we were asking for this guy to step down, but there he is putting up the fight. So what are you making of Akeredolu, who is on an indefinite medical leave whilst he still holds on to being governor of his state?
Yeah. This man, I don't know. God should just keep him because he really is one of the persons that spoke out for this Tinubu presidency to really take place, because he was really active first from the Southern governors meeting saying that the presidency will come to the South. He was the leader. His voice was very loud in that struggle, and he really spoke well. And the support he gave to Tinubu. So God should just restore his health, and he should just I pray he gets well, he gets better. Not just this one, this one might just be that they just wear this cloth to match so that they will just show like make the Ondo people like my boss in the comment section. They should make them his people. But I know he will have info
Is
about
that
his
your Ondo?
governors.
Is that your Ondo?
Yes, now he's I don't know, maybe it's him that even handed over to this man self. Maybe it's him that handed over to Akere Dolu. So I was like, why did this man not just hand over to hand over to his deputy and just go? But maybe by God's grace he will get well. He will get well soon and strong and take off. Come back to Nigeria.
He actually looked a lot healthier than I anticipated. I was expecting him to see. When they said the photo was out, I was expecting to see him on a hospital bed with all these tubes in him. But if you look at his face, because even if they prepped him, his face looks. His cheeks, they look rosy cheeks, like somebody that is having good meals and whatnot.
Yeah, he did not emaciate. Yeah. Yes. He's looking healthy. Maybe he's getting better. And if he should come back now with this experience he has gotten, he should work on the health sector. He should work on the health sector in Ondo State. So that it's very embarrassing that our own leaders will be traveling now to go and take for medical vacation. It's not good. He should, this experience he has gotten now, or whatever as he has undergone this kind of illness and traveling by traveling out to go
It
and treat
doesn't look
himself.
gaunt. What is Gulata? Look at his cheeks now. It doesn't look gaunt. It looks as it's lost weight, which is expected. It doesn't look gaunt. What are you talking about?
If you know what it looks like before, I wish him well and very quick recovery, but he's really appreciated. It's a shadow of his former self. So.
Yeah, but he's in recovery now. So does it not look healthier than you anticipated from everything that we've read? I thought it was at death's door. That's the impression they did. I thought it was at death's door.
Woman. Okay, somebody's talking. So
no, I just said that's media for you, the media.
Are you there, woman?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah. So if he comes back and he gets well, like when he gets well and comes back, he should try and set up a very good medical center in his state. They should invest in this. In Ondo State is another state that I think they received this oil derivative money too.
Yeah, it's an all state too, I think.
Yeah. So
he
should invest in the health sector in that state. He should invest in the health sector in that state. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that Lagos State this thing that guy that done Dele.
Dele Fulani, yes.
Yeah. Like what Ogbeni and Mr. Bishop, what Ogbeni and Bishop spoke about here, or they said here, is the fact. And Mr. Mike, you need to understand that this is politics. And to me, we might understand it, even if you are from. You see, that is why the Northerners, somebody like Ahmed Lawal, you'll be Richard Okocha will ask him, how did you do this magic? Let's forget about the court level first, but your own place. Politics is grassroots. You don't just stay.
So what's more important to you, politics or success?
Wait. There are people. Wait, before these people.
Gotta pick one.
Wait. How will okay?
Why do I need to wait for an answer?
That person you feel like that is competent.
Politics
how
or
will he
success?
come in? How will he come into?
All right, pick one first before you then present an argument. So, what's more important to you, politics or success?
Woman, is success that is important, but the process. Which process are you going to
agree with me then?
Wait. I do not agree with you because there are politicians that can execute. Do you understand? There are politicians that can execute. It's about winning the ticket first and winning the election. It's not just talking about this.
No, it's about performance. It's about performance.
see, as any reasonable politician, let's forget the way Nigeria is. You suppose, as long as as far as you've made up your mind that you want to run for office, you should know that once you get in there, you need to work, you need to perform. But the one thing you should not you should always remember is the process. You can't stay in Abuja here and be playing Abuja. It is the arena you are playing the politics. If he's in Abuja now, maybe you are from Delta State and you're from Edo State and you're playing your politics in Abuja here, then you now expect, if they want to give something or okay, let me say you're playing your politics in Lagos State, they want to do something, give a slot or give a position in your place. Do you expect them to come and give you for what? The people there that were playing the ground
You see,
politics.
Solomon, you play politics to get into office, and once you are in office, what's important at that moment, right? From that moment on, is performance, not politics. You have to leave politics aside. It's over. Campaign is over. It's time for you to focus on performance, and that's how you guys supposed to be looking at things. You are more focused on your leader playing politics, your president playing politics,
why are
than
you
actually
doing this
delivering.
monkey they walk babu they chop this
It
kind of
doesn't matter if that's what we take for development. Let's so be it.
You are going to, anybody that tries that kind of thing will lose. You should listen to this guy. Has a case. This Dele guy, he has a case. You can't expect people in Lagos State that could not even win Lagos State for him. And the only point you made that I agreed with you is the trust and the teamwork. That was the only thing that I agreed with you. But him now, as somebody that you need, that's why you need to is a party. Recommendation should be
Okay, let me ask you
involved.
this question. If evidence shows that somehow come out that those people, those Lagosians they picked, they'll be the ones to take things Nigeria to the next level, will you still go ahead and encourage him that no, you shouldn't pick
That
them?
in that kind of situation, what he will do is you don't just neglect the other people. I'm now talking about the full Southwest as a whole. You don't neglect them. This thing is something that will be discussed so that it will not bring up grudges like what this guy now is about to do now, because this is embarrassing in a way that APC caucus in Southwest are trying to have issues. It's not something, it's not telling good about the party. So if he wants to do that kind of thing, and it will be those people in Lagos that he want to use must still be people who are from the various states in the southwest, but maybe they play their politics in Lagos. But in the real sense, it's people from each places. They are competent persons. You heard somebody like you heard of Benit talk about other like the doctor that has the best hospital in Ekiti State. Let me take for instance, maybe I don't know if he's an APC member and he delivers. Of course, if he wants to, if the issue, he must pick that kind of person. It's not a must that he's somebody from Lagos he will pick. And
Okay,
that's
see, it depends how you define competence. You guys are defining competence as someone who's a doctor
please,
who's
you are
educated.
using you are
But
just is self. This one you want to do. This one you're talking about now is just
I didn't say anything. I'm just
we
trying
are just
to.
being is like if he behaves like that, is telling or he's saying that he's an ignorant person. If he wants to do that kind of thing, it's supposed to be discussed. There will be an agreement because
Why
and there will
does there
be a
have to
way
be an
for other
agreement?
wait. There will be a way for other people, those people that worked in the various states, for them to benefit from, even if you don't want to give
Why do
them
they have to
position.
benefit from the state, Nigerian states? I mean, what is that? It's because you voted for somebody, you campaign for somebody now. You have to be paid.
What politics
You have to
is
be paid
for
out of Nigerian the
for
treasury. I
is
mean,
it
come
a
on.
charity work?
Eh?
See,
So you're one of those Nigerians that believe
it's
people should
not.
be so Nigerian. Our taxpayers money is what you should use to pay them. I mean,
There will be a way. Anyway, this thing. Why I don't know why you're
Mike,
talking like
you're
somebody.
demonstrating a bit of political naivety.
That exactly what
Yeah,
man. This is
yeah.
just what I want to just see. Like, and it's
okay,
not. I don't
okay,
expect it from a
okay. I'll give
senior
you that one.
person like.
Okay. Now let me ask. You say competence.
No, hold on. Before you go on to your next question, Mike. When they come, when Tinubu was campaigning to make Buhari president, did you think it was an act of altruism and patriotism, or do you think he was after a political payout if Buhari succeeds?
Yeah, it's after that. Both. I mean, I guess.
Yeah. So that's it, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know?
everybody played, but it doesn't. If Buhari
So
had,
they'll help you and then you tell them to get lost after.
if that's what it takes for you to achieve what you want to achieve, so be it.
That is where when they say this one is when they maybe like Emeka
You see,
calling somebody
oh man, let
Sabo,
me explain something
that
about
is where
life.
the word Sabo comes in. And
You see, I'm into one particular
you are going
sector
to
of
just
business,
shoot
and many
yourself.
people I know that got into that they failed in business because they don't understand one thing about life.
But Mike, let the conversation go so that I can get to everybody before the battery will be
I
go.
know. If you are living life to please people, putting the interest of the feelings of people above actual common goal, you will fail. You have to focus on your common goal. So when I'm not disagreeing that maybe you shouldn't cater for people, but what I'm saying, if he's going to be at the expense of what you're trying to achieve, then so be. You got to leave emotion out of it. If you know what you want to achieve, like I said, define competence. Because to you, competence is someone that's a doctor that's educated and things. To me, competence is someone that actually
You
knows
did
what
not
you're
get
trying to
you did not
achieve.
get my point.
Wait now,
well.
wait. Let me land this point. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
To me, definition of competence is if you already have a plan and you see someone that knows what your plan, they understand exactly what you want to do and know exactly how you want to get it done and know how to get it done. To me, that's competence.
You know, if Tinubu follows that pathway that you're describing, he'll be a one-term president.
No, it will not. If it depends.
Because
If he end up performing,
can be very unforgiving. Don't worry.
Are you telling me that if Tinubu disappoint all these people, these so-called people that he claimed that did him favors, and Tinubu ended up providing power?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No. If he perform, he can replace those people. Those people are irreplaceable. The Nigerian people.
They are not. No, let me tell you how it works in Nigeria. You know, in Nigeria, people invest in having like a power blocks. So let's say in the north, for instance, there will be some sheikh or some shehu or some alhaji or some megida that will be the person that they have this culture of rankadedeism there. I'm just using the north as an example. Or they have this culture of rankadedeism. So there'll be an overlord.
But it's not one-sided.
No, it's not one-sided. But there's usually an overlord of some community who satiates and holds that community with finance, with support, and all of that. So when you are politicking, if you politic to that Megiddo, if you get him on board, then you get the 100,000, 250,000 people that he controls. So, and he will continue to control those people because that is the culture and that is the system there. So now, if you win whatever it is that he lends his support to you for, and then you stab him in the back, having then gotten that victory, the next time you come back, if that Megiddo weighs against you, you lose that 250 votes.
Let me give you one example. In Edo State, right? Oshomole was controlling like people, like votes. He was really the man. And he brought Obaseki in. And Obaseki at one point started performing, I guess, to the level where people liked him. And then Oshomole was like, oh, I want to control you. And things turned around. What happened? Obaseki replaced Oshomole with another godfather. You call Wiki, come and support me. So once you start doing, you do what the people like and the people are behind you. Once you're proving to the people, forget it, man. You will still win. So I'm saying if Tinubu comes in, and one thing I can tell you is this: those people you are talking about, they are not the reason Tinubu won. I'm telling you, you can say because Tinubu only got 33%. What will make Tinubu win the next time is if he performs. If the guy fix lights, he fix key things, infrastructure, and Nigerians can see it. Even all those obedience, half of them will vote for him next time. If they can see what they've been looking for and they see that change, they will vote for him.
Even if Tinubu discovers the cure to cancer, I don't think the obedience.
I want to say for the obedience.
If he discovers the cure to cancer, the obedience.
I may be wrong on that one.
Yeah, well, but so the only point I got from you in the first in when you were talking, Mr. Mike, was the trust aspect, like people that you've worked with, the teamworkship and all that kind of thing. So that's just the only point that I got. But the rest, you the politicking, you are very wrong. But in the teamworkship, yes, You know, people that you've worked with, like this Femi now, you see how things are going easily for him, using as Femi as the chief of staff, that kind of thing. And you see, the other states in the southwest, that is where consultation comes in. They have to do consultation, and himself, he's an elder in the southwest. He knows he can pick around from each state. He can pick from each state in the southwest there. It mustn't be people. I don't support that one taking Lagosians in a position of 20 or they are covering 13. It's not good. Well, they will only do that in the southwest. I believe in the north they will not give him that chance. In fact, the north will be the one, northerners will be the ones to use their hand or to tell him people they would go. He would go within them in their caucus there in the APC caucus there in the north. Yeah, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Solomon. Let's go on to Ogbeni, who I'm pretty sure has already gone to bed, but Ogbeni is asleep. Look at that. What happened? You were so quiet. I thought,
I'm still here, Oma.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Ogbeni, so I wanted to take you to this CPS space, and I saw the story on People's Gazette, but I'm starting to rapidly lose confidence on that platform. So I went to the CPS. Former governor of Nigeria's Delta State has been ordered to pay over 100 million pounds. So that's where he is. Let me give you just a very quick run through of it. A former governor of Delta State in Nigeria who systematically defrauded the state and its citizens of millions of pounds has today been ordered to pay 101.5 million pounds or face an additional 8 years in prison. Corrupt James IBORI, 61, used his position as governor to steal millions to fund a lavish and luxurious lifestyle, buying properties in London, Washington, D.C., and Texas, as well as a Mercedes and a Bentley. IBORI laundered the proceeds of his crime through a complex scheme that involved his associates, including his wife and his sister and his lover. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to defraud, and conspiracy to make false instruments on the 27th of February 2012 and was sentenced to 13 years in prison. In the confiscation proceedings, IBORI disputed that he benefited and went to great lengths to disguise the assets he owned. In 2012, the former governor provided a statement about his income, property shares, gifts, and transfers, which the CPS disputed was a true reflection of the assets he had. Although IBORI listed 20 bank accounts, he provided no balances, and the CPS argued that he had significantly more assets, even using text messages to prove that he owned an additional property which was held in a company's name. IBORI also claimed to have been earning $2.5 million legitimately, which he used to purchase assets, but there was no paperwork or evidence to verify the source of the money. The CPS argued that IBORI's claim of legitimate wealth were fabricated to pretend that they were not the proceeds of crime. After a 4-week hearing at Sodok Crown Court, the CPS was able to prove that IBORI had benefited from his offending by 101.5 million pounds and had considerably more assets than he disclosed. As a result, the judge determined that IBORI has at least 101.5 billion pounds available assets and has made a confiscation order in that amount, noting that a failure to pay the amount in full will result in him being subjected to an additional 8 years in prison. Adrian Foster, Chief Crime Prosecutor, CPS Process of Crime Division, said, "This was one of our largest international cases and illustrates how robustly the CPS tackles international illicit finance and corruption. The amount that Mr. IBORI benefited from has been highly contested, But thanks to the hard work of our dedicated team and that of the National Crime Agency, we have been able to uncover the full extent of his corruption. This has led to the making of a confiscation order today for over 100 million pounds, and will ultimately result in the return of funds back to the people of Nigeria. So there is James IBORI. So what are you making of that? The CPS, 101 million pounds, James IBORI, who is constantly, of course, in and out of Aso Rock Villa.
Yeah, Wama, thank you for having me once again. I seem not to understand the UK government sometimes when they do their things. Okay, you are after IBORI, but you are keeping the Zeni. What's the basis? The monies the Zeni is keeping within UK. Why are you not repatriating the Zeni to Nigeria for us to prosecute and be able to get our money back? Why is he only IBORI? Then secondly, I that's on the part of UK anyway. I'm not saying IBORI is not a criminal. It's not an alleged criminal or ex-convict, so to speak. But I'm just looking at the hypocrisy of the United Kingdom, government. Then I look at it again from this angle. Who made them our banker? So if IBORI is going to pay that 100 million, then you will pay. Then you now send it back to us. Then the man should just pay us in Nigeria now. Why do you need to first come and pay you in UK, then you now send it back to us? Is the money you're going to get there from there through remittance, you are paying, blah, 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 then it's going to hurt your own foreign exchange.
They want to audit that it's not reluted because there's usually conditionalities attached to the repatriation of these monies. So I suspect they want to put measures in. They have to supervise you now because they are not responsible adults.
So who made them our police? Why would they be supervising us? Who is supervising them? They are trying Boris Johnson presently, one of their, according to them, worst prime minister so far, with all his chalalingans in office. Who is policing them or supervising them for that? Are they more human than us? But I don't blame them because many a times, because of the division within us in Africa and within Nigeria, we sell ourselves out. If you ask an average obedience now, I'm sorry for going to obedience space again, but I think they happen to be the most recent litmus test of the bad egg within us. Now, if an average obedience now come on BBC, we know what he would say about Nigeria and the present government in Nigeria. And these are the kind of loopholes they always find, within us to talk down on us, say whatever they want, whatever they like about us, and then treat us that way. So my point is, why do you need our money first in your country to hurt your own foreign exchange and kill our own? If you take 100 million pounds out of Nigerian economy and you pay UK and they are taking it, sending it back to us, you know what that will do on our foreign exchange. And, we all smile and laugh on it. We don't look at the impact on our economy, which we should all be responsible for. And this government is just looking for every way to just mop and milk us in Africa. I'm not saying they should exonerate IBORI on this. But I'm looking at
it sounds as though you are exonerating him. Your first condemnation is to the United Kingdom,
yes,
and not to the man that looted 101 million, probably even in excess of £1 billion from a poverty-stricken Ogogoro Delta.
What that man did under the law, he has been punished. I'm a lawyer. If you punish one under the law, you give the person the penalty under the law. I won't continue to vilify you. But the judge once went to prison in this country. But today, he's not been from channels to Arise to AIT, granting interview around. He has served his jail time. Same with El Mustafa. He has served his jail time. And a whole lot of people that have served jail time. That is the reason why we have jail time there. Go and serve it because you were guilty. And then when you are out, We said the only thing is we won't place you in the place of authority again. You won't place you in any elective position again. But you are still a citizen and a free human being like me and you, because you have not killed human beings. If you're killed human being and you are guilty, then they send you to the world beyond. So what I'm saying is, yes, the man guilty of his offense, the man has been punished. Then must the entire Nigerian economy be punished because of that? Because some people in the United Kingdom want to build their own economy. Therefore, you just wake up on 21st of July and just feel another way we could do to build these fancies. Let's dust this case again, and let's try to find.
Why is the IBORI not being prosecuted in Nigeria, sir? And it's clear that the British proved they committed crime. I mean, what's going on?
He ran away.
But is he not in Nigeria right now?
He is in Nigeria right now.
Double jeopardy.
Sipping champagne in Aso Rock, yes.
So that my issue is just about United Kingdom.
What do you mean double jeopardy? Well, it's not double jeopardy. There's still other crimes that it can be. That double jeopardy, man.
You see the issue now. You see that you can't even complete that statement.
Oh.
Once they need money, they should say, "Oh, IBORI, there's still one crime here. We have bring 1 million, 1 billion."
You know, Benny, what surprises me with these people, when he was taking the money to their bank, didn't they notice?
They knew.
They knew.
That's why I'm talking of Desiani now.
And there's something in law, as you lawyers do say, why is a court issuing an order in vain? Because IBORI is not on the ground in the UK, and you are issuing an order. If he refuses to pay, do you want him repatriated? It's not going to happen.
They've identified this. They've identified assets internationally.
That's what they need.
Yeah.
That's what they need. Let me tell you, as it is presently, UK is looking for money.
No, but they are repatriating the money to Nigeria, by the way.
I know, repatriating. When they are repatriating, they will remove this tax there and there, here and there, right?
See, Ogbeni, these people surprise me. Let me just help me to digress a little bit. Look at Gore versus Bush. You understand? Let's just digress. George versus Bush. The Supreme Court Justice, one of them, Scalia, Antonin Scalia, Jim Baker, who is George Bush's mentoree, or what do you guys call it in law? You understand? Worked with Scalia. And at that material point, Scalia's only son was working with Jim Baker. Back, superpose that in Nigeria. What language do you think the press, the commentator, the talking head will be saying on TV? And yet, George Bush won. Nope, I never heard from anybody that, oh, this is, what do they call it? Old boy connection and things like that.
Cronyism.
Yeah, cronyism. Nobody said that. Even let's take it to the ordinary, the mundane. In the EPL, for instance, some notorious referees, we know the club they support. Let's say, for instance, a Newcastle supporter of a referee, and they will appoint him to referee a match between Newcastle and maybe Brighton, and they don't want you to talk.
I don't think Newcastle needs the aid of a referee to beat Brighton. We're the richest club in the world.
Oh, because of the Arab money.
Yes.
At the end of the day, exactly what we are saying here. One day now you kick out the Arab man, like you kick out the Chelsea owner, Abramovich, and impound all his property, confiscated it. That is brigandage. These people should stop all of this. Honestly, they should stop all of this.
Hold on. Why is one man not talking about ICC? ICC of Ibadan.
I support ICC now, upshooting.
Yes,
of course,
because it is high time we drop Christianity, we drop Islam for the Northern if they want to. That's not my country. Then we drop all this World Bank, and then let us face ICC, better insurance.
I think these people just think they are too clean. They are very, very dirty people. I tell you.
David Imonite for the the Wimbledon people that back in the days, this Odiso. I mean, we are just losing from from all angles. We are just I mean, it's a pity for the black race.
All right. I don't know quite what
that's
that
the
is.
issue we have when there is no unity. Is the issue we have when we don't have responsible government that can give us a direction.
Correct.
And we don't also have responsible citizens or people and the government. So when you have that combination of that, you have in Nigeria. So no loyalty, no patriotism, nothing. So what do you expect from that space? As it stands today, United Kingdom is looking for money everywhere. You see them increasing this and that. Even the Prime Minister himself said that the money they are looking for, they will mop it from immigrants. I know these immigrants.
When did he say that? I didn't hear him say that.
Oh, I'll send it to you. He said it clearly. They have increased salaries for the medical doctors, and he was addressing the parliament, and he told them point blank that this is where they will get the money. Point blank, immigrants, they will pay. And now he has increased IHS, he has increased visa fee, he has increased the whole lot. And now IBORI is the next one now. Imagine 100 million pounds pumped into the economy of this country, and they are getting it from there and there. So the economy will be buoyant. So yeah. I see it beyond the level of we are just punishing IBORI. IBORI has served his date and we have released the guy. The guy is back in Nigeria. So you just remember there is this file somewhere.
Wait, this money, is this supposed to pay to England?
Is that?
Is it that money, that 100 million, is this supposed to be paid to England or UK or whatever?
Yes, it's been, of course, now.
Is it not Delta
State
money?
Repatriate it. They will now send it back to us. Can you imagine the kind of...
So it's up to UK to be helping us to be collecting money from IBORI.
No, that's my question.
But how? What's your expectation? In fact, you should be thanking them, really. They've identified this guy as stealing money from Nigeria. They've identified where he packed the money internationally, both in their country, Washington, D.C., and in Texas. And they've, through their own expenses, gone after rescuing this money to get it back off him and give it back to you.
We thank them for that.
What are you damning them for?
We should be insulting the Nigerian government. Like, okay, why they didn't help you to do your job?
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is what they do. That they want to take the money. We have to engage a lawyer to start processing the money, the repatriation of the money. We'll pay the lawyer. We'll pay their taxes. At the end of the day, that one, out of that £100 million pounds, maybe just 60 will get to us.
You won't get 70. I'm telling you.
Exactly. This is how it works.
Sorry,
there are brigandage.
There are times they don't even release the money. So
after many years.
So that's the point. That's just my
point. No, the British will release it. Oh, I think it's the Swiss.
After many years.
I think it's the Swiss that always tries to hold on to your money. The Swiss.
I don't think England give a damn about Nigeria like that, man. They won't be going out of their way to help Nigeria.
What will British release?
They won't release the money.
All the Benin bros and all those things that they be keeping all this while.
Over 100 years, it took them to send it back.
They release it on time. You leave all these people, they know what they are doing. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's another way of boosting the economy and killing our home. Simple. I look at the bigger picture.
Sorry, I want.
IBORI is this and that. Yes, he's a thief in Nigeria. He's a thief in UK. So you have caught our thief for us, fine. You have punished him for us, fine. You have sent him back home, fine. Then let our money stay in our economy. Don't kill our economy by taking this kind of amount away from it. That's my point. If you don't pay, you should go and pay directly, pay Delta State government or Nigerian government directly.
Sorry, can I just want to make one submission. I'm sorry. I'm towing your line. If you check the chat, when you started, I quickly said yes, that's my mind as well. And somebody said something about these people trying to play saints. There was this election in America where the two of them were cousins. The two of them that were contesting as presidential candidates were cousins. I think is it Al Gore and George Bush, or Clinton and the other guy, Bob. What's it called? So I want to see a situation where that kind of a thing happens in Nigeria, and Tinubu is contesting against probably his cousin as presidency, two main candidates. What would they say? These people are equally as dirty as what they are trying to condemn. And that's what I've noticed with these white people. I'm sorry for using the word white, so that I'm not branded racist. But they would always do the same thing. When they collected the money from the Idi Amin, they started giving the country series of conditions for them to release the money back to them. Until tomorrow, they have not released the money in total to those people. So I think that they are just using us to build their own economy, and that's the way I see it. They want to,
but you can't blame them, because we drove them away. That we want to run, the system by ourselves, independence struggle, and then I think we should say kudos to them for even not be angry with us. I mean, because I don't know where we are heading to as black people, because we drove these people away, but at the end of the day, we are not trying back to them. Like a day first that you guys were talking about the World Bank coming to tell Tinubu that he should give 80,000 to people. That it was World Bank.
I agree with Tonio.
World Bank.
You guys say you have independence, but you're not showing any independence.
Oga Tony, I'm sorry. In the first place, before independence, we invited them down to Africa. Nobody gave them the invitation. They came. I'm sorry. I want to make my point. They came and they met advanced societies where people were making good life, everything, morals, everything was there. And I think I read something about the Benin Kingdom, that a Portuguese traveler wrote about Benin Kingdom. It wasn't as if those people were poor. They came, they met us.
Benin had street lights.
Yeah, and they came.
Lamp.
The man said the palace of the king alone is bigger than Lisbon. And they came and they demolished everything, took away a lot of things, what they did everywhere like that. So we invited them. So when they were giving independence, are they doing us any favor? They were only leaving us to, and they left independence, they took slavery away, and they left colonization. And colonization is another form of slavery. And what they are doing now is,
You're very right. You're very right. But they came.
Let me play this clip. Just to that space that Ogbeni was speaking to. You were talking about Benin Bros, and I think that's where the conversation is. I may have played this clip on this platform before, but let me not preempt it. Just listen to what this guy has to say.
Earlier, I spoke to the Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, and I began by asking him whether he thought the stolen Benin bronzes should be owned by Nigeria.
Well, I think that they properly reside in the British Museum. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't work with the government in Nigeria to see how we can share it with them.
Forgive me, and I understand sharing, but they were stolen. Do you not think that they should be owned by the people that they were stolen from in the first place?
Well, I think the problem with this, and of course, if we go back to things that happened in the 19th century and judge them by our values of today, it's completely unacceptable. But my concern about this is, where do you actually draw the line with this? The collections of our great national institutions have been developed over many, many centuries, in many times in questionable circumstances. I think the question now is about what we do with these. I love the Benin bronzes. I've seen them many times throughout my life, and I think them being in the British Museum, which is a world repository of heritage, allows people to see it. But that doesn't stop us from sharing it.
Okay, but ownership is key, right? Yeah. And the Nigerians say that when they get them back, they would almost certainly be happy to loan them back to you. But the fundamental problem is that they were stolen from the Nigerians and they want to own them.
I completely accept that they were acquired at a time of rampant colonial expansion in Africa, in circumstances that I'm not in any way going to sort of defend or condemn with the values of the 21st century. I think, though, the more important question is how we ensure that the world can enjoy this marvelous heritage.
a letter will soon be sent, mandated under international law by the Nigerian government to the British Museum, formally requesting return. You and I know that that would also require laws, the Heritage Act and the British Museum Act, to be revoked or at least amended. Is that a realistic prospect?
No, we have no plans for doing that.
So there it is. Ogbeni, I think I may have
sharing our heritage with us.
People
are grazing.
One man, please. I want to say something. See, there's another documentary on this same case. That was you are talking of Benin bronze. That's not the only thing they took. They took from Ilefe, and when they were quantifying the one from Ilefe, the Olugbon, the Olokun, all the bronze works from Ilefe too, they were valuing it at $400 billion today's money. $400 billion. They were saying,
no, hold on. I'm not sure that's right. $400 billion. What are you
because they were saying that there's no technology that can recreate what those people have created. That they could.
What are you talking about? It's a bronze casting now. Bronze casting. What technology cannot recreate bronze
How much
casting?
is Mona Lisa's picture? Come on.
That you are paying $400 million.
Okay, I will look for this. I will look for this documentary. It was done by.
You know when you come to this platform, you have to come correct.
You can't give us that number, 400 billion.
I will look for it. It was done by the British Museum.
Right,
I will send it. I will send it to you.
But one thing is clear now that the Benin and
sorry, Tony. What do you mean he may be right, Dewale? He said they quantified it at $400 billion.
Okay, they are now talking about the immediate value now. You know how long that thing has been sitting in the museum? You know how much is going to be generating for
How much is the Mona Lisa? The Mona Lisa is not up to 400.
That is Mona Lisa. We're talking about
it's less than 1 billion.
We're talking about some. See, those are artificial. Those are superficial things that's being valued to them. But this is something that is that has a cultural. Hold on, woman.
It's not the oldest culture. It's not the most sophisticated culture.
It's not about the oldest culture. It's about the culture where it's being brought from.
How much are they valuing what they take out of Egypt? That you're valuing a bronze from.
It's not that valuable.
It's 20 million.
Why did they kept it in the museum?
$20 million.
The one from North Society, the one from the North Civilization that they stole. See, they are those guys are thieves. That's the end of they are all thieves.
Yeah, they are thieves, but don't start throwing figures like 400 million.
This is where I disagree with you, woman. See, in Kenan and Ruge, if you think your own property is not worth what Mona Lisa or whatever it is, well, that's to you. But to me, as far as I'm concerned, this is how authentic it could get. We're talking about something authentic being stolen. Even the minister is reluctant to let go of this artifact to the original owner. That's to tell you how valuable they are to them. So
is that your reading? It's not the value of the Benin bronze, it's the power play, it's the significance of the dominance.
It's not about whose power.
One thing I would say is way more worth than Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa is nowhere near.
They knew it's going to generate for them. You see, every time you have foreigners or the Western people coming to see all these things that belongs to Africa, they marvel, they're surprised. They marvel at our ingenuity and all that. That is why they know that it's going to be valuable to their economy.
Hold on, they marvel relative to how they see you, not to the quality of the thing. They marvel relative to how they Can you hold on, please? They marvel relative to how they see you, because they see you as a subprime culture, so that you're able to produce something that is beyond their estimation of your capacity is what they marvel at. Not that the thing is exceptional, but it's exceptional for people like you.
Exceptionality of that item is the fact that we're able to produce something that they cannot replicate. So that's
they
what
cannot
makes it
replicate.
valuable.
How can they not replicate?
Because it's the originality of the items. It's the originality of the artifact.
One man, please. I can send a link to you now. I can send a link.
Can you hold on, please? They call it the lost wax technique. There is nothing original. They call it the lost wax technique. That's how they cast bronze now.
So have they
And
been
by
able
the
to
way,
make
it was
something
not your
similar to that?
ingenuity. It was a technique that came through the Arabian Peninsula into Africa.
Woman.
No, Africa is the best. Bronze casting started in Africa, man. Come on, man. It didn't come to us. Woman, I'm sorry.
Let's not lie to ourselves.
No. It didn't come to us.
Woman, I will
It's not
value what
indigenous
I
to
have.
I don't think you know your.
Okay. See,
It came to
Mona
us.
Lisa can be replicated. They've made copies of Mona Lisa. As a matter of fact, right now, the copies that they have photocopies in a museum in Louvre Museum in Paris. They don't have the original there anymore. Now, this bros is that easy, or they could make replica. Why haven't they done so all this while?
They do it in Benin every single day. My uncle has a collection of it.
See, this thing has been for.
What are you talking about?
Why
are we doing this? Should we lie to
me.
ourselves? We
It's
can
not
lie to
about
outsiders.
lie.
Should we lie
So
to ourselves?
the woman can bring
held on to
space for
these
Rocky. They can't make
items.
bronze.
They can't
No,
make bronze casting. I mean, what
held
are we
on.
doing now?
See,
Are they not doing a showcase in China?
Woman, please. Even though, even the kingship in Benin is what they copied in England. Before they came to Nigeria to copy the Benin kingship system, they were beheading their own people that want to be kings. So they copied the Benin king. Right today, all the Benin kings is the first son. Okay, so it's just a natural something. Your first son. Even me now, as the first son of my father, I have a very big role to play in the family.
Woman, if you ever visited,
that's why you have all these pictures, and then the first child of the kings of England, they copied that from Benin. So if you ever go to Benin,
please, I want to make a statement.
Everybody includes you. But let's not have three voices. How many times now? Just scroll back to
can I land now?
Tony, please now, please.
Okay.
If you scroll back just 1 minute, you just see it's just a wolf of sound. Nobody's hearing it. Three voices. Let Dewale land this point. Dewale land your point.
See, woman, if you ever visited artifact shop before, the value of the items in those shops is because it's as a result of the originality of those items. Not that they cannot be replicated or be made or even ways better. But you see, the fact that it has taken longer, years upon years, and then the originality of that items is what makes it valuable. And for the fact that they've kept it with them for all this year long, and their reluctance to let it go to the original owner tells you that they know the value these items could generate for their own economy. We're talking about people traveling to come and see these items.
Shall I say something? Because I live here. You see, a lot of these items, they are buried in the. It's only less than 5% of all of these things that they looted are actually on display. A lot of it are buried in archive storages and stuff like that. They are not. The value is good for the traffic to the museum, of course, but that's not even the best or the worst art. But it adds to. It's a semblance of their dominance. There was a time they used to say, what Britain clings on to? There's a phraseology that the sun never sets on the British Empire. And you know why they say that? Because they control the whole of the world. So the sun was out at some point where Britain had dominion over. So it is that narrative of dominance that is replicated in those art pieces. And the release of it will be the final let go of that. It's a power play.
But
that
okay, if that's what you think it is, if that's what you think it is,
it's a power
so
play.
they kept it because they knew it's going to affect us, affect our identity, or affect our economy, or affect us in which way that they're trying to put it over us.
It's more like a supremacy kind of thing.
Thank you. That's a better word. A supremacy. Yeah.
You see this British son never said this thing is all propaganda. British really conquer people there. Most of these places they went there and they claim to come to help the people, and then they will go back to England and say we'll conquer them. They really didn't conquer most of these places.
There was a time that Britain controlled from Africa to Australia to the United States.
Yeah, it wasn't through conquest. It was more of like they were bringing things that the people liked, and then the people welcome them.
That's it, isn't it? But that's it, isn't it?
Even to Asia.
Yeah, they had dominion over those spaces. So,
Yeah, but not with force.
But
Like they
that
will claim.
phrase, yeah, but that phrase is right. The sun never set on the British Empire because at any point in time it was sunlight. That's
so woman.
But woman, you are not Tinubu. You have you are very proud of your every time. I'm proud of my village too. But Tinubu don't have a village. That is why he can be able to speak like the way you are speaking right now. Africa is the best. So let Adewale continue to promote our African culture.
So woman, if you think that they hold it over us, to show how supreme they are over us, why do you think Nigeria is so eager to collect it back from them? Why do you think so?
So sorry, repeat that. I missed that. I was looking at Babati's comment.
Okay.
I don't know what it was.
What I said is that if what they are trying to do is to hold it over us to show that they are supreme over us, why do you think Nigeria is so interested in collecting it back from them? Even the kingdom itself, I'm talking about Benin Kingdom and Ife Kingdom, why are they so keen in getting those artifacts back from them?
Yeah, because it has cultural, spiritual, and
boom. That is the value of those items you just mentioned.
Yes, to you though.
No, the kingdom recognizes that the value of those items is what you just mentioned now.
All right. I think we're at odds on that one, but there it is, a difference of opinion. So a difference of opinion, but let's get back to Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, where are you aligned in this conversation? Where are you aligned?
I've told you where I align, and I've told you that these people just keep our things, right? And they keep making money from it. And they've been milking us over years. It's not today. So, and it's the same thing with this, all these our artifacts and relics and co. But I don't think that Ife terracotta is that, in terms of the price they put on it or the worth, is the amount somebody called here. What I just put up there showed 20 million pounds. But don't forget, that's the amount they put on it. Will that really be the exact amount? I doubt the Briton giving us the exact amount. I doubt it so much.
I think in my own opinion, I think it's even 20 million is a lot for that thing. I don't know what you guys are saying.
But you
know, a lot.
In all these artifacts, like somebody said, what they look at is the age of the artifacts, and then if you look at the money that thing is generating for UK, you can use that also to look at the world. Because
the age is one of it.
Why British Museum is there. Without those things, British Museum will not be there. But the second thing I wish to say is also the reason why Nigeria is asking for it. Let me tell you, it's not all this culture thing. Our leaders, are they even that responsible to be talking of culture? As far as I'm concerned, it's because other countries are asking for their own. It's a wannabe things. Which Nigerian leader is even okay. Many Nigerian leaders, if they even tell them they will monetize it for them, they will collect money and go. Are they that reliable, or that they will be craving for one? Yes, if you talk about the traditional rulers, maybe the Oba of Benin will wanted these things back, but Oba of Benin will know certainly that it's not coming back to him. If that thing gets to Nigeria, it's not coming back to him. It's coming back to either in the national or then Edo state. That's the level it will go to. Nobody will take it back to his palace. But as part of his heritage, Oba Benin may want to have it back. But let me draw your attention to some things. You realize that Nigeria is not the only country. We just joined the trade later as all this wannabe thing of the thing we like doing in Africa. Many countries started this move of get our relics and our artifacts back to us. I remember Greece. Greece have started theirs over years. Because there is this thing they call Parthenon marble also. They also call it Elgin marble. So they are actually collection of classical Greek marble, sculpture and co, which is presently also in the British Museum in London. And the Greeks have been fighting for this thing that they must get their thing back. Then Egypt too. So it's not only Nigeria.
Do you know what the biggest gem in the British crown is called?
I think it is South Africa diamond also.
No, India.
It's the Star of India.
Oh, is that Star of India? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a supremacy thing, like Des just said. It's a supremacy thing.
I think they call it
supremacy, man. That's what it is.
Kohinoor diamond, something
Yeah,
like
a lot
that.
of it is propaganda. You know, it's not like they
So same thing with Egypt. Egypt has what they call Rosetta, maybe Rosetta Stone or something.
Rosetta Stone. Yeah.
Rosetta Stone. It's in the British Museum too. The Ethiopia has something they call
the most ancient golden stool of the Ghanaian culture, of the Ashanti culture, is in the British Museum. It's a dominant thing. It's a
the golden stool of Ashanti Kingdom.
Yes, it's there. In fact, Ethiopia in Azum, maybe Obaseki.
Well, man, this is what the British did back then. This is what they were doing. They will go to places, people will welcome them in, and then the people turn their back and will stab the people. That's what they were doing. And they will go back to England and claim that when they are conquered, liars.
So that's what they do. But you know my position on this, because I think we've argued this before. And my position is that as at the time they came to Africa to do this, it was the value of those days. It was the order of those days. Kingdoms were expanding their own empire. Africans were expanding theirs too within their own space. But we didn't think of crossing the Atlantic. We're just doing Oyo, getting Ekiti, getting Ijebu, getting this thing. And then the Hausa were invading us through Oshogbo and others. Nupe were trying to invade us and were pushing back the Igbos. The Nupes and Hausa were also enslaving them. They were pushing back, back and forth. The Ashanti and others crossing. And so we're also doing that. It was a age, where there were expansion of empire. So they also came as part of, and don't forget that these British you are talking about, the Romans also enslaved them. So for me, when people talk about, they carry all these artifacts and my own about it is where it was the order of the day back then. If you get to a place, you plunder the place, you carry things. The Oyos came to Ekiti, they plunder our place and carry our things. I know many of our artifacts will still be in Oyo Kingdom today, in Alaafin Palace, and he'll be using that as part of his heritage, and one man will be proud of it. But they belong to us, Ekiti, So that's the thing.
Ogbeni, what about the oil? They are coming to take to the also now, and then taking all the byproducts.
You know my point on that now. These people, let me tell you, they've been making us, and they will continue if we don't have responsible leaders and responsible citizens too. It's not about leadership. If you know what our citizens also do outside there, that our citizens can even see, our brothers can even sell us in this society.
Just on that thing you said, our brothers can even sell us. Using Benin as an example, of course, during the colonial times, they plundered a lot of the artifacts there. But in recent times, as far back as early as just about 2 decades ago, thereabouts, these rascally Benin youths, they were stealing their deities within their own homestead and selling it to white people.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were a lot of native, all those Ogunde.
Hey, can I chime in real quick, Ogbeni, if you don't mind?
Yeah, let Ogbeni land and come in. Good to see you.
A lot of Ogundes, all these, what do you call them now? Not fable, all these Alo, Apama, and others on that. How people will sell, and then the thing will start disturbing them, and they will come to confess at the market square, and all those things did happen back there. But for me, what should be important to us in Africa is for us to find our feet first, among the community of nations. Then all those things will flow naturally.
No. But before you come in a moment, there was I don't know who he was, but somebody was saying that the spirits of the people that were trafficked out of Africa is haunted. It was somebody said that. If anybody remembers who said that, please bring it into the conversation. But it's
in a book actually written by a priest. I think they came before. I've forgotten the title of that book. It's not fat. It's just something like less than 200 pages.
Yes, I think somebody went on to repeat it over the course of the last 12, 18 months or so. But the wider point I was getting to is that a lot of these things that they see as artifacts, they are actually deities in our culture. And there's libations and some sort of rituals and things to soothe those deities back into our cultural setting in order to ease the land. So a lot of that is still in there.
Well, all those deities have crossed the deities are spirit now. They are not those things are not the deity itself. They are just container, they are vessels for those spirits.
See, Ogbeni, I think we are at fault here. You understand? Because how do I put it? We have a way of putting it in Yoruba language that I can't remember the same. But what I'm trying to say is that take a scenario. You walk into a Chinese restaurant. Most big Chinese restaurant, they have the image of Buddha at the hallway before you enter, with incense, water, everything. You see all the Chinese, the Asians, they dip their hands in the water and clap their hands together and do some silent prayer. Bishops, reverend, pastors will walk past that image, go in and eat. Opposite that same street, there's an African restaurant. Once they put some mariwo, palm fronds, oil, iron, cowrie there at the entrance and pour some oil, I'm telling you, nobody will go there. They will say, oh, they are fetish in that place. So they are not fetish in the image of Buddha, but they are fetish when they are worshipping their own Ogun. This is the problem we have.
Yeah, but Baba,
is too powerful now. That's why everybody is afraid.
No, it's not too powerful. They've assimilated that Buddhism, those sort of cultures. They've assimilated it into the Western culture. So they see it as part and extension of their culture, but they've not assimilated yours.
No, what I'm saying is I'm saying in an African setting.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes. No.
In an African setting.
The Africans are long gone, man.
Let me tell you my
no longer Africans, man.
Okay, can I chime into that real quick?
Let me tell you my take on that.
Sorry, before you tell us your stake, let Prince come in. He's been wanting to come in. Sorry, Prince, come in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, multiple things. See, the Buddha is usually the Thai people, not really the Chinese, but it's kind of an Asian thing. But see, people generally around the world see those their Buddha thing as part of their religion, whilst we Africans see those ritual stuff as something fetish, more demonic or devilish. So that's the difference. In fact, white people or the people who admire the Asians, Buddha as something religious and sacred. But earlier, I guess we're talking about the British conquering the world, and one man says something about the sun never sets on the British Empire, which is true. So I don't understand the dispute there. The British, they conquered India, they conquered America. They didn't just go there and shook hands and came back. Oh, we conquered it. No, they actually defeated them. They were subjected. They were vassal states. Most of them were. So I'm not sure the difference. Just like the Romans, just like Xerxes in the Persians and the Medes. So Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible, he conquered the rest of the world, just like the British did. So there's no difference.
The British didn't have enough army to occupy all these spaces you're talking about.
Well, they didn't need an army.
Even their army today is not enough to occupy those spaces, those land that you're talking about. They conquered.
Well, see, that's the difference. So
there's some battles they fought battles, but most of the places.
Hold on, Mike. They took over those spaces and governed it. So that's
exactly
with the collaboration of the people. They didn't come there to force the people to do it.
Who was the decision maker? Who was the decision maker in
Nigeria? They were working with the leaders there, the rulers there, the kings. Even within Nigeria, they were working with.
You know, they appointed the governor general to Nigeria to oversight the country. You know, I can go and bring you my stamps. I've got old. I've got old stamps of the Southern Protectorate. I've got. Maybe I'll bring it tomorrow. I've got old stamps of the Southern Nigerian Protectorate and the Northern Nigerian Protectorate, and the British amalgamated it through their all over Africa. They divided Pakistan, India, to Bangladesh. All of these things at the Americas, Australia.
India.
They governed it.
I'm not sure.
But what I'm saying is,
okay,
one man, were the people, were the entire people there, like rejecting it or rebelling against it? The thing was, most of the people,
they governed it. Is the thing.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not true. It's not like against the will of the entire.
It will be
people.
against. How will it not be against the will?
No, it will be. Let me tell you what it was. Let me tell you the game. They play a lot of divide and conquer. It may be against it.
We know that, but hold on. Will somebody come into your house and oversight you?
They were not oversighting.
Okay.
They were okay. Woman, this is what they were doing when they arrive at most of these places where they know they can't really conquer, they can't use force. What they do is present some. They will plead like, okay, I'm bringing this to you. And in case of Nigeria, sorry, most of the time they will say, oh, they're bringing. What the heck? They will say they're bringing this. Where they say they are bringing their civilization to you, they will show you things that are glamoring, and then the kings will accept them in. Like, okay, yeah, come and bring us this thing that you have that we like. And then the king kind of colluded with them in whatever they are doing, whether it's the building their schools, okay, when they were building Lagos, will anybody be against that? Building nice buildings and everything. So what it is the people, the rulership, they were colluding with them with what they were doing, but they were not challenging rulership over their people. It's not like they were challenging king's rulership over their people or saying, I'm the one ruling your people now. Most Africans didn't even know how to speak English. Didn't even know them. Just for them bringing nice things. But what they were writing in their book is that, okay, I've conquered these people here.
Hold on.
Okay, let me come in real quick.
How many rulers did the British banish in none of the places that they conquered? But let's say from Prince. Prince, come in. Yeah.
Well, that's, I guess, a simplistic way to look at it. I mean, do you know how big the Indian Empire was? I mean, India in itself was an advanced society in a lot of ways.
India was not an empire, man.
I'm sorry?
India was not an empire. India has many ethnic groups. I was not one group. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, well, the Indian society was very advanced. They were highly advanced, and they were conquered. Even when the British conquered America, pretty much, it wasn't like there were more British in America than Americans. So it's not, when you conquer a people, it's not an issue of the size of your army or what you have to conquer them or to subject the people. Somehow, some way, they had their way, and all those places, all those countries were vassal states to the British. Just see, the one thing I've noticed about Africans in general, just like you guys were talking about yesterday, that the Nigerians are the smartest people in the world. That was a joke. I'm not sure you guys were taking that seriously, anyways, because that was just in abstract terms. Compared to who? What somebody said it. Compared to the Jews compared to the Jews and the Chinese, whereas the Jewish people, they have more innovations and creativity contribution to the world. I'm not even sure what a Nigerian had ever created that has impacted the world.
Let me explain that to you. When we are saying Nigerians are the smartest people, we are talking about population versus population, people versus people, not institution versus institution. Like you're saying, they are in their society, they are well coordinated. They have science institutions, where science academies where they are doing research and innovating, inventing, and things like that. Yeah, they have that. But if we are saying population versus population, if you put a group of Nigerians in a mix, in the same environment as a group of all these other societies, you find that in Nigeria we are smart them. We are smarter than them. As people to people.
That's absolutely incorrect. I don't know how you calculate
I live in
that.
America, man. Most Americans are just retarded.
Well,
I'm sorry.
They are more
dumb
Chinese.
as hell, man.
There are more Chinese times, or almost 6 times the population of Nigeria. There are more Indians than Nigerians. There are more Americans than Nigerians. I mean, so
No,
I
we
don't
are not
understand.
talking about who's more population. What's the argument? We are saying who's more intelligent. That's what we are saying.
We're going off on a tangent there, but go back to where you were,
Well-
Prince, and give us what you want want us to know.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, basically, and
Mama,
somebody
let me round
mentioned
up.
also.
Yeah, let Prince land, and then you round up, and then we carry on. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, somebody mentioned also about taking the artifacts and maybe spiritual religious stuff from Africa. Well, Nebuchadnezzar did the same thing to the Israelites, to Judah. Actually, they took their gold goblets, they took their items that they worship God with, and even the Ark of the Covenant was taken from the Israelites by the Philistine, I believe, in the Amalekites. It's one of those people in the ancient times. So the conquering people and taking their spiritual artifacts or the things they believe in is nothing new. They've always been done. And when Nebuchadnezzar did it back then against the Jewish people or the Israelites, it was successful at it. They actually knew that those items were their items of veneration. It knew, but it took all those items and kept those items in a room, in a secure place. And the people were subjected, because we knew that from the record. They were eunuchs. They were enslaved. In fact, it sent back Ashpenaz, I believe his name was, back to Judah to oversee, and appointed an Israeli, someone from Judah over its people. They were dominated. But you know one thing though, in the book of Daniel, it was the book of Daniel, chapter 4, his son Belshazzar, he took those items and it was using them to party and mock their gods. But guess what? I know you guys know the story when a finger came and wrote something on the wall that scared his son Belshazzar, because he was trying to denigrate the gods of the Israelites. So it is possible, I mean, that maybe all those artifacts stolen from Benin or Nigeria, if the gods are doing whatever they're doing, punishing the right people, but I'm not sure how they're being punished anyways. I'm not sure the impact of that. There's something to be said over history, right? When somebody goes, like the British, to a place and conquer a people, they automatically spiritually conquer their gods also. That's just the way we've seen in the past. Because if their gods were so strong, if they have so many ammunition or things to conquer, they would have rebelled. But they were subjugated. So
Dude, man,
we
let's go
have
to the
to.
next person, man. This guy doesn't. This guy's not. He's not even.
All right. Bring it on, Prince, and so that Ogbeni can round off. I think he wants to go to bed.
Yeah. Well, he can comment. Well, yeah.
How can you conquer gods?
Hold on, Mike. Ogbeni, come in. Round off your thoughts. I think you're about to.
Yes, I wish to round off on this. Then I move to that 8,000 naira. Then I can go. So my final thought on this is, yes, like he said, which I've said before, nations in that age, the world has passed through different ages. In that age, what was in vogue and what was the arrangement and the values and the values in those days was empires were expanding. The Arabian Empire, they expanded, also Roman Empire expanded, British Empire and others. Ottoman, different empires have expanded, Egypt and others. Okay, over century they will expand, they conquer. Okay, they will conquer, they take all your artifacts and everything, and they will take slaves and go. That was what was in vogue back then. But now, what is in vogue now is that there is still empire expansion. People are still expanding. China is trying to all of them are scrambling for Africa now because they're expanding their. But not the way of you enslave people, you just take their people out and treat them like animals again. So where are we standing? We should find our feet in than looking for all these artifacts. Yes, it's good because of our heritage and identity. Yes, it's good, but it shouldn't be our priority. That's the way I see it. We just find our feet, and all those things will return with time. It's not about they will return to you naturally. For instance, can you imagine maybe American artifact in UK today? You hardly find out. You think when they got there, they didn't take some things. But if Americans need their thing today, they know how to get their thing back from UK. It's because they have built their nation. So they have the bargaining strength or power to negotiate and say, give us our things back. We need it. So that's my point on that. And those spirits, for me, the deities, when you talk about deities, they are spirits. And yes, they use vessels. So all those things, they were vessels where they find their house. They find they were, but the moment they move them away, I believe spirit traveling into other things, traveling to trees and also many things, and then manifest another way and worship them there. So, and whoever take them down and think there is spirit there, or even if there is spirit there, yeah, it has worked for them, fine. But let's do things that matters to us. That's in that space. Now, on this 8,000 naira, I have very serious issue with Tinubu on this issue. I have small issue with Tinubu, and I don't have issue with Tinubu. Now, this man said that the palliative is a lot for poor families. I know they tried to twist what the man said. What the man simply is saying is that it's something tangible for poor families. You call it a journalist license, or what do you call that thing? So I always have issue with it because I think it's deceptive. Although it's something that in the world we have embraced now, so we have to live with it. But I just think your heading should not be deceptive, and it shouldn't be agitating. It should not be something that call for whoever cannot read, to agitate their mind as such, particularly when it contradicts what is the content. But that's by the way. So now, is it true that 8,000 naira is not too much, or is something tangible for poor families? I will tell you yes and no. From the perspective of a poor person, I will tell you yes. Yes, I relate with them a lot. Yes, you can. I'm a village boy. I'm from a village, so I relate with them. So if you're talking of what is 8,000 naira for an orange seller or a corn smoker in my town, or ice water, I'm not talking of pure water. I'm talking of ice water sellers. They still sell it in my town. Or you're talking of pepper seller or okra seller in the market, or locust bean seller, or agbalumo seller or gari maker somewhere in Rokora and others. 8,000 naira is something for them. 8,000 naira is something that the entire capital they use to sell their ice water is not even up to that 8,000 naira. And what they are making is not up to that. So yes, if they have this kind of money, yeah, it's something for them. Governor Fayemi started something in Ekiti. I don't know if he's still on now. I believe the new governor would continue with it. He started something in his first tenure. When Fayose got there, Fayose stopped it, but when he got there second tenure, he continued with it. It's more of the benefits, they collect in UK. So more of all these social welfare, approach. He was giving non-retiree. There is something they call them. I can't remember again. But once you are 70 plus, 70 plus, you start collecting money from state government. And very fantastic program. He was running there. I think 5,000 naira. You see those old women and men. They loved him for that thing. In fact, one of the reasons why I won the second term eventually, they loved him for that 5,000 naira thing. I remember my granny, now late, used to keep her own under her pillow and will always tell me this is the only thing she has been able to gain from government ever since she has been born. Can you imagine? My grandma died as 105. That ever since this is the only thing she can gain from government in her life. She will keep it under her pillow and say, forget what my children are giving me, but this one is the only thing from this government. So yes, social welfare intervention, 8,000 naira. Do I think it's too much for poor? I don't think it's too much for the poorest of the poor. Don't forget, we are not talking about people living in urban, and who are these poorest of the poor. To identify them is very difficult in Nigeria, I agree. But we all know they exist. And if they exist, what is our picture of how they look like? Their picture of how they look like, if you've never related with them before, don't talk. You don't really understand them. They exist. There are people in Nigeria that if you give them 500 naira today, they worship you like a god. 500 naira. There are people. So don't think people that can't read. If you have never seen it, you can't imagine it. They happen in Nigeria. So, but so what's the issue I have with this? Now, the issue I have with this is one. My first issue is that how do you want to locate all these people? How do you? Because we remember Mama Uwais, is it Uwais, that one that spent our money during COVID and said the poorest of the poor, they don't have account number. And it's true. They don't have account, they don't keep bank account. They don't even have money to put in that. They don't even have the deposit to put in that account. Balance that must be in account. So she said she gave them money during pandemic by hand, by this. Well, the money went just like trader money that Mr. Prof also champion and put in his custody and everything just went, freezes away. That's the same way I see this money. Tinubu may have a very genuine intention. But even your genuine intention, where are the enforcers? Who will be enforcing all these things in Nigeria? Madam Ways also told us then that they don't that the poorest of the poor don't even have phone. So how do you monitor all these things? And they said they will be using BVN to monitor. I said BVN. These people don't.
I suspect they'll be doing it through some sort of community system.
Okay, now you do it through community system, and somebody in Odo. I don't know if you know Odo. Let me look for a. Well, you don't really know my houses. You know your people are more. I don't know how to put it. There are spaces that one community to the next community. Do you know the kind of distance it is? And Okada will come to those villages once in a week. Do you know there are places like that in Nigeria? Once in a week, you get Okada to move out from the. So how do you get them? And do you know there are some people that stay permanently in their farm in Nigeria today, and they only come out probably every 2 or 3 months. They come to the nearest town and go back to Are. They still stay, Abule, they are still like that. So these are the poorest of the poor. Clothing is not their problem. Food is their first issue. Now, what do I think is alternative? At the microeconomic level, I don't think this is something that IMF should force through our throat, because I don't even trust them. Anything Western, I don't trust it. I always look at it as this kind of. I'm always very cautious about whatever they are selling to Africa, because I don't think they love us. They don't. That's the way I see it. I may be wrong. So what's my take? Let me tell you my take in just few minutes, and I will drop this. Now, you have 500 billion plus. You want to distribute. Why do you want to distribute 500 billion plus? If I were in government, let me tell you, and I know some politicians will be listening to us now. Possibly they should be able to pick something from here. But what do I know, sir? But this, what I know at my own little level. You want to put food in Nigerians' belly, fine. It's good that even if there's anything they will remind you for, they should be able to remember that at least oil and gas, expensive, this expensive. But this man, he put affordable food on our table. Yes, on our belly. How do you go about it? For me, I will do what I call short term. I don't know. I know Kulata is here. Maybe it makes sense economically. I don't know. But for me, I will do short term, medium term, and then long term plan. What I will do, let me tell you first, I will assemble all local government chairman in Nigeria. I will call them for a meeting, a personal meeting with the president. I'm not going to deal with the governors like that. Many of them are thieves. Get the local government chairman, 776 local government, and as they are coming, come with your PAMSEC, the highest civil servant in your local government level. Come with your PAMSEC. Come with 2 other officials. One, HOD of your agri department at your local government level, and HOD of your works at local government level. 3 of you. I will host you in Abuja. Then I will rub mind with you. It may take 1 week, 2 weeks, rubbing mind with the president. And what do I need from you? I need register of all your farmers at the local government level, because I know that's how I can touch base on the local government. And I need register of these poorest of the poor guys in your local government. Give me their register, the farmers and the poorest of the poor in your local government. Why do I need the farmers? I'll be an off-taker for all the produce of farmers in Nigeria. The government can do it. Yeah, I'll off-take it. But if you don't want to sell yours to government, no problem, you can go. But if you want, there is no problem. You get improved seedling, you get fertilizer, you get all these things. But you're not going to sell it once you get it. Because with my little experience of farming, what I realized in Nigeria is this. They will go and get fertilizer and all those things, improved seedling and everything from government. But government is not controlling the price they sell. So they maximize profit, but they get subsidized fertilizer. So my own, if you are getting it from me, then I'm going to be your off-taker. So if I off-take all these things from you, then I sell it I subsidize it and I sell it I use
that sounds like some socialist system. That's against all of the instincts of somebody like Tinubu now, who is a free market.
Don't think so. I don't think so. Let me tell you, in the United Kingdom, I remember during the pandemic, I was there, and then they closed road. Most of the things we eat from Europe, Ukraine, and all those things. So they closed road and all those things, and then And they told us UK has opened the food bank. I never knew they had food bank. It was when they started showing it, I realized they have all these big silos. They open grains, open everything outside. At a point in time, if you go to Asda to buy tomato, they will tell you can only buy 10 pieces. If you buy more than that, they stop you from buying more.
Yes, yes.
So, because there was something close to a state of war, we are really in a state of war when it comes to food security in Nigeria. We don't just know. So our approach should not be normal approach. We should approach it like we are in war. And then my long-term plan will be having silos. I will have food silos in all local governments in Nigeria, 776 local governments, 74. And I'll tell local governments, give me land in the heart of your town. Don't give me in one place where they will tell Boko Haram has gone there.
You see, when Tinubu declared state of emergency on food security, I was like, man, this guy's performing. Like, that's one thing that should have been done long time ago. Like,
Let me quickly land on that thought. So, I will have silos in every 704 local governments. Belongs to the federal government. I'm not saying state can be doing your own. This is a federal project. Silos in all the 772 local government. I will call my Inspector General of Police and say, see, I need police station.
That sounds unnecessarily complex and expensive. All of
Let
these
me
things.
tell you, why it's not that too expensive. The reason why we have local government system in Nigeria is to take government down to the people at the grassroots level. That's what Obasanjo envisaged when he created all this.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, okay. Before I hand this, okay, no problem, no problem.
Okay, so that list that you said the local government chairman will compile the list of the farmers. How is the federal government going to authenticate, the true the name on those registers? How do they be able to find out that they are actually true?
You spotted the fraud when they were saying it, just as I did.
So it's simple. This is the way I think. For me, this is the way I think. Your traditional rulers have to sign, right? We do it for what we call certificate of local government origin in Nigeria. For instance, in my local government, before you can get that certificate from local government, you will take it to your traditional ruler to sign. They vet it. Now, you see, there will be some loopholes which over time you start to close one way or the other, but by and large,
you know, there are some obas that are also crooked too, right?
But not all oba are crooked, right? So
majority of them are.
Yes, but you don't say because you have headache, then you cut a head. You don't say because some obas are crooked, therefore you don't have. All you just need to do is either divide and rule system or check and balance. Because Tinubu will not come from Aso Villa to do all these things. But if you route it through all these guys, I tell you, let me give you an instance. If I'm installing my silos, I won't award it to contractor. Because I'm in a state of war, I should apply unconventional method. I get all my silos down. I put all those. Let me tell you, when I was in Ekiti, I happened to be special advisor on legal to one of the governors, which I won't mention his name. And I came up with an opinion. When
there are a lot of big boys on this platform. Carry on. Yeah.
So I realized that the companies we were awarding contracts, that government was awarding contracts to, they can't boast of Corel engineering, and you know Corel now, that engineering thing. They can't boast of 5 certified engineers, Corel certified in their companies when they came with their profile. And I knew even those profiles they would go and rent some of the Corel engineers and put their profile there. And I look at our Ministry of Works, see Corel certified engineer like water. So I came up with a proposal that why would we be wasting, and all these are our own. They will travel to Germany for training. They've gone to several training. And it's not as if they don't understand how to tar road and all this. I said, so why do we have to be wasting money on all these contractors and wasting billions of? Let's assemble our own engineers and they should be doing some things. Not all, but at least. That's the way I see it. Make use of our civil servants. They are professionals too. So, like all those silos, I'll use professionals to install them. I'll call my Inspector General of Police. Look, I need that place to be secured. So, create some police stations, some stations there. I'll call my service chiefs. If there's any close barrack to that place,
totally impractical, everything.
Be deployed. Well, it may look totally impractical, but they applied in Thailand and Philippines. Go and check their module. So my own is this: it may be too sketchy for somebody who doesn't understand maybe microeconomy or all those things, but some people started it somewhere in Thailand. Go and look at their system and adjust some things there, not to be giving people 8,000.
You have to quadruple the police complement in order for you to be able to do that.
What do you mean by police complement?
Because if you are saying you call your Inspector General of Police to oversight all of these things and build police stations, so are they taking from the complement of the already understaffed policing that we have, or are you going to recruit a special branch of that's a spend there? Those silos. You are talking about if you budget everything you said, you are talking about a $20-30 billion spend.
Yes, because
at the rudimentary level.
One man, you wanted to spend 500 billion and put it in poor of the forest.
That's naira now. That's naira.
And I'm banking on that money. That's the money that I'm still telling you about. Now, when you say the police are not enough, who told you the police are not enough? The politicians are sharing the police. That's the truth. I will withdraw all police all the police that going to protect all the pastors. I will withdraw them. I will withdraw police from many people. Why do they use police when the poor cannot put food in their stomach?
When they cannot have a minute
For
with you.
me, the state of war and unconventional means should be adopted
Can I have a minute?
Affordable food.
Can I have a minute?
So sorry, let him land there, Bishop. Yeah.
Affordable food to the table and belly of the poor, of the poorest in our society. That's just one. During this module I just talked about now, they use it during war. So if they use it during war and you have declared state of emergency, it's more like you have declared war in an industry. Then look, it may not be exactly the way I've explained it, but something close to that, you can do it. But make use of our local government system.
All right, let Bishop come in.
Yeah, I mean, when his idea, very beautiful in paper, but they are really impracticable. That's the truth. And I will start by saying, can we add a cost to you inviting 5 personnel from each of the 774 local government to bring them for consultation? Don't let us even say 2 weeks that you mentioned. Let's just say 1 week. You bring the chairman.
Hotel feeding.
Exactly. For 1 week, you have spent almost half of your
500
billion. That's one. Number two, we're talking of food production here, which is supposed to be in the immediate time. The earliest food you can begin to prepare and you can begin from production to harvest. I mean, the real food is grain. So let's take corn and rice and millet and sorghum. You need 5 months from the preparing of the land to everything. So Yoruba used to say, that's number two. I know local governments in Nigeria. I know some villages. There are some local government headquarters that you will travel 3, 4, 5 hours from the villages around to get to their headquarters, to that local government headquarters. There are places that are almost 200 kilometers away from their local government headquarters in Nigeria. There are local government chairmen in Nigeria today. It's only in the urban centers that is local government headquarters. So in some places, there are local government chairmen now only once in a month or once in 2 months, and then they come there. And that's a fact. I'm not exaggerating. After the election, they don't go. They only come there maybe when allocation comes, when they go collect allocation and they come and pay salary. You get to some local government headquarters, you'll be wondering, is it local government? Because you will not meet 10 persons. And I'm not kidding. 10. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The only day you will see semblance of people there is when the salary, they're going to go collect allocation, they won't share the money. So the challenge we have in our governance is not just domiciled with the elite alone. Every one of us, every facet, we contribute in our own little way. A local government chairman we bring members of his family, 3, 4, 5, 6, and put them in one payroll somewhere. So every time people come, they are always talking of, like somebody was saying earlier on, Every time they are always talking of ghost worker because he will remove those ones and his own immediate, what do you call them too? They will begin to employ their own. So your ideas are very brilliant, but honestly speaking, if you want to implement it, you just realize that they are not starters. Thank you.
All right, run it off in a few more words and then we move on.
Let me just add this. You see, like I've said before, the closest I've been to public office is a special advisor, and I've had a little experience about public service. Idea do comes. You see people coming, cabinet, everybody will bring his idea and all that. You see, the idea that will work in many times are the idea that look too foolish. They are ideas that if you really want to run with it, you start perfecting it. It may look too very stupid in the beginning. I remember when we were in government, Obiano in Anambra, the guy in Anambra started one system. They all criticized. I remember they discussed it in the cabinet, one of their cabinet meetings back then in my own state. And they say, oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to, it worked for that man. You see some ideas, he's on Agrico. He got something close to what I just explained now. He got those, he called for meetings of those farmers in some areas in Anambra. And what he did for them was that if you tell him your specialty, if it's ugu you are planting, government will be the off-taker. If it's this you are planting, government will, if you are planting 2 hectares before, government will increase your hectares if you have the capacity. If you are planting bitter leaf, government will bring. Government is off-takers. And he started exporting it for them. I don't know if that system is still there now in Anambra, but that system worked fantastically well. It looked very stupid when it started. And some governors discussing in their cabinet and look stupid to them. Say, why? Because it looked very unconventional. It's something that they've never done before. So it may look like that, but they should look towards something like that. Secondly, you see, when you say, oh, why do you gather 774 logo, Mr. Man, let me tell you, do you know logo measurement come to Abuja every 3 months? I hope you are aware. There is a headquarters in Abuja they call Halgon. It's not too far from my house. Association of Local Government of Nigeria is in Maitama. That is where you see them coming every 3 months. So sometimes you see, we think some things are just rocket science. So how do you gather 700? But that same 770 something do come. What did they come to do? They collect local government money to pocket it and come every 3 months to Abuja. And you think we can't fix one of those days to meet them. Then lastly, you talk about, oh, it will take another 5 months. And so what? If it's going to put a lasting solution to the food problem, at least substantially, so 5 months is not too much. Tinubu has spent 2 months now already, remaining 3 months. So if you say you want to keep ground running or you keep ground running, that's part of it. It means another 3 months. If you have started the less than 2 months ago, now another 3 months, that means you should be reaping the fruit. At least corn should be out. Maybe cassava will be preparing. Pepper, our farm in Nasarawa now, and we produce rice. So it's not, I'm not too, too far from this marketing. What happened on our rice? We got some fertilizer, we cut all those things. We started our thing. We put our rice mill and everything on ground. Everything started working. Before we knew it, Buhari had closed border, open border. And more rice started flowing in, and we couldn't sell at that price. We couldn't compete with Thailand rice and all those rice again. So we were forced to sell at we couldn't even break even. So if our government is that responsible, why would that happen? Encourage farmers and be the off-taker. So it may look so too elementary, but some countries are doing it. That's just my point. Look at the direction of Thailand and you see what they are doing there. You see all those rice they bring here, you think it doesn't belong to the government of Thailand, Thai government. It belongs to private individuals. But their government happen to be the off-taker. So they pay you, then they export for you to sell. And they come back home to give you improved seedling. And they establish research institute to be working more on improved seedling. I mean, I don't know. Well, that's just my take than to be giving people 8,000. But if it's going to give people 8,000, let it get to the poorest of the poor. Not just like Mama Uwais and all those, and the Shopee and all those NAPEP and all those. There have been too many cosmetic projects we've had for the poor in Nigeria that didn't even get to the poor. Power, all those things. We should stop all those petty projects. They are not okay.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So thank you, Ogbeni. So well done. So thank you, Ogbeni. Let's hear from Olajide, who has been with us for a while, but I don't think he's yet had the chance to share thoughts. So Olajide, let's hear from you. Olajide Oriade.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah. So thank you for having me. So, Woman, where do you want me to start from?
Oh, you can start from the image on your screen. That is, of course, the unmistakable. I say unmistakable is a quarter his size now, but that is Ogbeni Akeredolu. Actually, it was
it's
only really. Is Arakuri. It was actually from him that I got the idea that I want to be referencing myself in that manner as well. Maybe I'll start making that my official title when I'm writing something out. Instead of "Are you Mr.?" I'll say Arakuri, So yeah, so that's the Arakuri Akeredolu, who is on indefinite medical leave. And on this platform, we had debated heavily that he should have just resigned his position to go and take care of his health, because we were convinced that he was totally incapacitated to be of any use. And by the way, Abdullahi Adamu also spoke in that direction. So there is his wife now on his 67th birthday with his hands clenched out in defiance, and the wife showing the V sign of victory. So is this the rising of the phoenix from the ashes, the return of Akeredolu? What are you making of that image on your screen, Olajide?
Okay, Woman, I think from what we've heard about what has been circulating in the media, it sounds as if this man is really sick. But to see him like this on the chair doesn't really tally with the gravity the newspaper or the media outlets and those have reported these things. It doesn't really tally with the way they have expressed it or sold it to us in terms of the gravity, because the way they portrayed it was like probably somebody you'll be expecting in the picture to see him on life support or needles here and there on his body and things like that. But I feel this could also be a picture for the political sake of it. The man could be seriously sick, but just because he still wants people back in his state and in Nigeria to feel, yes, it's not that bad, I'm still coming back, and they could quickly just arrange this and have him take this picture, because there's nothing these politicians would do just to keep power. But for me, I feel if this man is really sick, to the extent that the media has portrayed it, what I expect was, since you chose your deputy and your deputy came in based on your platform, I think it's something he can really hand over power to this man and ask the man to continue while he resigns and take care of his health, because health is power and health is wealth. So I think that's my own take on it. I just feel this is just for the show. The man might not be coming back in the next few weeks or in a month plus, and when he comes back, he might turn Ondo State to a state that would continue to bear his medical tourism again. So the best thing would have been this man resigning and taking a bow and taking his health as a more paramount thing to look after. That's my take on it, Woman.
All right, brilliant. And to the image on your screen, you can't get anything done in the villa now without calling somebody from Lagos. So this is Dele Fulani, who is alarming on Arise TV. So now this Dele Fulani is a top functionary of the APC, but he's talking about a Lagos bias, because already the narrative of a southwestern bias is now started to gain firm footing regarding the Tinubu administration. But even there's now a subset of biases, even within that already sub-bias that people are identifying. So now this subset biasing that this guy is highlighting, he's now saying that there's a Lagos mafia, a Lagos cartel forming that's how they ring-fenced Buhari, by the way, as well, with Abba Kyari, Mamandaura, Funtami or some whatever his name is. So it looks as though it's that sort of reputation that this guy is alarming too. So he's alarming that there's an overabundance. He's saying 13 out of 20 appointees were of that Lagos cusp. So what are you making of this then? This guy on Arise TV alarming at the emerging Lagos mafia in Aso Rock.
Oh well, one man, I feel I want to take his comment or whatever he has stated on the Arise TV with a pinch of salt. I feel what matters is the purpose. What matters is the result. What matters is the end result and how it pays the masses. For me, if Lagos caucus is going to be the only one in power, and Nigeria will have electricity, have food security, have everything we need, let us have the whole of Lagos be there and get our results. I think this man is just trying to, in a way, raise unnecessary alarm, and they're trying to incite some of the southwestern states to start complaining about the president, as it were. Well, for me, I feel we all know that the president is domiciled in Lagos. His roots is from Lagos. So obviously, when you talk about his caucus, they will be majorly from Lagos. I happened to travel to, I was traveling to Calabar the day before the inauguration. Yes, the day before the inauguration on the 28th, I was at the airport and I missed my flight. Just because the number of people that were at the airport that they're trying to get to Abuja from Lagos, I was like, the airport was almost like Oshodi. So I was queuing, waiting for and I didn't know that every other person on the queue were going to Abuja. So we cannot deny the fact that the president is from Lagos. The Lagos people would always surround him. And if he's to talk about whoever he trusts, who he has worked with, they will always be first from Lagos. They will always be first from Lagos. And really, I feel the southwestern region would not really complain that much in totality, as long as whoever is there is Yoruba. That's majorly, because most of those people that are in Lagos too, most of them are not directly from Lagos. Sometimes some of them might be Ogun, some of them might be Ondo, some of them might even be from my own state, Ekiti. So that's just the way it is for us in the southwest. But this man, I feel, is just trying to bring in unnecessary bias into the discussion. If he's also looking for appointments, he should just state it and let us know that he's also vying for something, and the Lagos caucus are taking up all the positions. But if he's not useful to the president, and the president will not give anything to him. I don't see anything in what he has said. If the president trusts, it's a matter of trust. If he trusts the people he's putting there, and if they are going to give us the results, which is what we all want, fine. If they are not going to give us the result, then he can have people from all over the 36 states of Nigeria. And if they are all bad eggs, they will still not give us the result. So what's the point? I think the man should go and sit down and stop raising unnecessary biased notions. And besides, what the president has picked so far, just his personal assistants and personal advisors, and I feel those are key positions that should go to people he really trusts. When it comes to ministerial position, he cannot give everything to Lagos, the Lagos Cabal, or give everything to the Southwesterners. He has to split it across board. So I think what he's saying is not founded. They are just unnecessary sentiments.
Let me ask you, Woma. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I want this my brother to even ask them, the man that is talking, a question. The question is, what does he want to do in Aso Rock that he's not getting done? He says you can't do anything. So what does he want to do? Is he president, or is he who is he that he wants to go and do? What does he want to go and do in Aso Rock that cannot do in his state or where he is? I mean, that you can't do anything in Aso Rock without getting. Why would I want to go and do something in Aso Rock? I mean, you know that kind of. That's to tell you how trivial and how unfounded some people are.
No. I think you're being somewhat pedantic.
No,
He's talking about access. He's talking about access. He's talking about access now. He says you can't access
to what?
The presidency.
He wants to have access. So if all of us want access, will the president ever do anything? Should he have more access than you and me and everybody?
Well, it should if it's a contributory factor to the emergence of Aso Rock. Yes.
There's nobody who is not a contributing factor. You sure some of these people that are at this platform contributed more than some of these politicians here.
Patrick, you should even suspect this guy. Even the vehicle that is using to where is it running to arise? In the first place. You know that has an ulterior motive.
Now, I can't do anything in Aso Rock now without what you want to do there.
I first of all saw that letter on Rufai's Twitter page before this guy even showed up in the studio. So they must have invited him.
No, they know how to fetch their people that yes. They know how to fetch them. They know people that are actually very, very controversial, and those are the ones that they will invite. Who knows this guy? Who is this Dele Fulani?
One man, I want to add, if this man is trying to say he's trying to gain access to the president and the Lagos caucus are blocking him, if people like what's his name, Asari Dokubo, walks into the presidential villa unarmed without anybody stopping him, we've seen so many people just walking into that space and come out. And I would say for the first time in Nigeria, even the Aso villa has been much more revealed to us as in terms of us seeing what is inside it.
Everybody's just entering. I just wonder. Almost everybody just going there.
Even one man said it on this platform on his own. He mentioned it. That we know the shape and the corner and everything of Aso Rock now during Tinubu regime. And somebody is coming out and
he's just being mischievous. Even chronic opposition party members,
they've been there,
have gotten access to the president. Ayim and the likes went to visit him. Fayose walked in. IBORI. So what is he saying? I feel
even
this man
the
is
Oba of Benin was just there like for a few days ago.
Even one local Oba. Apart from Oba, there's one local Oba. I've forgotten the name now. The man was there. All this.
I think on this Rufai and Abati guy, man. They just
no.
Like Abati,
in
man.
defense of Abati and Rufai, they gave it to him. They call him out.
Is that Rufai guy that probably
Rufai actually called him out. He didn't take side with him. He called him out and tried to let him understand that the people that he appointed or selected as his personal assistant, are you having problem with them? Some of them actually from another state but reside in Lagos. So now you are beginning to bring a different, things that are not founded, you are bringing in. They called him out. They actually did. I was surprised. They did.
Adewale. Yoruba used to say, Ti Sobia Oba Fidikini kan Olukanbela Kesi. If the man is raising alarm in good time, that okay, if this is where it's going to stop, but people making it sound like there is no merit in what he said. I'm still struggling to have an understanding with it. I think we are deliberately just twisting the access to Aso Rock something. Maybe just use that one as an I say, what do you call it now? The fact that he says 13 of the 20 appointments that have come to the Southwest have gone to Lagos.
To Lagos State.
Lagos State.
That's not true.
That's what he said. He quoted the
That's
figure.
not true.
Hold
Dele
on now.
Alake is from.
No,
Hold
he
on
said
now.
Lagos.
No, Lagos.
Based in
Dele
Lagos.
Alake is from Lagos. Forget where his state of origin, his affiliation. Did Dele Alake go to vote in Ekiti or vote in somewhere? His unit is hold on, please. His ward is where he voted. Is in Lagos. You will not say because of his state. When Aregbesola was, not Aregbesola. Okay, it was Aregbesola and Lai Mohammed.
Not just like now. Look at former president, vice president.
He was in Lagos. It wasn't until recently he moved his polling booth to. So what I'm saying is
the man is not from Ekiti again.
Who?
Dele Alake.
No, you are missing it up. And I did say this earlier on when I made my 5-minute monologue. We are not talking of state of origin, where you play your politics. Look, if Dele Alake now, even though he's from Ekiti, I don't know his Agbole in Ekiti, but his immediate his immediate political constituency today is Lagos. Little majority of those people that are with him. So if the man is saying it, there must have been voices at the grassroots level.
Okay, maybe
and
for example,
should Tinubu be focusing on appointing politicians, or should he be focusing on appointing technocrats?
We have passed that stage. We said it before that you need to mix it. Everybody, how can some people struggle and some of them lost their lives in struggling for an election? You now say one technocrat. Are you saying there are no technocrats among the politicians?
No, okay.
So they are entitled to being appointed because they went to.
Let me answer that question.
Absolutely.
The man said
no.
The man said how many out of the 13 appointments?
He said out of 20, 13 are from Lagos.
Now that man has only made 20 appointments. Do you know how many appointments this guy is
That's why I said that he's saying it. Now. Look, exactly. Look, and it's amazing to me. We are excusing everything. I'm a Tinubu person too. I voted for him in my campaign.
All right. I think we lost Bishop.
If I may, before Bishop comes back.
Woman.
We knew. Hold on, please. We knew how we were.
Bishop,
let me land my thoughts.
Can you hold on? When I say hold on. Your system.
You are not. My system is what?
No, hold on, Bishop. Your system dipped quite heavily, and there was silence, so people came in to fill in that gap.
No, my system did not dip. Anyhow,
we're all on here now. It did.
You disappear for a while.
Your system deep, you were out.
So why would I say deep
when
it did not dip?
I paused. Maybe I paused. Anyhow, what I wanted to add.
You did not pause.
Okay,
there was a long fallow. Hold on. Can you hold on? There was a long fallow, and then people came in to fill in the silence. So they were now talking. So let them flow, and then you come back in. So carry on.
Okay. I said something, I paused because I just wanted to add my final that the last sentence I said was that it's getting a little bit how we want to defend everything Tinubu does. It's not infallible, one. And in just immediate past, I know how we were very what's the right word now? About Daura, everything Daura Kasina when Tinubu while he was making his appointment. The man is making his voice known now, so that before it is too late, that everybody, and before he voiced this out, I'm sure there must have been some little grumbling within their local constituencies among themselves. Maybe he's the one that has the courage to voice it out. Some people, if they are dissatisfied, let them say it out. That was how they were saying that there was nothing wrong until the chairman resigned, and people are now coming out to say all manner of things that has gone wrong. Tinubu can manage the political space. I believe he should be able to manage it. And if he's making mistakes in this area, then he should call his people. Let their leaders go and speak to them and reassure them that they have nothing to worry about, that there is enough. But to now say that there's no merit in what he says, I don't agree with that too. Sorry about that.
Okay.
How is this? The thing is this: when you let's use as an example. You're appointed into a position. You have no idea who you are working with, so you resume on the first day. You rely on the information being given to you by maybe the person leaving the post. Now you are coming in. You have the liberty to bring your own people that will work with you or work for you. Would you rather leave those people behind and work with new people blindly, or you bring in someone that will help you navigate while you stabilize and start getting to know those people that you met there? I think by and large, what Tinubu has done is to bring people from all strata of life to come, help him. So he appoint those advisors, and those advisors are not going to be there probably for the entire 4 years. Maybe they're just there to hold forth before he appoint ministers, so that they will be able to, navigate all those things coming in every day. But here you are, even Arise TV, or I call them Asleep TV, told him, why didn't you go through the inner channel? Why coming to the public? Why making the letter public? And he said, well, you wanted him to, to get to him because now you have to go through Lagos. Of course, he's from Lagos. That's where his political base is from. So at the end of the day, this is how you know that there's no merit in what we're saying. When you have obedience siding, even criticizing him, that you have what you are trying to do, it doesn't have any merit. That's where you know that he has missed the road. I mean, he's a party man, he's a party member. There's a channel you can go through that could get to the people on the top rather than just making this, because he make mockery of himself. You call yourself coordinators of the what do you call support group. I mean, there should always be a channel to this authority, to the man himself. Why making this? You have grievance. Yes, it's not today that even Mike that was saying something the other time about you want competent people. Politics is not about that. You have to work with people. You have to compensate people, appoint them to position. That's how they do it, even in the advanced politics. I mean, country. But at the end of the day, he brought himself. I mean, I don't think he's going to gain anything for what he has done now. To me, this is news. He didn't go to TV, he didn't go to NTA, but I Sleep TV. That speaks volume of who he is as a politician. A lousy one.
Dewale, do you have you noticed that the Arise TV is somewhat pivoting in terms of their reportage, and even Rufai Yoseni is somewhat.
They are not.
Oh, hold on. Even Rufai, you don't think so?
No, they are not.
Woman, I actually concur with you because I watch them a lot.
No, they are not pivoting. Reality is hitting them, and they have nowhere to propagate.
Mama, I realize they've been attacking Rufai Abati and obedience space lately, a little bit.
So they have
not Rufai Abati.
They started with Abati.
But they don't attack Abati traditionally now.
They do. Occasionally they do when it's not speaking their in language. I mean, he was praising the Tinubu's media team. He was praising them that the speech that they wrote and the way they delivered it, they are being active about it. He was praising them, but I mean,
they even started the convoy when he didn't condemn the convoy. Yeah. That convoy, when they were attacking the convoy, they started with him over that his comment over the convoy, that Tinubu convoy that everybody was shouting about.
But
Abati actually started immediately after the inauguration to change his rhetorics. And he has more experience with the presidency. So he sees things from a more objective way. And they don't like the way he's talking now.
Yeah. This is one thing
So
who are those attacking
about? Who are those attacking about?
Of course.
The usual suspects now. The usual suspects.
You know what I respect? This is what I respect most about Tinubu and his crew. The fact that he allows a Slave TV correspondent to being in the Aso Rock to correspond from Asura. I give him kudos to that because not in fact, I know a particular administration that will not even entertain an opposition in the state house. I mean, maybe limit them to the state house or started having ASA from their co-worker, but not directly, corresponding. I could remember when what is his name? Bajabi Amila was, coming from Asura, probably going to the parking lot, and the RS News correspondent accosted him asking him questions. I could see the relationship between them. You could tell that it was mutual. He was asking. He almost even let the cat out of the bag in the first place, but he cautioned himself. It shows you how their journalists on the field relate with these people, but they that are in studio, they has no idea how things are being run. They are the one that will have the greatest advice on what should be done and how it should be done. When Abati was there, he wasn't as active as Taylor Lucky. He was just there carrying bags, embezzling money and getting fat like me. He was even credited to have said that he was even credited to have said that he was not in government to do anything but to make money for his family. After he's not here to count bridge in Abuja. Whether that was true, I don't know, but that was what they said.
All right, Dewale, let's welcome Simba to the conversation. He's just joining us. But before we welcome Simba to the conversation, Patrick, say Toru lo ma fin journey. You're not usually meeting, eh? You're not usually meeting past 7 o'clock.
One man.
Yes.
Joy tí jẹ́ kí n parí nǹkan tí mo sọ ṣé wọn pé tán mi ni.
Envy bí àṣà Tinubu.
All right. Mabino, Jide, finish what you have to say, and then we welcome Simba, who's just joining us.
Okay. So I would quickly wrap it up now by saying this. I want to touch three points. Now, on the last one that we just discussed now, every politician has his own caucus, and we cannot dissociate politics from caucus. That is how it is. I know today, if I'm made a governor of the state, I have my friends that I'm sure of, oh, this guy can handle this guy can handle that. They always say, guys, come and do this for me. That's how life works. And for the Southwest, every family in the Southwest, every tribe in the Southwest, or every part of the Southwest is represented in Lagos. So for the Ekiti people, like my own people now, Alake is our son, and he has been given a position. We won't see it like a Lagos thing. We'll see it like he's our son, and he has been given that role by the president. And that is how it goes, even for the people that were given from Ogun State, even though they are seen as Lagosians. So for me, it doesn't make any difference what whoever the man is speaking, as long as they can perform. That is the main thing. And the difference between Tinubu and Buhari is that Buhari can pick a Meshai or a Meti on the road and make him minister just because he's coming, or make him personal advisor just because
a recharge card seller.
Or a recharge card seller. But this man has given us people that we cannot question their competence in terms of what they've been able to do in the past. So I think that is more key than wherever they came from. That's number one. And number two, the 8,000 naira thing. One man, even in the city, there are people that need that money if it will get to them. I want to say this. A man called me yesterday, texted me rather yesterday, and asked me for 1,000 naira. This man lost his job during the lockdown. He was only begging me to give him 1,000 naira, that just to manage for tonight. Then tomorrow he would find a way. So imagine that 8,000 naira drops into his account tonight, or yesterday night. His family will have been smiling by now, and he will be praising the government. So I believe some people need the money, but I believe the Northern caucus are pushing it because of this their rank Adede ideology, because they will benefit more from it. Any sort of scheme that has to do with giving to the poor in Nigeria has always been more favorable to the northerners, because one, they claim they have the numbers. They claim that the poorest of the poor are much more domicile or resident in their region. So I feel that is why the man was pushing for it, or that commented about it. I'm not saying what he said is wrong, because I know that even there are people in the Southwest that will need that money. But the way they would disburse the money is key, and how it will go around. I know during the Empower, I know at least 3 or 4 of my colleagues that are people that benefited from the Empower. Even there was one that I fought. You are gainfully employed. Your wife is working and you are still taking Empower. What is wrong with you? This is corruption. I fought the guy. He was a very close friend of mine. This money is meant for guys that they left school. They are still looking for work to do. But I can say categorically that I know of 4 people in my vicinity that benefited from Empower. So to the last one, the issue of the Benin Bros, when we were discussing the other time, I was trying to state something. One Benin Bronze head in the year 2015 got sold, just one in a private auction, got sold for $10 million. And there is one that was sold of recent, I think it's 2021, $13.8 million. And if you quantify the number of Benin bronzes that these people have all together with them, if you multiply it by that $10 million each, you should know what the outcome would look like.
It won't be $400 billion, like you said, though. So you can just abandon that. Yes.
No, yes, but that was what the documentary said. I wanted to look for that documentary. That was why I left the chat, the live chat, to go and look for it. But when I saw it was taking too long, I had to come back. That I will look for it later. I'll probably share it with you privately. But the truth of the matter is, these people need to give us back what belongs to us. And just for the records, those things are not all related to idols. Some of it are just relics for probably good kings, great kings, just to tell their stories. And also, there are some that even depict pictures of the first Portuguese that came to slave trade with the Benin people. So it's not really all about traditional religion, or they deifying them, like the one for Ilefe now. All they were just a replica of the kings or the great men that walked the land during their time. So I feel if they bring it back to us and we have a museum for it here, it will encourage tourism, it will encourage foreign exchange, and people will come and look at it here. It's disheartening when we, as the owner, have to take our money and travel out to go and check this thing out in the museum. I feel these people are just cheating us, and I don't know how we are going to get ourselves out of these shackles that we find ourselves. Oh, that's my.
We have to use 2 Nigerians method. If we recruit a million army, I think we'll be able to fight them and get the Benin Bros back.
Well, but that's not possible. You know that even Odeshi cannot fight by intercontinental ballistic missile.
No, this is what we've been trying to explain to him for months. Thank you, Jide. Stay with us. So thank you, Jide. Stay with us. Let's welcome Simba to the conversation. And as we welcome Simba to the conversation, let me ask Ola to check his phone. But before we welcome Simba to the conversation, let me do a little bit of advertising. As some of you may be aware, but those of you that are not aware, be aware. We have the SDP candidate for the last gone election, Prince Adewale Adebayo, joining us on Sunday at 10 p.m. UK time So I'm going to post the link to the comment section, bookmark it and share it on your social media spaces, your WhatsApp or Facebook, etc. So the Prince has been with us before, but since he was last with us, a lot has happened within the Nigerian space, and the Prince always makes himself available. The Prince always makes himself available to take on all questions, from culture to finance to politics. Ask him anything. He's a well-versed man in so many fields. So a real opportunity to interact with the upper echelons of the Nigerian society and politics. So at 10 p.m. UK time, share the link and bookmark it. It's there in the comment section right there. So bookmark that and let's and by the way, if you do turn up on the screen. And if you turn up on the screen, don't be like some gushing fan and say how wonderful he is. He knows he's wonderful already. He's a politician. So put his feet to the coal and let's sweat him hard, and we push him hard because he wants to be pushed hard so that he can discuss then what he feels is going on in the country. So that's the Prince. He's joining us. The link in the comment section. Bookmark it and share it on your social media spaces. So Simba, good to see you. Always late to the party as always.
I have a question. This
yeah,
your floor. How are you doing it? Are you doing it? Are you trying to reach everyone, or is just people of your interest? Or I mean,
how do you mean?
It looks like some people have been on the show from the beginning. You haven't reached them, you know.
No, I've reached you now. Have I not reached you?
You did an opening statement with everybody, and then started reaching people one by one. And I don't really care about floor that much. I'm just kind of curious, like, okay.
No. You know, what I just try to do is the voices that I feel that I've not spoken, I try to reach them. That's just all I do. But let me let me hear from Simba, and then I'll come to you, and then we'll do it that way.
No. I mean, you don't have to come to me. It's fine. I just want to. I mean, if you feel the floor is better with others, it's okay. That's fine.
I bet Mikey, you are. I was listening to both of you yesterday. You people had the next time. You and one man. You are talking TikTok. At least, in fact, one man was impressed with you yesterday. Now, so why are you saying this?
What's your point? I didn't say mean. I didn't say I'm a victim. Did I say that? I'm just saying, like, it's not even. I think there have been other people here that have been on the phone.
No, everybody feels like that occasionally. Even me, I feel like that occasionally. But sometimes I just allow it to go. So.
No. It's not like I have issue with it. I just trying to know like how he does it. Because I always assume he's trying to go like where point people to people and around or something like that. But then I kind of notice like he just skips people like that.
Mike. There are one or two ways that I can do it. I can do it in the order that people turn up, and then I'll go from one person and then to the next person in the order that they turn up. But sometimes I have about 3-4 people, and then suddenly the space fills up, so that order might not work. But then I can also what I often do is if there's a particular topic that I know somebody has a particular interest in, if we're talking law, for instance, and when it turns up, I'll very quickly try and make my way to him because I know he will know about law. And then if we're talking IFA and divination and stuff like that, I'll very quickly try and make my way to you because I know you have a specialism in that. But it's just I try to curate it just to
There's difference between going to a topic and going to floor. Floor means like you when you put someone on the floor, you go over all the topic with that person. You understand? So that's what the floor. That's all your floor is. And we know sometimes you spend at least 1 hour with one person on that floor. And normally, but some people call on the show thinking they are waiting for their floor, and they never, and then they wonder like, okay, why? I know I've been here from the beginning, and this guy came in 4 hours later. I jumping straight to his floor. So that's how I'm trying to know like how you do things. Some people, I mean, I don't know. If that now you'll be explaining like, hey, maybe you feel like this guy can handle the topics and stuff. So it makes sense now. It makes sense now.
No, but that's feedback though. So I need to hear things like that. So that's feedback. Yeah. So it's for balance, isn't it? Because if I turn up on a platform and people, in fact, anytime I go on Rudolph's channel, if it doesn't get to me within 2 people, I just leave. because I don't have the patience to hang out. I just I'm sure you see me there. I pop in, and then if it go from one person to me, if it doesn't come to me quickly, I just say, okay, let me just. I think I'll skip this. So I get your meaning. People don't like to be kept waiting. But hopefully
you can go. You can allow Mike. I will wait.
Zimba, go, Jerry. But I think you should allow interjections, Shai. That's the case. I don't even. I prefer to do interjections than have a whole floor anyway. So, but the thing is, sometimes you don't allow people to interject very well too. Some people you just don't allow them to interject. And if you don't allow them to interject, you don't give them floor. So it's almost like So why are they here with you for 8 hours?
What am I even doing here? Maybe that's why my panelists they hang back now. They wait for Thomas. If Thomas is not here, they don't turn up. I'm surprised to see Simba.
Maybe that's why some of them are like that. I don't know. Like you don't give them too much time.
So you're suspecting me already.
No, I know that you are one of Thomas's body men. But the way I was opening it up, was to give people like a 5-minute monologue to speak to the politics of the day, how they see it. So what are you looking at? What were you looking at in the politics today?
Simba, not me.
No, you've done that, have you not?
Yeah. Simba, go ahead, Jerry. No, carry your floor. Continue. Like you guys continue. Yeah.
Simba the Sailor. I think his wife has called his attention. Okay, let me be with you then. You were speaking on this palliative, Mike, and you had a different approach. Because there's an unconscious bias to how people. It's a well-intentioned unconscious bias, but nevertheless an unconscious bias. When people see the amount of 8,000 naira and they immediately recoil from it that what is the meaning of 8,000 naira? I wouldn't even spend that. I spent more than that on a sandwich. But what the governor of Nasarawa state is telling us is that, look, there are people at a lower rung in society which you would not see because you are not in that space. That 8,000 naira is a lottery win to them. And it's suggesting that this 8,000 naira that Tinubu offered...
Hey, 1 minute, okay.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
No, I was going to buttress Mike's points. You have to be like Pansant, with that attitude to take over, unless one man may skip you and not come back to you.
Yes. All right. I take that feedback, actually, and I shall work on it. Yeah. So what are you making then of that space, Mike? These are 8,000 naira, which you elite recall from, but the governor of Nasarawa State is saying it's more than plenty.
Yeah, like 8,000. To be honest, like there's some people in Nigeria, they will appreciate that money. But to me, I don't think it's really much about the idea of the money. The question is how will it disperse it, and those, and also, I mean, how will you select who will get it? Because it's not like it's saying every poor. It says it gave a number of the people they will give it to. So how do you decide? Because you don't want another situation that will say, oh, you're only giving money to people from this side or that side. Or to me, it doesn't. The idea of giving the people money is good. That money will help. Will do a lot. Will go a long way with so many of those poor people. But the question is, how do you go about it? How do you disperse it? How do you go about it? The dispersion of the money, and so that's the only question. Like, will you do it through the NIN number or the? I don't know. I don't know how they will go about it. But to me, it's not a bad idea to give those people money. To be honest, the poorest of the poorest, that 8,000 will do a lot for them. I think like Africa in general, we need to incorporate. Because even the Western world, even America that claims to be a capitalist country, they still have they practice some a form of socialism. Welfare is because you have to have welfare in society. You have to have some type of welfare system to help the people that can, that they are completely. What if somebody don't have a job, don't have family, don't have anything? How do they survive? You have to put some kind of welfare system in place. So I don't agree with the way we do. It looks like Africa is the only continent where we don't have it. Even Europe, America, they claim that they are completely, I know Europe, they own is obvious. America, practically every level of welfare. If you can't feed yourself, you don't have anything. They have shelter. They have food bank. Those are the main basic. That's the first thing society should produce before anything else. That should be the number one thing, the basic human need. Before we start talking about any other thing, how economic growth, GDP, all this other bullshit, or even say we want to build a country, the first thing you have to do is to put that security in place, food security, basic survivor thing, basic human survivor sustenance, those kind of things. That's the basic thing the government should focus on. And then security of the nation, those things, food, security, and then you can start discussing other things like how you want to this foreign investment, all this other bullshit that they talk about. Oh, Nigeria has grown by this and this and that. They bring all these bullshit. They'll be talking grammar. Like, dude, I want your 100 million people are starving. Are sitting and talking grammar about some economics bullshit. World Bank economy, like this man will call it. That doesn't make sense. Economy is tied to European system where our activity is just making European countries rich and American, all these foreign countries richer and richer and richer, and then the only people who get it richer and richer are the few percentage of Africans. Whereas there are people they'll be born into poverty, their children will be born into poverty. Poverty of course is natural, but the suffering that you see is just unnecessary, man. Human beings should not lack food. That's one thing. That's one basic thing. If we call ourselves society,
you say human beings should not lack food. But I'll extend it even beyond that. Africans should not really lack for food. Well, we have abundance of very fertile land. We have always been an agricultural based people. But the idea of an African starving to be an oxymoron. How is that possible?
That should be the only thing. Honestly, before Africans start talking all these politics or global politics or anything else, that should be the first governance should start with that area. You understand? Whatever system, we just need to sit back on the round table. Okay, let's start from this before we start going to all these other sophisticated system, industries, and all these things. Let's start with the basics. Like, okay, we take care of that, where food, agriculture, whatever it is, our humans, it will be a human right that no human being should go hungry. You understand? On that continent, where food is taken care of, what are those basic things? That's the first step, first investments. And then we start from there. Once everybody, because if everyone is not thinking about food, then what's next to think about? You start thinking about brain, like what you can do with your brain. But when people are living on a desperate, like average African, the only thing is mine is food. So if you're always thinking about food, then when you start using your brain to think of anything else, you understand?
Mike, can I interject?
Yeah.
Yeah. One man, the question you asked, even before you ask this question, I've been telling people, I don't think there's any reason for, I might be sounding controversial, but there's no reason for anybody to be hungry, especially in Nigeria. Let me give you an example. I'm a doctor, but I can also say maybe I do some little farming. Even before I left Nigeria, I don't buy things like tomato, buy egg, buy gari, buy yam. I plant those things, and so I don't spend my money on those things. I even sell vegetables to the vegetable sellers in the market. And all these things are not from a vast hectares of land. I do a lot of farming within my compound, and I have a plot of land beside my house where I used to plant cassava and yam, and that's what I eat. The cassava that I harvested last year, August, we used it to make gari, and we are still eating the gari up till now. One man.
Simba, I'll tell you something that will shock you.
Do you understand? And let me even tell you, I have some guys that are working for me on the farm, and I used to tell them I have lands that I give to them, so use it for farming. I have water in my farm, water all year round. I have manure that they can use to plant vegetables that they can sell. But what would they do? After doing the little work that I used to give them, they will just be sleeping away. If you are not lazy, in Nigeria, there's no reason for you to be crying of hunger.
But we get it, but there's got to be some government kind of, it got to be program where you take care of that kind of, organize.
Yeah,
But
you
let me tell you what
don't.
will shock you. One man, let me put this very important.
Yeah,
One man, I know it's probably the same in the UK. In America here, if you own a pet, if you own like a dog or cat or a pet, and that pet become malnourished, you get charged to court. You can go to jail for it. That's the animal.
You'll be arrested.
You'll be arrested. That's the animal. Talk less of your child. If your child just even go malnourished a little bit, you'll be arrested. There's no excuse that you don't have money, you don't have anything. The problem is if you can't feed that child, just break. That's humanity. You understand? Or no, I call it humanity. It's the animal. I don't even know if there's a word for it. The animal cannot go malnourished in America. That's the law. Like you can't. They just can't. Why should animal go hungry? Why should anyone? Talk less of human being. But in Africa, we're just okay with human beings. Starving, you see children malnourished. And I'm like, what? This is an emergency situation right here. There's no reason why a creature should be malnourished. Like it's food. I get it what you're saying, Simba, that there's some human beings that are lazy. They don't. Yeah, human beings are stupid human beings. We get it. There will be stupid human beings that even if you give them put 1 million in their account, something will still go wrong with it. They'll lose everything and they still be hungry. We get there and they put them in the farms, they still won't do. But there gotta be some, which one we call it society, civilization. It means like order in place where, you put things in place to make sure, okay, even the stupid ones that even the crippled that have no leg, no arm in America cannot go hungry. They can't do anything for themselves. There's something in place. That's what you start from there to take your basic human need. That's what governance is really about. So, it's very important. That's where our conversations should start in Africa. In fact, that's where political conversations should begin. Not all this, we increase this thing, the GDP, I will change the economy. Not that dumb shit they're talking. Because the millions will still go hungry. The conversation should start for, okay, how can we make sure no human being starves in this country or in this continent? That's where the conversation should be starting in Africa, to be honest.
All right. I think I'm on board with you with that. Did you want to add something to that, Simba, before I take a bite to artifacts?
Okay, yes, what I'm saying generally, it doesn't take rocket science and it doesn't take too much money to get this thing done. I remember when we were growing up, we used to have all these local fowls that our parents used to raise. They don't even feed them. They just throw them into the society. They fed for themselves and they lay eggs. And that's what my mother used to feed us those days. And what has gotten wrong with that? These days, people don't want to do anything. Everybody just looking, maybe the society, our values has changed. Everybody just looking at the politician, everybody's looking on how they can steal money, and nobody is productive. Let me tell you one man. Behind, I have some backyard chicken. Yesterday, I just went there in the evening. I have just 6 of them that are laying, just the female ones. And I got 5 eggs, one man. 5 eggs. The egg that we are getting from this just 6 chicken, we cannot even finish it. We put some time. My wife will take some crates out to go and sell, because if you are getting like 4, 5 every day, we don't eat egg every day. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I will produce more than what you can eat. That is more than enough for a family with just 6 laying bed, just 6. And what are we feeding them? We are just giving them guinea corn and all those small things that people are not using. So what I'm saying generally is that if you are actually very productive and you are innovative, we should not go hungry. But what everybody just shouting about government has to do this, government has to do that. But individually, we also have to think on what we can do for ourselves. If I'm thinking that, okay, I don't need to go and be spending my money to do this so that I can have money to spend on other things, then why should some other people just sit down there and be waiting for, okay, the government has to give us food, they have to give us that, yes, government has a role, everybody has a role, but the citizen also has to take some responsibility, and we have to take responsibility for some of the things that are happening to us also. That's what I'm saying.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Mike. So the artifacts, which we were discussing just at length the other time, you heard the British MP telling you that you can go and whistle for it. But Dewale was arguing that it's because they see the value in those artifacts. That's why they want to hold on to it, because it's generating traffic to their museums. But the counter argument, which is where I am placed, is that they see some little trinkets that they get out of it, but really the value they see is that it asserts their dominance over you. So why do you think the British are so reluctant to return the artifact? Is it for the commercial value or just because they want to assert their dominion over you?
That's why I agree with you 100%. I told you earlier. It's all about just asserting their dominance over, just to show that, hey, we conquered, we did this, that's the only pride they have, it's their mentality that, hey, we are this relevant, we are the most, we are the superpower, we are this. So how can this African act for? They're basically telling you that, hey, we are still, you are nobody.
Yes, we're still your colonial masters.
Yeah, exactly. We're still your colonial master. So if you're asking us to give us this, that's me. You're telling us that you're free now. It's almost like they're returning those things, almost like giving it's looking like, okay, now these guys have retrieved their freedom, or they gain their full freedom by commanding us to give us something, and they're able to take it back. So you're able to take back from that kind of. So that's what it is, man. They're just asserting their dominance, their supremacy, and most of it is just. Even this so-called conquest, like I said, it's propaganda. Do you know one man? Do you know that the British, the way they teach you guys World War II history is different from the way American teaches it? Because the British will tell you that they were the one that actually, the way they put it in a way that they were the one that conquered Germany in a way, right? But in America put it in a way that no, they were the British were conquered. They were the one that went to, save the British and the French, conquer Germany. But then in Russia, those ones will tell that they were the one that actually defeated Germany. So they all have their different story too. They write their story in a way where they try to show that they were the great, the superior, the way they teach their history, they teach in a way to excel, to teach their children that, hey, we are the best, we are the number, we are the greatest, we were the conqueror, that's what they teach their history. But unfortunately for my Africans, we even help them to teach ourselves their own story about us. That they conquered, it just irritates me when I say Africans. Like the Africans will be telling you the story that the British told, right? Without questioning. Like some stories don't make any sense. Like I see this one.
But is that not the only story that exists, though?
Well, you got to tell your own story now.
Yeah, but your own stories, they are anecdotal. But
it doesn't matter. I just told you an example. The British gave different accounts to America of what happened in World War II. Because both of them have to teach their children that, hey, we're the man. The Chinese don't teach their children that the Japanese conquered them. But the Japanese invaded China before and they occupied. But they don't say, oh, we're conquered. But Africa was the only one that still everything insists, oh, we're conquered. We conquered us. They conquered us. How can you say they conquered you when you're still in your land? You are the ones in your land. If they defeated maybe somebody, some generation, that's that generation. They are gone. They were the one that suffered some defeat. But you are here today. Why you are asserting that you are a conquered person? The way Africans talk, it just really irritates me, Like maybe that generation that lost the war, they were foolish. They just happened to be a spoiled generation. They don't know how to think well. Maybe the generation before them it wouldn't have happened because those ones were better thinkers. I don't know. But we can't be teaching ourselves that we are conquered. We are these inferior people to these Europeans. I mean, it's ridiculous. Somebody here today said they conquered our gods. What the heck, man? I can't be teaching my children that we want to conquer Shangu now. Africans got problems.
One of the things that and this one, it really rankles me. Do you know what rankles me? It's just two words: colonial masters.
Mentality.
No, I hate that
word. Oh, masters, exactly.
I hate that word. When
they will say our colonial master.
Our colonial masters.
A person that wasn't even born during the era. And you see calling the man your own colonial master.
Your colonial masters. They were not your masters. They were interlopers. They were colonial interlopers. So when they say that word, Fela Kuti sang that song. They don't release you now, but you never release it yourself. Colo mentality.
Have you ever seen the Indians say
they've captured your mind when you are still calling them that means you are still in.
It's only Africans. Do you ever see the Indians say the British conquered Krishna? They are gods that they worship there in India today. They will never tell you that kind of shit. This one Nigerian guy did documentary and the guy was repeating some bullshit. They told in England. They said the one battalion of the British army went from Lagos all the way to the north with 2 Gatling guns to conquer the entire Nigeria, like the entire from southern Nigeria to northern Nigeria with 2 machine guns. I'm like, within short time, I'm like, okay, first of all, there was no automobile during that time, and there was no roads or cars, so even if there was automobile. So you're telling me they came with 2 machine guns, with 1 battalion, and they just walked through. You know how big now, you know how long it would take you to like march from the southern Nigeria to the north, right? Now you conquer all the tribes from the south, everybody just we subjugated everyone. We all had our hands up. Oh, we battle you. You conquered us all the way with 2 machine guns. It was a Nigerian guy telling that stuff. That's what he was going to teach his children. I'm like, dude, do you question these things? Like, the story doesn't make sense. The British are just telling their own people that, okay, we went there. It's not what happened, no, but that's why they will go to England to teach their own people, just so to make you feel superior. Like, oh, England, we are the super. So it's propaganda, you know. How can you say you used to Gatling gun to conquer the whole Nigeria? 2 machine gun. And how did you with few battalion? So you went through all the African jungles, marching through the jungles, going from tribe to tribe. You know how many tribes in Nigeria? Over 300 tribes. From tribe to tribe, you went there, conquered them back. Okay, now, so after you conquer that tribe, they mean that you conquered them. Now they moved on to the next tribe, and so you must be conquering them 1 tribe per day or 1 tribe per 6 hours. The story did not make sense the way the guy wrote it, and he's a Nigerian. And when I say, guy, this is your story, he's saying, nah, shut up. What are you saying? Because anything when you both talk, we just believe it. You know, they most of the things come propaganda. They never conquer Africa. There's no way where Europeans will conquer Africa. They won't wipe out the population. The place they close to conquer was Australia and North America, and they wiped out those people. They took it from them. They had to run away from Africa. Africans are still the one occupying Africa. So why are you saying you are conquered when your president is the black man, your governor is the black man, everyone is black, and you're telling yourself that Oyibo, that's not your myth, has conquered you? You know, all this mentality, you just irritate me, man. And our curriculum will be teaching all that rubbish. Is how we elevated our curriculum. It was maybe special that came to stop killing of twins in Africa. It was this man that stopped this thing. We just elevate them, but we never talk about they came to capture slaves and brutalize slaves. We don't teach that.
You know another thing that irritates me, Mike. When they say Christopher Columbus discovered America or XYZ discovered it, they say no. I think the people in America, they knew it was there already. So they were aware that they had
in Nigeria too. They'll say even in Nigeria, curriculum will say Mogopa discovered River Niger. Like the job people were not there.
The job people not know that the river was there. Did they not know?
We are taking their story.
They discovered America. There were people living there. They knew the place existed. I mean, what language is that?
That's their own story, but we Africans will consume it and make it our own story.
Hey, Mike, can I interject if you don't mind?
Come in, Prince.
Yeah. So I was going to say maybe we're talking about 2 things or different things there. It is true. The Europeans, the Americans, the British, they do the same thing. They revisionist history. It's kind of common because they rewrite history and make themselves the victor or put themselves in a good light. Like, for example, you're talking about the Second World War. I think American historians, for example, they do agree that it was the Russians that actually fought the Nazis and defeated them in Europe. Okay, so American can claim victory, or the British or the French. That is fine. Well, sure, we can always talk about make our own stories or put ourselves, our culture, tradition in a good light. But between our story and their story, there's always the truth. Okay, and no one wants to admit defeat, right? But to the question about, just like you probably know, it's in the Bible and it's maybe some other texts also. Back in the days when tribes or people trying to go to war against one another, they always consult their gods and always put their gods forward. We have the stories in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, right?
Bible. I don't believe in it. I don't know who wrote that shit, so I don't have to follow it. I don't believe in it, so you can't use that as a source for me to. I don't believe it.
Mike, we live in a distant society, just like people who
you want to have a conversation with your fellow Christian, talk about Bible. Don't bring that to present any argument with me. I don't accept it. I don't know who wrote it. He's probably sat in his bedroom writing rubbish. I don't know. Probably made up stories. I don't know. So I can't accept it as a true story. I don't know who wrote it.
Mike, we not most of the things we discuss, we don't have the origin. Even things that happened yesterday, we don't have the origin.
If
We
I
just
don't,
take
I don't
stories
have
that
to
they are.
believe it. It can't be my
Well,
reality.
Mike, I'm not telling you to believe it. I'm just trying to make it a point based on the reference. You don't have to believe anything
No,
that I
you
say.
can't
It's
use that as a
irrelevant.
reference. Use something else. Use
Well,
something more
okay, we
concrete.
we
Use
can't
something
use a religious. Mike, listen to yourself. We can't use a religious text that's like millions of people, read
Who gives a
and
shit about
believe.
millions of dummies?
Oh, you can call them dummies. That's okay. Not a big deal.
Most
You
humans are
consider them.
dummies. You don't know that? It's only a few percent. That's why 1%
Well,
control
they are
90% of the
dummies
wealth.
as well as myself, but it's not a big deal. It's not personal. Trust me. This thing is not personal at all. But by the way, we've even perhaps African history, even the Europeans, even the Greek. What are we talking about? We have the
That's their whole
documentation about the
story. I
Greeks.
don't care.
Greek mythology, whereby they consult the gods before they go to war, and hoping that the gods is going to help them win the war. And when whichever side is conquered, we assume also that the gods are conquered also. That's the way it goes.
Okay, you made a
That
statement. You said they conquered our gods. How did they
yes, they
conquer our
conquer your
gods? Can you
gods.
explain it to me?
Well, it's very simple. I mean, when people do divination, when they consult the god, or should we fight, or should we do this and that, and you go against another tribe or foreign power, and they come to your space, you go to war, and they defeat you and they capture you. That means you have been defeated as a people, and your gods also have been defeated. It's very simple.
come in now?
This guy. So when did they defeat me? When did they defeat my people? I mean, when did they defeat me? And I mean, was there? Obviously, in Yoruba land history, we don't have history of British coming to shoot us up.
Okay, I'm not even talking about you.
Even
You
the Benin invasion. Let me tell you something. The wars in Africa. Let me tell you who they used. It was the Jaws. It was the African people that the army they used. And most of you don't even know this story. The British claim they invaded Benin Kingdom with their own soldiers. It's a lie.
Well,
It was the wait. They create army of a group of Africans. It was Africans. They make a soldiers and they give them a contract to go invade other tribes. So it was not the British themselves. Those soldiers cannot survive the African jungles. The white man cannot survive in African jungles. They use other. They were even the Ashanti was the Ijaws they brought from Nigeria to go all the way to Ghana to use to fight the Ashantis.
Yeah.
They don't tell you that.
All this story. At the end of the day,
when they came, let me tell you what happened in Yoruba land. By the time they came, the Egba people were trying to free themselves from your empire, and that's how they worked with the Egbas to be able to settle in Yoruba land. Right?
Sorry, 1 second, Mike. Simba, can you check your phones? Carry on, Mike.
So they never actually themselves engaged the Africans in shootings. The only time they engaged Africans was in South Africa. And the Zulu defeated them so many times until they had to start working with the Khoisan. The Khoisan now accepted them and they began to use the Khoisan to settle in South Africa. So these white men, when they give you a story about how they just came to Africa and conquered the Africans in wars and everything, all these things, they conquered their gods.
See, I'm not arguing.
Let me ask you a question. Have you heard about you know this country called Haiti?
Who?
Haiti.
In the Caribbean.
Oh, Haiti. Yeah.
Yeah. Papa Dog. Is that Papa Dog? Yeah.
So, do you know how the slaves free themselves?
Well, because they consulted the voodoo, but
do you know they defeated the French? They defeated the French, the so-called British you're talking about. They defeated the British, the French,
with voodoo.
Yes.
And who came back and defeated them?
Well, there's an embargo. Nobody ever invaded them to defeat them or anything like that, as far as war goes. But embargo and global economic system. But no, I'm just giving you an example. I'm not arguing.
No. See, maybe like the Zulus and this. Hold on. There were some pushbacks and opposition. I'm not saying that they just went in there and run them over. But they had opposition. They absolutely had opposition from the Zulu and some other tribes also. But at the end of the day, we know whose language is speaking. We know who are the colonial masters. We know
because you speak in English.
Well, it's beyond that. They ruled you guys for hundreds of years. So you can deny the facts. But that's
hundreds of years. Tell me the hundreds of years. From which year to which year? It's hundreds of years.
Well, let's try with Nigeria. When did the British come to Nigeria? How long were they there for?
You say hundreds of years. You're the one that you tell me. You have to know what you're talking about. So you tell me.
Can I come in?
I'm assuming that they were in Nigeria for at least 100 years or more.
No.
For sure.
No.
I mean, if
I think
not
the
just
Berlin Conference. And when you
They are
say
still in
like,
Nigeria. They're still in Nigeria right now. So
what we can all agree is that they are indirectly doing their thing. The same method they're using today, the Europeans, so what they were using in the past, they use our people to rule, to get what they want. So some pastor said they say Nigeria. Are they really there physically? Are they? But what can you and I do to them? We can't do anything
say
because
they defeated the
people.
Chinese too. As big as China was, they defeated the Chinese. They took Hong Kong. They
defeated
did
the
a lot of things
Chinese.
to them.
Can I respond to Prince
The entire
Daddy,
China.
What do you mean? See, China was a vassal state. They were subject to the British. You don't know that? They never happened.
Dude, you see, you're reading. You went obviously. When you people are educated. See, Africa, we have to people that are educated by white man should not be doing
No,
it.
see,
But
you
someone
have
like
to.
you, no. The difference between me
No,
and you
you
is
have
this.
to disabuse
Prince Daddy, let me
yourself
say
from
this.
this superior
Prince
argument
Daddy, let me
you're
say this.
better.
Listen. Let me say this. In Africa, the difference between you and I, if I become president in Africa, the way how we approach Europeans is different from the way you approach them. Because you already see them as superior, because you already see them as your conqueror. So
No, Mike.
wait, that's why they
You
will
have to
always
accept. You have to accept facts.
That's why
To be listen. This is how it goes. Let me tell
you
you.
gotta let me
A
talk, man. Let's go one
a
at a time.
loser is a loser. A winner lose to win. You never accept anything. You want to say you're the best in everything, but you're not.
The Europeans will always make sure the people that become president and leaders in Africa, people that think like you, they have already accepted them, see them as conqueror and winner.
This are all stories, man. This are all stories, man. It's nothing new.
Wait. I'm just saying, until we Africans realize that the mentality of who will rule us, we analyze it first. We know that okay, this guy here is not someone that see Europeans as his conqueror, and when he begins to engage them
do you know why the Chinese are doing good today? The reason why the Chinese are
because they don't
dominating today.
accept.
Hold on. The reason why the Chinese are
doing good because they
dominating
don't
today
accept
is
what you are
because
accepting. That they were
the reason why the Chinese are
British that
dominating
conquered.
today is because they actually knew they were defeated. They came back, reorganized, studied their so-called the white person or the masses playbook, and that's why today they are much better and they're competing one-on-one with the West.
No, you're not accepting that you're accepting that you're conquered. Using the word conquered. Like,
can I interject?
Yes, you're conquered. So what's the big deal? Yes, you were conquered. Yes, we're conquered.
No, I wasn't conquered. Maybe your father was conquered. No one in my generation was ever conquered. So don't tell me I'm conquered.
Can I interject?
Maybe they conquered, they beat some people. I don't know. Hopefully somewhere.
Mike is always.
But you can't use that word like we're conquered. I'm not conquered. No. My tribe, one village where I came from, we never had an encounter with the British.
Listen, Mike, why are you always sounding personal?
Okay,
Mike, you have to. It's okay. I'm used to it anyway. Not a big deal.
You can't use
Don't be used to it. His father was not conquered. Leave it outside of her. Let Cyrus come in.
Thank you very much. Since everybody have shifted to the artifact topic, let me speak on that. This artifact thing, I think it's two sides. I think if us as Nigerians or Africans, if we were serious about artifacts, our culture, our indigenous religion, all these things, the British would not be saying what they're saying now. They would have already returned most of 90% of these artifacts to us. But once they see us taking money from government and keeping it in their banks, they know we're not serious now, and they just responded to that. So if we want these artifacts, we have to be serious. Until then, the British and the French and all these other countries, they will continue to respond the way they're responding now. In terms of being conquered or not being conquered.
Are you Nigerian?
I am Nigerian.
Carry on.
Yeah, but in terms of being conquered or not being conquered, there's no debate now. We were conquered. We were conquered. So whether you agree with it or you accept it or not, that is the reality of what's happening.
Okay, tell me how I was conquered. Me.
If you surrender, if somebody's fighting you and you surrender, that's it.
Okay, I just told you
they don't have to.
Wait now, I just told you where I come from. In my village, we've never had an encounter with Europeans.
But you're under Nigeria.
Is that? Well,
but you're under Nigeria.
I know nothing about colonialism. I was born after 1960. I never met the British. I don't know what the heck they are, but it doesn't mean that history is not factual. I never dealt with a slave master leader. So what's the big
Okay,
deal?
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, let's say in the past, well, Benin Kingdom, right? They had battles with maybe some tribes in the south, maybe a smaller tribe, and they defeated them. Now, should all Nigeria now say because they defeated that one tribe in the past, that means we all accept that we all got conquered by, I mean, like someone like the people that are part of Nigeria, like the Canaries, like the Bono Pai. Should they now start saying, oh, the Benin conquered all Nigeria? So if the British came, maybe they have battle with few tribes, maybe 3 or 4 tribes in Nigeria out of 300 tribes, and maybe they won a battle there or something like that. So should we now be accepting that we all conquered, we all because we lost a battle? You are saying we should say we lost a battle. Winning, is it all? When the British were in Nigeria, most 95% of Africans didn't even see their face.
It's still a collective history now. You cannot separate
Most Africans didn't even know
yourself
the
from your people.
reality. Most Africans didn't even know Nigeria. Let me tell you guys something. Let you guys need to understand. Let me tell you something. This whole creation of Nigeria, even when Nigeria was created, 19% of the population didn't know Nigeria was created. They were still living in their villages, living their life. They didn't even know they were Nigerians.
You
Until federal government start going and start teaching them like, okay, there's a country called Nigeria, or you're part of it. Most people didn't even know anything, all these things. When the British were drawing,
that's not true.
No, even to today, there's some villages where they don't. What do you mean that's not true? Everybody.
How can you say 90%? So 90% of people don't. No.
Okay, even in if you travel some village in Nigeria today, they still don't even know. They don't know all this history you're talking about. They don't know. The only people that know is those that went to the school curriculum, and we are taught all these things. If you ask your grandfather, unless your grandfather was directly around the area where they had their shooting or something.
Mike, can I say something? It doesn't matter if whatever community was aware that they were conquered or not. The people that had oversight over that country were the British, and whatever rules and regulations that they put in place, it applies to everybody. It applied to everybody within that space. So what they say, it affects your life whether you're aware that they exist or not. And that's
Woman, during that era, let me tell you the reality. When they said Nigeria was being colonized, the only place British were doing the administrative work and all those things were like places like Lagos and a few settlements, and the people that were the population really didn't know what was even going on, whether it's the country or it's whatever. People don't know. People don't even speak English. So what they had going on, you can't say it was like, oh, the population was subjugated to be following rules and things like that. What they did was they were sending some people to school to learn and to learn their language, learn their culture, and then they were working with those people to create a new country.
You don't know those people were spies?
That's what was going on.
For war?
All the billions that the World Bank gives to Africa. Hold on.
Can you guys allow me to talk, man? Chill out, man. What they were doing was taking people from tribes, right? And then they were taking them to go learn. Many of them were taken to England. Many of them had built schools there in Nigeria, taking them to those schools, and then start teaching them that this land here is Nigeria. And you are part of it, and we are creating a new country, a nation to be. They were teaching them, indoctrinating them to be this Nigerian project. And then when they left, and when those people finished school, they were putting them into this so-called administration that they were creating that nobody understood. A man in the village didn't understand what the administration, all those things was all about. And then when they were leaving Nigeria, they now put those people in charge. And then they were creating Nigerian army. And most people that were joining the army were joining for opportunity reasons, right? And then they created a Nigerian army, which are Nigerians. They didn't force them to be army. They didn't force anyone to join the army. And then they create this class of so-called educated people and told them that this is thing called Nigeria and be in charge, but work with us. That's all they did.
So you just now narrated.
And then those people, no, you got.
You just now narrated how they conquered Nigeria. That's actually what you have done.
Okay, yeah. If that's what you want to call,
that's how they did it. That's part of how they did it.
Okay, if that's your definition of conquest, then we can accept that. Okay, we conquered ourselves. Maybe they conquered us through us, because the people they're using to do the old so-called creation of Nigeria are Nigerians. So the people holding me to be Nigerian today is not England. Like me, for example, if I want to Yoruba nation, it's not England that's stopping me. It's my other Nigerians. Like the Igbos say they want to go. Who's stopping them? It's England and Nigeria saying you can't go. It's other Nigerians. So We are the one talking about.
In Easter Path, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, let me just say a word in. Good evening, everybody. It's about 9:27 p.m. here where I am. It's a fascinating discussion. It's history. So what gets me interested is from that history, what we take from it as far as the contemporary times, right? So Mike has been skirting around, but it's not using the proper terminologies. I understand where he's coming from, right? And everybody who's spoken has been a hodgepodge of truth here and there. Before the British Empire, which can say began about 15th, 16th century, there was the Roman Empire from the 4th to the 5th century. So there is the same thing that the British did, right? So they colonized pretty much the world. They were successful in doing that. We know that the Roman Empire stretched all the way from Egypt all the way to Britain, that kind of thing. But Mike is right in the sense that, in essence, I share the same philosophy, which means you conquer the people at a time. It has nothing to do with me now. I'm here. And if you didn't pick up that land and take it with you, we can always come back. So I know it's late and a lot of people want to talk. So I'm going to rush through what I have to say in the next couple of minutes and I'll pass it over. So what's been happening, what Britain did from the 15th century, First World War, was to go around the world brutally colonizing people, taking their resources for their own good. There's just no doubt about that. They did that. And Mike, the point I wanted to say, the term that's usually used is divide and conquer. That's what they did. You're saying they use our people to deal with our people, and that's true. You said it took a judge to go and fight as far away as Ghana. That's true. They did worse than that. It's brutal. So the only thing that's saving them from all those crimes, for all those things they did, they continue doing, is the United States. They are under the tutelage, tutelage, Tutelage of the United States, and it's white supremacy. Because what Britain did, they shouldn't benefit from. They shouldn't get away with it. Up till now, maybe Germany would have stopped it in Second World War, but the United States came in, but they keep doing it. They're not a democracy. They're not. They use tea companies, all kind of companies to go into Africa, ravish our lands, take our people, still set our prices up to today. It's not history. It's contemporary. They have to be stopped and they have to pay for what they've done. So that's, if you're going to talk about history, Mike, if you're not conquered this, you should take up this issue. I believe that without the United States, Britain would become England. Scotland will be free. Wales will be free. Northern Ireland will be free, right? And they have to pay for what they did and what they keep doing to us. They have a monarchy. There is absolutely no difference between Britain and Iran, none, except the Ayatollah is elected. So, for example, I know one man is probably not here who will try to stop me. But the point
I am here, but there's no a lot of inconsistencies in what you're saying. But then, of course, instances there are.
I'm open to take a question. Now, trust me, I like the British people.
Are you saying that our people were not conquered? Is what I want to.
What I'm saying, our people are still conquered. We're the last vestiges of it. Okay. Now, our people presently only remain conquered if they don't talk like Mike or me. Individually, there are some of us that are not conquered. But those who sit there passively while Britain has no oil and we have a lot of oil and we're suffering, our people can't eat. And they have the third, fourth, and fifth largest oil companies. That's our oil. And they set the prices for us. But I'm not really mad at Britain now. It's the United States here where I am who keeps this going on.
Right? Now, brother, if you think that the Great Kingdom, the United Kingdom, those people need United States or any other country to do what they're doing, you're really underestimating their power.
Okay, let me land
there. The majority of what they did, including conquering the United States.
Hold on. This is not
about. No, that's exactly. That's the inconsistency, isn't it? Britain created the United States,
Okay,
and they are now saying that.
Okay, let me land. Okay, before the United States, Britain was pretty much the hegemony, right? It was never forces. It was all over. It was in England, I mean, in China, in India, Africa, all over the place. And they say they created the United States. You probably don't know what the United States is. That there were 13 colonies they were dealing with. Those 13 colonies fought them off just like Nigeria did to get independence. But the United States is made up of a lot of people, okay, from Germany, from Africa, from India. Hold on. The United States dwarfs Britain. They could
you know the only thing that the United States gave Britain. Do you know what it is?
What is it?
The English language.
Okay, all right, hold on, please. Let me land.
That was sarcasm, by the way, if it went over you.
If you want to measure the United States, first of all, you are on our platform right now, right? You have a channel on YouTube, you have Twitter, you have almost everything you do
on your platform. Who created the internet?
The United States.
You must be a joker.
Okay, let me just finish though. But what I'm saying is that
the internet was created in Oxford University.
That's what they say. Hold on, please. Let me just land.
Oh man, that's not what we learn in America.
We can have that debate. Let me have that debate.
That's what I'm telling you. In America, we were told he was created by the US military. In fact, the Nigerian guy was involved.
Can I land, please? Let's not do that. That's not important. Right now, remember, everything I'm going to be saying is based on freeing our country. That's our continent. But let's just say our country, Nigeria. We're a great country. So what the Britain has been doing, and like I said, I have nothing against the British. Who's that? I have nothing against the British people, but you know, at some point,
in Nigeria, you've never believed in Nigeria. You want
to war. Please. It's not what I want. It's what's coming. So what I'm saying to you is that the debate we're having, it shouldn't be couched in history. It's not history. If you're proud, Mike, like you keep saying, that you never conquered. Well, if you don't want to be conquered, you don't have to be. But there are some things you have to do as an individual. They can't be setting our prices, picking our leaders. You see Buhari go over there for 110 days.
How did Pansa take over the floor, man? I thought you just asked me a question. Well, man, let's move on, man. I mean, Pansa, wait for your turn, man.
You see, you
after me,
you were saying that.
No, you're not interjecting, taking it to another. You're trying to give us your own. Let this guy wait for his turn, I beg.
Here I'm on your side, but your tribalism.
Okay, don't worry, I didn't beg you.
That's how we got conquered. That's how we got conquered.
Okay,
he and I on the same side. I'm making his point.
Please, now it's too late into the session.
That's what I'm saying. I was going to learn. I said 2 minutes.
Yeah,
2 minutes, and he's.
Okay,
one man can have 2 minutes, not his floor, man. What if he just came in? People have been here all day. You always want to take over.
All right, Pastor. Let Mike carry on because he has the floor and is at his discretion if he wants to yield it.
And my heart bleeds.
After me is Simba.
From an individual like this Mike right here. I mean, how should I?
Man, go sit down, man. Go to your Biafra.
No, Mike, talk to me the way you do because you're not in front of me. I will flatten your nose.
Oh, really?
Okay. Right? Here,
man, go and sit down, man. Nobody
you couldn't stand for me to be on your side so we can rescue.
I don't need you on my side. Get lost, man. I don't
want here talking like a drunkard. I try to bring you in, right? That your animals not only is affecting everybody on the panel. How can we go on? One man
go and eat Akpu and go to
Akpu. Gentlemen, please.
You have to remove this guy from this platform.
No.
There's no way you could combine the two. Intellectual discussion and
dumbass, man. Shut up.
Absolutely a low life.
Go to.
Oh, no, that's not your
How can
language
you do that?
now.
Because it's on you.
Hold on.
One man is on you. It's not Mike. It's you.
Hold on, Pansat. Settle down. Now, you are known for many things. You are not known for foul language, Pansat.
No, I'm not.
Don't degenerate. Yeah. So don't. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you. Then I'll quit. I'll actually leave.
Get out. Just leave, man. I don't want to ask questions. Just leave.
Are you going to have?
Go to Radio Biafra and go and do.
Who should I hold responsible for what he's doing right now? You or him?
Go and ask them Radio Biafra.
Let me say this. Mike has the floor he concedes to an interjection. If he says he wants to take the floor back, let him have it back. But it's at my discretion if I want to, you know. But really, if he has the floor, then let him just roll his thoughts, and then I'll come to you, and then
okay, very well. But the gentleman that was talking before I came in was making his own opinion and something we want to hear. But Mike is interjecting like we're in a beer parlor. And
no, you are the one interjecting like you're in a coke house, in a crack house.
I want you to deal. I want you to deal
smoking
with him.
chemical
I
all
want
day.
you to remove him like you did before.
So you want to command him to
platform. You know, because it's your platform.
Banza, you're foolish, man.
No, don't.
What makes you think?
No, hold on, Mike. Don't use that language now, because then he will want to respond in a similar language, and it will generate. So,
the guy's coming to command.
Hold on, Mike. Gentlemen, let's do it this way. Mike, you bring home that point. You were on the artifacts, and then I think Pansat is quite keen to speak to that space, and then we'll flow the conversation in that manner. So let's go back to what we were talking about, which is the artifacts, and we then pivoted into how we got colonized. Did we get colonized, and all of that? So where you were in your thoughts, go back there and carry on, Mike.
No, what I just think is, it's high time. Maybe African we just need to start, putting together our own stories, and, in a more dignifying manner, rather than just having others tell the stories, because there's certain stories I heard from, people, the rural, from the African, the elders, I'd never heard before. Now, we never hear in schools, where, encounter they have with the British white people when they came there back in those days. If you go to those African, like especially Yoruba, like good there, you hear stories. Certain places you go in, if even or you hear stories about something that happened when some white people came, something happened to them. Those kind of stories, like wow, you wonder, like wow, really? And this kind of story you don't hear in school or anywhere else. So there's so many stories, so many encounters, so many moments, events that took place where that didn't favor the British or favor the Europeans when they came to Africa. Their battles they lost. There are many occasions where the African even had to rescue them from other Africans. There's so many other events, but it seems like the only one we consume is one day accounts. Their accounts, is the only one we consume, and we tend to accept it, consume it, and start to feel inferior, and pass it on to generation to generation. How long are we going to keep teaching generation that they're conquered? That's just ridiculous, man. I saw a kid that was born in. I started having this thoughts like around 2007. Like, no, you cannot conquer it. And then I see a child that was born in 2002. Today he was telling me that he's conquered. I'm like, damn. If everybody were thinking like me back in 2000, I don't think this child would have grown up with this mentality. It was passed on to him. So it's a mental. It's like we conquer mentally, not really. It's like an illusion that we just accept,
Would you say that is our fault? Would you say that's our fault also?
It is, and we have to do something about it.
Okay.
It is,
Okay.
It is, okay. And it's like they left agents behind. They left their agents behind. Agents in the form of pastors and TV makers. People make, even when I watch Nollywood movies, things they make movies about Africa, the African religion, tradition, and it just bastardize. This is just you guys are keep working. They're doing the work of the British, and the British are gone. You are doing their work for them. It's unfortunate, man, and we have to do something about it, because for you to begin to advance the people, you have to start with the brain. Your way of thinking. They say the way you think determines how far you go, where you go. What you end up producing. And obviously, if we're not producing, we are not moving anywhere. Obviously, we're not thinking right. We have to change the way we're thinking.
I would say that all these artifacts that we're talking about, even if all these European countries bring it back to our country, we will destroy it. That's how low our mentality.
We don't value anything about ourselves anymore. So if something like that come back, some people will say, why are you bringing it? Even it's the pastor that first said, why are you bringing this? I do to, it's the pastor that first rejected, like destroy, burn it, like go and burn that I do.
You know, I do worship.
The artifacts that we have in Nigeria now that's making millions, that's worth potentially millions of dollars. Hey, go outside in your village, you see them burning it. So let those Europeans keep it for now. Because if you just bring it to Nigeria, we'll just destroy it until our mentality changes.
I think what the Europeans successfully, what they did in Africa is they came as the Hivu to the continent, and what they successfully did before they left was create another version of them in some Africans, right? So you have they create Frenchman in a black skin, British man in black skin. They think like them. They begin to see Africa the way they saw it and begin to carry out the kind of agenda they want for the continent, the destruction. So they create those kind of human beings in Africa.
Yeah, one man.
And example will be in the form of
One man.
the religious leaders and all these people, you know, to continue to demonize and just destroy Africa.
But do you know that even though we're talking about Europeans and what they have done, you know the Arab influence, which is not talked about, that is even worse. The Arab one is even worse.
Yeah,
because all these artifacts, they would have destroyed all these artifacts a long time ago now.
The Arabs, I tell you what,
you wouldn't even have anything.
They created Arabs in black skin in Africa. They even done it all the way to Ilorin now. See,
that one is absolute.
I got a Yoruba business say, can you imagine?
All right, one man. Are you there? Mike, are you gonna voluntarily?
One man. What's the next topic you have for me, or should you continue on this?
Let me just take over because.
No, you can't take over, man. Simba, are you ready?
He said I'm coming after you. So
no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. You know, let other people.
I've been on this platform since 5:30.
I think I'm coming after Simba too.
And
the guy just came in. You go come on, they occupy the place like anyone. Like
one man said, you talked, then I have to respond to what you said.
No, you're not responding to me, man. No.
So
you have to wait for your turn.
I believe. What is one man?
If I have the floor, I decide who respond to me. You know.
I think after Mike.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Simba won't talk. Simba talk, Jerry.
And after Simba supposed to be me or Adewale or something like
that. Fine. We'll put all the Yorubas after
the
talk.
Right.
Go ahead.
You came late, so you have to wait.
You're still gonna get to hear the truth at some point, right? Yeah. Who's calling me? Yeah, what's up, Adewale? What's up?
See, I've been on the show since 5:30. Okay.
Then go ahead.
And I've only interjected 3 occasions.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear your interjection. So you're right. Go ahead.
You were not here then. And
I'm listening. I'm listening
when
to the show.
I interjected, you were not here. Well, you were not yet on the platform. So, but
I was
I'm
not on the
here
panel,
saying,
but I was here.
Shoving it down the throat of everyone that it's my turn. I need to.
No. What the way I was interjecting, and Mike was very rude. So
no,
hold on. So
did anybody actually interject?
Then one man made a ruling. He says, "Okay, let Mike continue with his."
But Mike asked to oblige for you to interject before you can come in.
Pardon?
Mike asked to oblige. He has to say yes before you can.
Yeah, no, he did allow me to interject.
So sometimes people get lost.
I did interject. Hold on. I'm giving you the chronology of the ruling. Mike had the floor. I interjected.
Dude,
in the middle of my interjection, Mike rudely came back in, and then one man ruled, let Mike land, and then I go ahead and finish what I was saying.
Let me solve the case.
He said that hold on. He said that.
Adewale, I think you just take the floor, then sit back. So let's move on.
Okay,
yes,
let's do that.
That's what
fine.
We're going to do.
That's fine.
You know, earlier today we were talking about the state government, or the state governor taking over the distribution of palliatives, or getting it across to the people. Yesterday, Bishop made a submission, and he was a little bit skeptical about the fact that the palliative is going to be channeled through the government. And I subscribe to his fear that it will be wrong. I mean, these governors are the ones that also participated in establishing the social register that was used by the previous administration. And here we are, the state governors, and using the state system to distribute this palliative. My fear is that what happens to us is that we 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 left things undone. You know, when you keep procrastinating, one way or the other, it will catch up, and you will regret not taking action. I do not see reason why, as of now, Nigeria are unable to establish data of every Nigerian. I mean, what will it cost us? What will it take us to be able to have at least? We did it in electoral process whereby Beavers was used to accredit people, right? And it worked seamlessly. I don't see a reason why we cannot establish, a system or where every Nigerians will have data, even up to, having paying taxes and all that. That will be able to identify people. Will be able to identify, everyone. I'm thinking and I'm suggesting that, of course, it will not be able to be done now, but as the federal government is preparing to conduct national census, they should also mandate everyone participating, whether you are a foreigner or you're a Nigerian, to have your data captured. However, and that will also eliminate duplicity of identification and have numbers assigned to everyone. Just like we have I think it's the NIM number that you use to open bank account at the same time sign up for a phone line. So once we're every single Nigerian, except you do, because of course, the federal government has a lot of work to do to sensitize and people about the importance of all that. But I think we can use that to establish. But people don't trust government, whether from federal level up to the local government. They don't. Earlier, Ogbeni was, suggesting that the federal government should use the local government chairman to be able to distribute all those palliative items, and including money. And I'm thinking, it's easier to say that because some of this uh, local government is under state government anyway, right? So some of these people are also as crooked as their master, as their governor in their respective states. So no matter how we try to do it, there's always it's going to be lopsided, or even not even meeting the goal that is set to achieve in the first place. So I think henceforth, before the federal government started rolling the palliative or money or whatever they want to call it now, they should be able to capture every Nigerian's data. But we live in a society where everybody is suspected of another person. We don't trust ourselves. We think that they used to tell us that the North has highest number when it comes to electoral process, but Beavers showed otherwise. A state that used to boast of 20 something million during the election now started having a very meager amount, number ascribed to it. So I think the federal government will do more by establishing something similar to the social security, not necessarily for social purposes, but to establish the identification of Nigeria. So everything you do, whether you want to pay taxes, you want to, request for driver license, or you want to, um, uh, you know, at birth, we could do that so that every Nigerian, and that will also curb and reduce, insecurity and some level of unrest and other, because people will be able to be established. You're right. So, but I know we can't do that now because Nigeria needed, all those things to be done. But I also believe that now that the state governors, will be taking over the distribution of palliatives, then the state government have obligated to inform their citizens on the modality on how it's going to be distributed. Some of these people also belongs to political parties in every state. So my fear is that they might try to toe the line of politics to distribute those items. But whichever way it is, this current administration is in the middle of Red Sea, because one way or the other, you've already promised Nigerians you're going to do something, but the state government as well, they are the closest to the people. So, and I think they are going the right direction, but there's no way in terms of monitoring the project itself, someone suggested that the federal government continue to publish uh, the amount being given to these states on a monthly basis. But we've forgotten that this same something similar to this was done when the Buhari released 13% what you call it, derivative fund to the oil producing state. And one of the states, I've mentioned the name, Delta State, is yet to account for how they spend that money. However, Wike, with his big mouth, said that it was given to he confessed to it. So you can imagine when a state government are unable to explain how such huge amount of money, was spent. You can imagine when the palliative money comes to their domain. Of course, you started thinking that okay, the politician in those states, will declare for Christmas. So I've said it before: giving money in form of palliative is not going to solve the issue. If you really want to target area where the shoe actually pinches people, before now, I mentioned agriculture. Agriculture, thank God, the administration, this current administration seems to be a listening one because they reverse the 8,000 palliative measure. I want to believe that because they're listening, because of the noise that is generated in the media and all that, they're able to reverse themselves. But giving money itself, the money that you are given and it has no purchasing power, it's useless, it's meaningless. Okay, so something that can be done to cushion the effect. For example, I believe that government can also buy fertilizers and buy food in the lower rate, and maybe sell at a lower rate or distribute to people instead of just giving them
Hey,
8,000.
Diwali, real quick. So what do you suggest for short-term solution for the people, or you don't have any?
I do have.
What about food bank? Food banks.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to mention.
They should have been doing this.
A serious country will always have a reserve, whether it's food, whether it's energy, whatever it is, even water. But we've
Well,
had.
we do have that. Did you not maybe you did not just as early as yesterday or the day before, the Dele Alake was telling us that they have been ordered to release grains from the food bank of the country and flood the markets to crash the price of food.
It can't be only grains now. What about meat? What about milk? What about
but it's
baby
gonna
formula?
take a while before the
Baby
crop
formula.
grows.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think
That's what they give abroad now.
You
The
know,
food bank abroad.
Yes. Abroad.
What is
Nigeria is a third world country, We're not talking about the United States.
Major OPEC producing country.
And that is what is
Roman,
killing us by
sorry,
subjecting
Adewale,
ourselves.
can I interject quickly?
No be excuse.
Adewale, in addition, the federal government also ordered fertilizer to be given free of charge to 50 million farmers and some at a subsidized rate. So all these are going to be rolled out at the same time, also increasing the minimum wage.
But Remy, we've had this similar issue before, where government would want to release something to the farmer.
You are right.
It will never get to the people.
Or they will hold it and later sell it to the same people.
What I have in mind is that all those money they are going to give to all those people that the state will put out their name, I think they should have an audit firm, but time is not. They should not give them cash directly. The federal government should just transfer the money to.
But the money is going to be going to the state government. What I would do for short term is this. Thank God the federal government has already and the state government have been pledging to make provision for public transportation. Van and big buses.
That's medium term. That's
medium
term.
But that's not going to help.
Yes. Tell us what you're doing in the short term.
No, it's actually a short term because they can easily buy it. How long is it going to take to bring buses to Nigeria? Maybe within 2 months, a month or two, the buses already arrived in at our port. But that is This gas conversion that they are doing now, I think they say it's cost almost over 200,000 or something. Federal government can subsidize the money being, earmarked for subsidy that's no longer going to the budget. They can use that, to procure more, conversion tools and, sell it to people. Whoever wanted to go to that alternative route of, powering their vehicle can do that at the subsidized rate, because not everybody can afford 200,000 and all that. But
so, Adewale, sorry, just a quick interjection. If you do that, I think they should limit it to only one vehicle, because all Nigerian elite with 10 vehicles, they will just push their vehicle there, and then you also subside the rich again. So
that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. And when you are paying your federal MOT, the one government is taxing all the vehicle owners for, then everyone will be able to register their vehicle, attached to, to their identity. So now you are, renew your car registration, then you'll be able to, buy it at that particular venue or pay for the tank or for the tools for the conversion and all. I'm just, imagine if they can do it that way.
So what they can do right now?
It just sounds very some psychedelic stuff. You are saying just psychedelic.
But people, private people, you see, we can't target just civil servant.
No, we're not talking about civil servants.
I know.
You're
so that
just saying psychedelic. It sounds psychedelic. What you're saying.
It does. Can I interject?
Yeah.
Let me interject for a minute on that.
It's not only food that is our problem. I want you guys to know it's not only food. Food is available. It's just the transportation of the food to the market that is the big deal.
Small ball suggestion. I mean, our
Are
country
you interjecting or you are taking?
One man said, "Okay, so please."
Let me
interject on that. But this is not my turn now. I'm waiting for my turn.
No, hold on. You don't always have to raise your voice. When Pansat wants to interject, let him interject. He's part of this space.
I didn't say he's not part of it.
It's been a long time part of this space, by the way.
Before Adewale.
Yes. So
no, I was on this show before you.
Sorry, one
by
man.
the way.
Sorry, Pansat. Just a minute. I think when you interject, I just a kind of advice. Can you just make it short and brief?
Yeah, that's the thing, because you go on a long prose.
I think all of us can take that advice. I believe that's
and that's right too. Yes, carry on.
Thank you.
Yes.
By the way, I do appreciate that one man. You should have done that a long time ago. There are some people who don't think that I belong here. I'm part of this platform.
No, you've been long part of this platform a long
That's
time.
Right.
Yes, carry on.
Not only that, perhaps the most reasonable.
Well, you see, you always have to stretch it that little bit too far. Carry on.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the suggestions that Adewale was making, obviously he doesn't know what's going on at home. A lot of our people, the only thing that gives him hope right now is to just wait and see if there's going to be a solution coming from the courts. People are starving.
Which court?
You buy
the
tribunal that's going and then probably going further. But please let me land. The point I'm making is that if without that, there have been a spark, it's coming. So as far as I'm concerned, the solution you should be thinking about should be big. There's no food. The people are paying up to $700 for a liter of gasoline in a country where we have a lot of those. So they're taking us for a ride from every angle. And I don't blame the Nigerians for even putting up with this kind of time. I think they should go out right now and take their country back. It's not going to come. Nobody is going to give you anything. Right, please. So to conclude this part of this interjection, because I can't wait for it to be my turn. Adewale has to be stopped.
Okay.
Yes, it's never going to stop. So to conclude that, I'm saying that the annoying suggestion about a boss, and it means, first of all, you don't get it. Our people are starving. And it's not going to be like that. No. It's not. Stop making that kind of small ball suggestion.
All right. Hold on, Dewale, just give me 1 second. Before you take the floor, Pask, Pansa, can I set you a task?
Yeah.
Can you compose a 3-minute intro song for the platform? if it can be in Igbo language, it'll be even better. So just string something together with your guitar, not something immediate, but when you have a spare moment, can you do that for the platform?
If it's good, I'm gonna have to charge you for it. I'm gonna
look
try
at
to
this guy.
into
Yeah,
it.
all right, don't worry. I'll get Uptown to do it. He'll probably do it
It's
better.
never gonna be like what I do,
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
right? But I hear you. I will look into it. If it's very good, then the platform will contribute money for it. Okay, let's go.
Oh, all right. Carry on there. Carry on there, Wale.
We're here and abroad. We're thinking that Nigeria is burning. Let me tell you something. Yes, it's tough, but Nigerians are adjusting. They are actually seriously adjusting. You know, sometimes when we're here, they paint the picture of, oh, the entire country is in flame. It's not true. Today, people still go out there to still go to work, and yes, things are hard, but it's not as the way we paint it, or we are painting it for them. I'm not saying
But
there's no.
it's worse. It's worse than what we think it is. It's worse.
Listen, you see,
Most of us can't live in Nigeria.
Of course, we're
It's
living
worse.
abroad. We can't live in Nigeria anymore. I mean, if you're going to live in Nigeria right now, we'll be paying a lot. But they are adjusting. But I'm not. Nevertheless, that doesn't diminish what they are going through. They are actually going through a lot. But what I think the federal government is doing. Remember, this government is here to have cabinets, right? So what they are doing is they are winging it. They are going at it with 100-meter or over 100 km per hour race because they want to make sure that they meet people at their point that they needed to meet them. But in the course of doing this, they are at the mercy of the state government and the local government for now. But what can they do? 2 months in, they suggested giving out money to Nigeria. $8,000, I mean 8,000 naira every month.
That's an insult.
Jeez, hold on now, hold on. Even here in America, 2 administrations did it twice. Biden wanted to do the third one. They increased child credits because they realized that the first amount of money that was given out by Trump was not enough. Trump wouldn't have given anybody money. But Biden, coming from a Democrat, felt, we need to do more to people for people, and decided to issue another request for another fund, and it was given out to people. They tie it to our tax return. So for everyone that filed income tax for that year, they will give it to you. And the tax charge credit was also increased. What I mean is that there's no one permanent solution. As of now, it's about trial and error. So 8,000 suggested. Is it going to be enough? Probably not going to be enough. But if they give the money out to people, for example, somebody who needed urgent 2K, and here you are, you say, you know what, this is your 8,000 for the month. Of course, I've had days where I didn't know I have money in my account, only for me to log into my account, and I saw some huge amount of money. I was like, man, I was singing Holy Jesus. So, of course, 8,000 is nothing. It's like a drop in the ocean, but something that the government decided, you know what, we need to give you. And government can continue to give out money.
What? Can I interject, please?
You can't have much cash in the circulation. There's no point. It's going to create inflation. So,
Adewale, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
But why are we, all of us, why are we thinking that the 8,000 is meant for food? Why are we not thinking in the line that these people can use it for business? When in the diaspora, we look at 8,000 as if it's a small money.
What is 8,000?
No, let me talk. I went out 3 days ago. I saw a woman roasting corn beside the road. She has this sack of corn, and I asked her, how much is this sack of corn? She told me that she bought it for 6,000 naira. If you give such a woman that 8,000, she can be making at least a daily food from that 8,000 naira every day. We are thinking that they will go and use it to buy gari and everything.
For someone who earned, like, let's say 500,000 naira or 400,000 naira in Nigeria, right now is buying fuel at a higher price. What is going to be left for the family is less than, let's say, in maybe 15,000 or so.
No, why are you going that? We are talking
No,
about the thousands. We are
hold on. You
talking
see,
about the
you
less
have you
privileged.
have to average this thing because you can't just be about the poor alone.
Adewale,
What?
that's what the president says. Say for the poorest. It's
Yeah,
not
but
saying he's giving it to everyone, middle class.
the poorest is not going to be buying luxury things or spending the money ostentatiously. They are going to be going for something that they will, that they would need at the moment, which is food. Right?
Adewale, sorry. Can I just quickly ask you 2 or 3 questions, please?
Go ahead.
Please, where you are in America, you have a car, right?
Yes.
And you have option of buying gas into your car, and you have option of buying from different petrol station.
Yeah.
So I know that car is a necessity in abroad, but people also buy car from what they are, what they can afford. The money they are talking about in Nigeria is not for people that have a car that have to buy gas into their vehicle. We are talking about the downtrodden. And if you are talking about Nigeria, the people that are middle income or the wealthy, they know how to adjust because they have the money already. That this one is not a big deal to them, even if they are buying their liter. But I think so. The question I want to ask is this: the government already said is for the downtrodden, the poorest of the poor. So 8,000.
So
that money is still an insult. It's not reaching anywhere.
It's not an insult.
It's an insult.
How
They're
much
sharing $100,000 to the senators and their House of Reps, and they're giving 100 million Nigerians.
Don't go that way now.
That's an insult,
that
man.
way.
Why are we even debating this?
Hold on, Simba. Hold on, guys. You see, where we're talking about the money being given to the senators and all that. See, let me tell you something. Except if you don't know how politics works in Nigeria, nobody just wake up one day and say, you know what, I want to contest for senatorial position. So nobody have a choice in this constituency. I'm imposing myself, and I want to be. No, hardly you will see any of these people, any of these politicians paying their political parties fees. They don't pay their levies because they are not in position. They don't even want to spend their own money. But you see, even up to their constituency, every day they have people coming from that constituency sleeping at their doorstep every day, demanding. Maybe you've never close to any politician, even up to a
My
local
brother,
government
that money
councillor.
they're even receiving is 10 much
Wait
compared to
now.
everywhere in the world.
You see,
It's 10 much.
Let me tell you something. I wish you're a politician, you will understand. These things are not. It's not part of. They don't account for it because that's where you're going to write it. Even government is, and there's no reason why senators should be doing a constituency project. Project for what? Your job is to make law. But they know that these people are going to be accountable to their constituency. People come to their house, they knock on their door every day, and they have no choice.
Then they use them for election rigging and malpractice
It's
and
not about
thuggery.
election.
No doubt about
That's
that.
what they take advantage of them.
No doubt about
They
that.
take advantage of them.
But no. See, I've seen people, I've heard people that I expect to know better telling me that what they've done for these politicians by helping them and canvassing for votes for them, only for them not to gain anything from them. And I asked the question, what do you intend to gain from them? Is it going there to make money? He said, but they pay them a lot. Why shouldn't they, even Adedibu himself said that the governor then in Oyo State, that he was entitled to a security vote. I mean, what do you call security vote? You can imagine someone as Adedibu could say all that. So these people spend a lot of money, and federal government is not going to allocate that money, that kind of money in the budget by saying, "Oh, they are going to be paying people." No, they have to tie it to something. So when we hear this,
They shouldn't be getting any money at all.
All right, Dewale, bring it home. I want us to go to Prince Daddy, who has been with us for a while.
I've been here also for a long time.
I think all in all, the federal government takes a very good step, and they retraced their step when they knew that it's going to be leading to disaster. I give them kudos for the fact that they have listening ear, and for any administration that decided to reverse policies, shows they are monitoring the policy, even though they're yet to execute it, but it seems they already know that it's not going to end well. My fear is that the state governors that decided to hijack it from the federal government will do a better job by identifying the farmers that will be the recipient of those grains and fertilizers.
This one is sorry, yo. All this money is going straight back to the politicians.
Why are
You
you
already
being
know.
so cynical? This skepticism is what I don't like.
No, Nigeria now.
No.
We all know that country.
You see, you are abroad. You cannot generalize. These people
I don't even think Oga Cyrus is a Nigerian.
I'm a Nigerian person now.
Listen.
No, your accent is not Nigerian.
I live in America.
Listen, my
so
brother.
I'm a diaspora.
You may not know the name of the person representing your constituency. Probably you know the name of your state governor. But I can tell you, people that knows every single one of these people, they come from a certain village as well. Every now and then they go back to their villages and all that. They know them. I also have a politician that is a House of Rep member, and I know how much demand comes to his WhatsApp number every month. So when I tell you this, don't be so skeptical about how things Nigeria is gonna know. You see, Nigerians are the problem of Nigeria.
All right, bring it home.
So I believe I want to be optimistic about the fact that the state governors will do a better job, because if they don't, then the state each state citizen will be able to hold them accountable. But they will not spare the federal government too if the state government fumbles, because they belong to the same party, and they that are giving the money out or giving the resources out should be able to monitor, just like as they did during the COVID when they gave out money to the state and they were monitoring it. Apart from the money, I mean the food items that was hoarded and all that, they did an excellent job at making it. So they could replicate that by making sure that they also monitor the way the state government, distribute those palliatives. But I think they've taken the right step in the right direction by trying to release those grain and at the same time release money to the state government. So to me, but we can't stop on that. We'll continue to make sure that we question everything that they do. Is it a guy? What's the name of the person that was interjecting? See, we don't need to be skeptical.
All right, bring it home.
And all that.
Yeah.
So we should be optimistic, even though we know that of course they will do what they will do is Nigeria, but Nigeria is not falling. People are adjusting, and with time, I mean, it happens here in America to today. Now gas is not coming down that much. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dewale. Let's see if Prince is still with us. Prince, are you there?
I'm here, one man. Yeah, what's up?
All right, brilliant. So whilst that conversation was going on, it put me in mind of something we were doing several months ago on this platform. Just this intervention around the suffering of. There was a time that we were parachuting 50,000 naira to random people in Nigeria. So we had Folly B helping us to do that then. So what we said to him was that he should go and identify people that were making an effort. And so we told him to go and identify people that were making an effort, but an injection of about 50,000 naira would propel them, would scale them up at least one layer or two. So we told him to go and do that. I think we did that about 3-4 times. But he sent in clips of that. So let me show you this, because that conversation we just had now, it put me in mind of that. So this is one of our, we used to do that social intervention then.
And the purpose of the share is this. They want to grow your business more than this. But this is the starting point. Okay? Before I move on, grab the so well on that.
So of course you all know Folly B. So that was Folly B then. Somewhere in Ekiti, I think your homestead. Yeah. So it sent in about 3 clips. Maybe I'll play you the other 2 at some point. But so there it is. Europe to you, Prince.
Okay, 1 month. Okay, that's a nice gesture. That was great. Okay, 50,000. Back then, probably still a lot of money. You know, it was still a lot of money. For such a trader, I'm not sure she sells corn. That would go a long way. That would go a long way.
And then we gave to some barber as well, and then to some lady that that was not physically able but was still doing some work. If I can find the videos, I'll play them to you. But carry on, yeah.
So in so doing, did you guys drive up the inflation in the country then, though?
No. You know what we actually did was that and it's not fed back to me yet. I have to contact him. We told him to well, I told him to we as a platform, we told him to give them 50,000 naira, and then to monitor them over a period of time to see if that 50,000 impacted on scaling them up. If it did, and whoever was scaled up, we were going to put in another injection, because the idea was to scale somebody, or at least 2-3 people, about 2-3 layers from where they were, with just those little pockets of money. So that was the plan then. But I think we only just did 1 round, and we never go back to doing it. But yeah,
that's a good idea. That's a good job. We need more of that.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that would be probably more apt this time around, quite frankly, actually. It would be a nice thing to probably start it back up.
Yeah, but the 50,000 naira won't have any meaning anymore now.
Yeah. Well,
I think this government needs to consult you, pay you a consultation fee. This present government.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what can we make of it? I mean, from what Adewale said, and a lot of people in the past. I mean, so obviously we all want something that's sustainable for people in the country, right? Not just hand me down or hand me something to get by. And I know a lot of people do not appreciate the $8,000 given right now, or at least they're about to amend it, so to speak. But I think it was Bishop that made a comment also. Imagine giving $8,000 to somebody in the village, a farmer that does assistant farming. See, that can go a long way, because people in the village, they don't tend to spend a lot of money. They have access to food somewhat, and they don't do a lot of traveling. In fact, many of them work miles in a day. So $8,000, of course, we don't expect that to get into the hand of somebody making 500,000 naira or so. So it's the issue, and I think a lot of people agree to, is finding a way to target these so-called people. And I've heard people also made an argument that, hey, these poor people, they don't even have a bank account. And people say, well, I don't know, phone transfer, this and that. So it's a working a work in progress. During the pandemic, when they sent billions of trillions, I guess, eventually to people, I think it was estimated about 1% or so of that money went to waste, or went to the hands of wrong people, or duplicated for whatever reason. People got money deposited into the bank accounts. Some people also got checked, and of course that money went up to about over $1 billion, maybe $10 billion. Actually, $10 billion was lost in the process. So even in this so-called America, where they have social security number, your driver's license, multiple computer systems to track people, there's still a lot of waste that happens. If you guys heard about the PPP loans that happen also, a lot of people, actually billions. Check this out, one man. You probably know. Not only were American people or foreigners had access to this money, okay, even foreigners that don't live in America, like the Chinese people, I think they made mention of that. People from foreign countries were able to access this money in America. Imagine that. So how much more Nigeria's system that's not foolproof to take care of people. So that's where we find ourselves. What can we say? We have to continue to work and do the best. There's no magic bullet, and there's no one system that works for everything. Again, and a good leader is one that listens to the people and make correction when needed. So if Tinubu continues to listen to the people and do what is right, to help the Nigerian people. I mean, I think we said it all pretty much on this platform. It takes a whole different approach. You probably want to help the middle class, those that drive to work, they have cars, people at the bottom, the downtrodden, just like Remy said, so it's a combination of palliatives or approach welfare program to help people at this time around. But again, and I think also that people are adjusting. They have to, and they have to adjust. And the price of a liter of fuel or petrol is not that astronomical.
My brother, you can't say that now. People are living below living standard and conditions in Nigeria, and you're saying that they are adjusting this. They should want to adjust. And then the point of death, people are malnourished, disease, no security.
Do you live in Nigeria? Do you live in Nigeria? Are you in Nigeria right now? Are you in Nigeria right now?
I'm not in there, but I have. Okay. All of us have relations.
Okay,
there.
So just like COVID, when COVID hits Africa, like Melinda Gates said, Africans will be found on the street dead like rats and all this, like mosquitoes, all this nonsense.
Do you think Gates was disappointed that we were not dropping? He was so keen that we will be dying during that COVID.
Absolutely. I mean, like he had a crystal ball, and I mean, it's the way they sounded. Appeared that like they had a plan in place, and somehow the plan just fell apart, because I wasn't sure how they came about that. But again, to that person speaking, yes, if people don't adjust, what are they going to do? Just fall in the street and die? Of course, people are adjusting. People are just everywhere around the world. And the price of fuel in Ghana, in Cameroon, is not any more or less than, actually, I think Nigeria might actually be cheaper, actually, I heard, a price of a liter of petrol. So, but this, and supposedly, Nigeria is a much richer country, I mean, compared to Ghana, 25, 30 million people, and they don't have robust economy in a lot of ways than we do, and we, quote unquote, more resourceful. So, yes, people have to adjust. What is the option if they don't adjust? And you're going to commit suicide? Maybe some people are. I mean, but that is life. That's reality. Even in the Western world, people have to adjust also. So it's not unique to Nigerians or Africans to have to adjust to unforeseen circumstances. That's what we do as people. It's natural. So I know when we deal with this issue, we want to be more like, super sensitive and sympathetic. I'm not emotional, rather, not sympathetic, but emotional, rather, that, everything's falling apart. I think people are adjusting. They're doing what they have to do. Believe it or not, in the West, you'd be surprised that people cut back on a lot of things also. You see, people don't know, but the Americans, you'll be surprised how they adjust. When they can do something or when they can afford something, they are quick to go to their spreadsheet or go and redo their finances. Oh, I can do this. I can afford this. And they make do, because that's reality. Not everybody in America takes is on welfare or get free program. Not everybody. Not at all. A lot of people adjust.
My brother, if Nigerians were actually being rational, the kind of thing we saw in Sri Lanka would have been happening a long time ago, years ago. It's too much adjusting. Not enough money for better.
No, it's not.
Too much. It's
what is Sri Lanka? What do they have? I mean, I think the economy is pretty much based on debt. What is Sri Lanka? No, stop. Okay, and I've always said it. I've always said
Sri Lanka.
You can't
I'm sorry.
People from Nigeria are looking for opportunities in that part of the world.
Of course,
They have
Nigerians
a better living
everywhere.
standard than
That's
Nigeria
irrelevant.
now. They have
In
a
Sri
better living
Lanka,
standard.
in Sri
Yes.
Lanka,
How do you determine that? Who said
Nigerians are
that?
looking for opportunity in Sri Lanka.
You don't know. They
See,
have a better
listen.
living
It
standard than
doesn't. It
Nigeria.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even in Bangladesh, Nigeria. Who told you there's no opportunity in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh? Who says that? Of course, there
There's
are opportunities
opportunities everywhere
everywhere.
in the world, but it's not
Exactly.
like fleeing there to.
Of course, if you're given an option to go to Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or Great Britain or America, most people, if not all of them, would choose the West. But there are opportunities, and even was a book written by this Indian guy actually.
You know, Sri Lanka is poorer than Nigeria. You know that, right?
Of course,
Sri
it's
Lanka
poor.
has
Did they have,
a
did-
They are extremely poor.
yes, they
Extremely.
live on debt.
Prince Daddy, it seems like you just believe everything is better than Africa.
Sri
No,
Lanka
I
has
didn't.
a better. They live better than the average
No,
Nigerian now.
One man.
That's my point. They have a better living standard.
no, no.
Sri
Hold on.
Lanka,
You saw
Hold
what
on.
they did there. So what are
man,
we
the
doing
kind
in
of
Nigeria?
poverty in Sri Lanka.
One man.
Mike, I pushed back. I said no. I said they live on debt. How can it be better than Nigeria? I mean, they have nothing in Sri Lanka. No, it's quite the opposite. One second, it's quite the opposite.
One at a time. Yeah,
No,
please carry on.
no one has, no one has the belief about Nigerians or Africans being great or can be great. I've seen it, I've experienced it, and I know what I'm talking about. But I also believe that to be great is to acknowledge your mistakes or acknowledge that what people or other people are good at, so you can learn. Like the Japanese. I mean, all this so-called country. We talk about China now, and the Japanese before the Chinese. All these countries, even America. By the way, I know you guys know. In the beginning of America, many of the technologies that America learned, or rather stole, came from England. England was the industrialized country, one of the most industrialized countries back then. So Americans stole a lot of technology. So we all learn from one another. So it's not unique. Nigeria can learn from anybody, and they can be great. That's not the problem. I mean, anyways, sorry. Who has a question? Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to have a quick interjection, Prince Daddy. And the guy that was talking about Sri Lanka, have you ever been to Philippines? Have you ever been to any country in Asia? August something. Have you ever been to any country in Asia?
Cyrus.
Okay, I haven't been there, but I know that again, the living standard is maybe five times better than Nigeria.
You are wrong.
What about
I live in China for a long time. I've been to Cambodia. I've been to Singapore. I've been to Philippines. I've been to a country beside Cambodia, Vietnam. If you are talking about those ones that their economy is good now or they are really progressing, then you talk about Cambodia and Vietnam. But if you talk about those ones that have already established themselves, then you talk about Japan, China, Korea, Singapore. These are the four big Asian countries. Even for now, Hong Kong, which is not part of China, is an eyesore because at the end of the day, the business is not even moving there like before because it's not.
Okay, so what is the unemployment rate and underemployment rate in Singapore?
what is the
give
what
us
is
some
the
of the-
score on the human capital index?
Yeah, let him give us.
I don't have what I want to say is very simple. Singapore is a poor country, even more poorer than Nigeria, and the standard of living.
How do you measure that? In essence, give us like GDP. How do you measure that?
It's very easy.
I saw
no, listen carefully.
No, you asked him a question, Benjamin.
No,
bring the voice down. But you asked the question. Let him respond, Remy. Yeah, respond. But be succinct. Let's not have long stretched.
Our men have been waiting. That's another reason why my voice is like that. I've been waiting. When are you gonna come to me?
I'll come to you next. But settle down. Remy, respond to what he asked you.
So Sri Lanka is one of the poorest countries in Asia, and it's very difficult for them to live by $1 in a day. And if you see a lot of their people pouring into the neighboring country of Cambodia and Vietnam, because China will not accept them to come to their country. So if you talk about Indonesia, I can totally agree with you that Indonesia have turned a lot of things around in their country. then you are talking. Maybe you can say their standard of cost of living is better than Nigeria. I totally agree. Even the Philippines is not even near Nigeria at all, because Philippine economy is not as good as Nigeria, and the people there are even suffering. To me, generally,
I don't think you're right at all. I mean,
no, he's not right. Shouldn't be
thank
comparing
you. That's my opinion.
No, it's not opinion though. Hold on. This is not an opinion thing. In essence, it has to. Economics is scientific, right? It's a science. If they have 14% unemployment in Singapore and Nigeria has like 50 something or 40 something unemployment, right? So right with that metric, you already know that they got it better than we do.
Who is talking about Singapore now? Are you listening to me? We are just talking about Sri Lanka. I'm telling you that Singapore is better than Nigeria. You are telling me Singapore have an unemployment of 14%. I think you are not listening. Calm down.
No, hold on. Okay, so give me what?
Down,
who do you? Don't be combative. I have to challenge you.
I'm not combative. You don't challenge me. Say your opinion, please.
No. I have to challenge. When you
don't challenge me. Say your opinion.
Okay, let me wait for mine. Okay, 5. No, it's not a fight. We're trying to get to the bottom of things.
Hold on, Remy. What he's doing is interrogating what you said. So
fine. So I don't like the choice of words sometimes. So I want him to be civil.
All right, you never get me to be civil until Nigeria is good, right? I am in a combative mode for the country, not you.
So if you are in that, I won't entertain any question.
Okay, fine. I don't remember. Look, the other day, is Simba here? Simba is not here. I was gonna say, oh yeah, Simba is here. The other day, I think one man you're coming to me, but to buttress this issue, right? We were talking, and I had cited something about second law of thermodynamics, and Simba said energy can be destroyed. I could have really gone after his throat right there, because what he said was so absurd. But I let it go. Because it's not my goal to come here. One man says that I go for the throat, jugular, and I take that. I'm going to correct those kind of things. But right now, if you're putting, if say Simba comes here and he says energy can be created or destroyed in a closed system when we're discussing something that he hold on,
you can have your floor again.
I had I telling him, hey, what is the first law of thermodynamics? Because obviously he doesn't know that. He wouldn't have said what he said. So I don't do that. I don't want to make anybody look bad. But the point is, when we're talking to our people and you're giving them solace and say, hey, don't try to get out of your situation because Sri Lanka is better or Singapore is worse than we are. And all that is not true. There's nobody who's got it the way we have it now. It is completely.
That's not true either. But let our Prince Daddy continue with his thoughts.
Yes, next one. Yeah. There's hope. Well, one of the top consulting firms is a KPMG, right? That was it Deloitte and Touche that said Nigeria be the 5th largest economy in 2075. These people are always fun with their forecast. That's just such almost a lame forecast, I would say. But nonetheless, as a country, we have the opportunity to be great, even much sooner than that. Even much sooner than that. We have that Nigeria's economy is so diverse, and I've always said it. When we always talk about the petroleum or the crude oil, but the remittances that come to Nigeria, it's in the billions.
Goldman Sachs, yeah.
Goldman Sachs, okay. The remittances that come to Nigeria, it's in the billions. There's no way. I've always said, the federal government is not sustaining the country by itself. It's not possible, and we know that because there's so much investment that comes from Nigerians overseas into Nigeria, and that's what drives the economy. If we didn't have that, if I didn't know that, or if we didn't have that, then maybe I would be believing some of the numbers about somebody saying Sri Lanka is better than Nigeria, which is absurd, of course. That is crazy talk. Okay, there's so much that goes into Nigeria from overseas that keeps Nigeria going. Left to the politicians.
According to Google, it's showing that Nigeria is the 44th richest country in the world. But I mean, in terms of, I guess,
Does it look like it?
I don't know.
It don't look like that.
Well, it don't look like it because of poor management. I think we all can agree about the poor
There's money,
governance,
there's no economy. Yes.
poor governance in Nigeria. I mean that's the problem. But the ingenuity of Nigerians and the creativity that happens in that country, and I think quite frankly, most of the creativity that happens in Nigeria comes from the so-called uneducated people, because the educated people are not creative at all.
Let me
I mean,
give you all. Thank you very much. You all have a good evening. Thank you. I'll go bed.
Yeah.
Good night, buddy. Do you think
thank you, Cyrus. Join us again. Yeah.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, probably a place to go ahead and pass the baton. Is that okay?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to pass the baton on to me now? And
well,
No,
okay, it's up to one man who gets the baton.
No. You land. You carry on with your people come here to listen to Prince Daddy. I get a lot of feedback for. There are certain people that the audience especially look forward to hearing from, and Prince Daddy is one of them.
Me too. I like listening to Prince Daddy.
Because
that doesn't mean he has to go on forever.
He can go on for as long as the audience delights in him. He has an elegant way of putting things. Yeah, carry on, Prince Daddy.
Thanks, man. Yeah. With Pansat is I think the only thing you and I agree on is perhaps the Bible religion.
I think maybe Pansat was bullied in school, and now he's an adult. He wants to bully people that were you bullied in school, Pansat? Look at that, he was. Carry on, Prince.
I don't. The thing is that I don't try to bully anybody at all. If I have that, if you have that impression of me, right? Let me just use 1 second to interject on that. I don't know if you know
hold on, Pansat. You would do that at the beginning of that should be your preamble of your
Oh, okay. Well, I thought
I'm going to go after Prince Daddy.
Okay.
I'm not going to vote for him.
Actually, one man, who gets the floor right now? Let's just pass the baton over right now. Who gets the floor?
All right. Let's go. You decide. You make that decision, Prince Daddy. You hand over to whoever you deem.
Okay. Well, I think it's only fair because according to Pansat, it's a Yoruba platform. So Remy goes then, I guess.
But I came before him. That's unfair.
I said Remy goes. You go, Remy.
Remy is Yoruba like you. So how do we choose between the two of you? It's so sad, but I guess we have to do.
All right. Let Remy go first. But
I'll be brief.
Just by virtue of the fact that he came in before you. So Remy, to you.
Okay. About the palliative, I think the one aspect I'm totally against that I discovered that most Nigerians are still ignorant with the forces of demand and supply. And I think the federal government need a lot of work to do to reorientate the people when they remove the subsidy. What's the meaning of forces of demand and supply will determine the price. As we all know that where we live in, the prices of fuel always change. Sometimes even change twice in a day or even thrice in a day, because it has to do with the international market of this product. So a lot of Nigerians don't know this. So any adjustment in the pump price, they thought that it would just remain 500 or 550 in their state. But they don't know that if the prices change outside there, it will also affect prices in Nigeria. So we need to do a lot of orientation on that one. The 8,000 naira is not a big money, but it's a lot of money for people that are downtrodden. Just that the video you show now, if you have your stock, which is about 4,000, 6,000 you are using to sell corn or roasted plantain or whatever, and they give you 8,000 for the next 6 months. Can you see the multiplier effect on that on your business? People are not thinking that way. And if you're a downtrodden person and you don't have even 1,000 to start a business, and you have 8,000 for the next 6 months, with 8,000, you can start even selling tomato or whatever you want to do in your village. So when you get this kind of money in 6 months, and that will create a job for you, and you can also feed yourself and your family. So my contention is that how, like everybody said, how are they going to make this less? How are the states going to do it? So that is where we should, the modalities and how is it going to take place? That should be our concern. Because at the end of the day, palliatives are given all over the world. Even in so-called America, during the COVID-19, they were given palliative. To surprise you, I was in China in 2000 2019 to 2021, I was right there in the COVID. The government did not give any palliative to anybody. But what they did was that they continued to maintain their supermarket open, and they give us a roster. You can go there every Monday, or maybe Monday or twice in a week, or once in a week, and you must follow the laid down rules, cover your nose, follow the procedure there. So the government, as they have money, but they didn't give a lot of money to their people. They didn't give them any palliative at all. That was even shocking. But that's how, and we were locked down. For the first time, we were locked down for about 4 months, and life continued. You can take a walk, but you have to follow the laid down rules and regulation. So, and when you compare Nigeria with other countries, you guys always say Nigeria have problem. But when you talk to people in Nigeria, especially in the city, although I understand that life might be miserable for most of them now, but at least their life is continuing. Nobody wants to burn down the country. Life have to move on. To me, I see politics as a game. You either win or you lose. As anybody has himself or herself a question, if you lose today, are you not going to have the opportunity to compete next time? Why do you want to burn it down necessarily? What about the time you won? And what about your opponent that lose and they move on with their life? So I see people like this are very selfish and greedy. So so in comparing Nigeria with Sri Lanka or all these third nation world like Nigeria, Nigeria is quite far better than them. But not taking anything away, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia have done India have done a wonderful job moving their people ahead. But Nigeria is also progressing, especially, I don't know, you cannot say some states in Nigeria 10 years ago are not the same to today. There's some pocket of development, maybe in infrastructure. Maybe we have to continue to manage the two spaces together, both infrastructure and human development. I rest my case here.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. That was short. Unusually so. Yeah, Remy.
No, I'm always short. I'm always short.
You usually. Oh, okay. Let me take you to one more space. Okay. But on my way to that space, let me show you another clip of one of our social interventions. Like I said, we did 3. So this is the narrative. And by the way, now that I've come back to this space, I'm going to get in touch with Foley Base to see how these people are doing, and then we'll pick one, and then we'll do another parachute. But this is a barber. He cut Foley's hair, but he thought that he needed that injection. I thought this guy was above the scale of the persons that we wanted to intervene with. Because if he owns a barber shop, I didn't think that 50,000 naira would impact on him, but I fully insisted, and here is the man.
Mr. Wale, that's the US.
That's the US. Hello, Mr. Wale, that's the US. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ẹ ṣé o. Fún ìrànlọ́wọ́ tẹ́ ti fún wa. Ọlọ́run máa bless yín o. Ẹ máa lọ síwájú o. Ọkàn yẹn máa balẹ̀ sí yín o. More blessings, sir. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Ẹ ṣé gan.
I don't quite know why he said Latin US. I don't know what. But that was a barber. He sent in 2 clips, but that was really when he was handing over the money. But the sort of persons that I really wanted him to go after was this lady. So I'll show you. This is the 3rd person.
Ẹ máa ta bread níbẹ̀, bread nìkan, ẹ máa ta káàdì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà.
So that was the sort of person that I wanted him to go after.
He's probably an Ekiti person. Actually.
Yeah, he is an Ekiti person. So that was I don't know quite why we abandoned that, but we have to go back there. But let me take you to one more space. Remy, and then we move on. Let me take you to this. Actually, let me take you to something neat and tidy. Let me take you to this space. When I saw this table, Remy, it really shocked me. Okay. So this is the Federal Allocation Committee. This is how they distribute money and who gets what. So Delta states get, this was in February, this is what they got in February, but this really forms the hierarchy of the distributions of money in Nigeria. So Delta states gets the most money out of the Nigerian state because they're an all derivative state. They get, in February, they got 34.3 billion, Rivers 30.3, Akwa Ibom 30 billion, then Lagos State 28.7, Bayelsa 19.7, Kano 16.3, Oyo 13, Katsina 12.4, Jigawa 11.8, and Borno 11.5. So when you look at this scale of our table of who gets the largest shares when they're sharing money in Nigeria, then you want to look at it developmentally to see then that if they're getting this much money, surely the development in that area should be commensurate with the sort of monies that they are getting. But you have to go to number 4 to begin to see developments there. But then, of course, you have to pay attention to number 2 only for the window that Yemsen Wike had there. What are you making of that table? All of these people, they cry foul, they cry Lagos, Lagos. But when you look at who gets the money, they get the most money, the people from the creeks.
Yeah. One man, sorry, before Remy goes, let me put this addendum to it. If you look at the breakdown, you discover that actually Lagos, most of the money for Lagos from VAT. They got a lot of allocation from VAT. In fact, they got the highest as VAT because they share money from VAT differently from the money from other sources. Is
this not part of the same bank of money?
No, what I'm saying, they share VAT differently. They share VAT differently.
What he's trying to say is that VAT is also included, but Lagos money came mostly from VAT.
From VAT, yes.
Yeah, but VAT is in this money.
Because you know that was the time somebody made an assertion that some people are not drinking beer, they're not smoking, but they are getting a lot of money from VAT. That's what I'm saying, that they actually share VAT according to the VAT they generate from each state. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that's why these people also got a lot of money because they are all derivative states.
Yeah. So I am an advocate of holding your state responsible every time, because I see Nigeria that, and I think it's part of the orientation. Because an average Nigerian reader, if anything is wrong with that country, then the president should be held accountable. But that is totally contrary. I know that Nigeria is not truly practicing federal system, or resources have been, state resources have been controlled by the state. But when you look at the amount of money or the allocation they have been receiving for the past year from state to state, I don't see, and I don't know why the South-South region is not El Dorado today. Even if they're not El Dorado, even if they're supposed to be at least 60% of Lagos, even they cannot compete with Lagos.
Yeah, because they are taking their oil, right? If those people keep their oil, right, you keep the VAT, let's say in Lagos, right? Not a lick, not a liter of that oil should leave that south without that south collecting 100% of that money, right? So that's the problem. If you want that, you should get that, but don't blame them because
when you want to interject, can you just say please?
You take the oil, you put everybody interject. So let me interject. Relax.
I'm not giving you the opportunity.
I want you to hear the truth.
I'm not hearing
anything when you are chastising those South, right? Remember, without them, you're gonna be eating on the floor. That oil belongs to them. The VAT belongs to you. So keep your VAT and show off with it. But let them keep 100% of their oil. Every lick of that oil belongs to them.
Actually, most of the oil comes from the continental shelves, comes from the water in the ocean.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You know there are many.
You say every lick comes from them, boy. Most of it actually comes from the ocean.
Here's the point. The point we're making is that if you're going to be hopping on your VAT or whatever you have in your state, right?
Well, no one is arguing that. No one is saying they want to have.
Let me land. Let me just hold your horses.
You're doing strong man arguments.
Right. So if you by the
way, what is your argument now? What is your argument now?
My argument is this. Those southern states should keep 100% of their resources. 100%.
Okay. No, I disagree with that. Can you listen to me for a few seconds? Because you are changing what we are discussing. What you are saying.
Anybody disagree with that? Did anybody say they shouldn't keep
Hold on. What one man is saying is that the amount of money that they are getting is not commensurate to the level of development. That's what we should discuss. We are not talking about sharing money.
You listen to what Remy said, right? You have to don't tell us something so it's gonna fit you, because some of us when we do come back there. Let me finish. I'm interjecting on your erroneous silly comment you're making. The point you have to understand is that if the South, those states control 100% of that oil, right?
Don't make me have to bring Bishop. Don't make me have to bring Bishop back for you to come and give you another kick in.
If South control 100% of their oil, then the Southeast will be broke.
Please.
Okay, let me continue.
The Southeast will be broke.
All right. Okay. Please come
because the Southeast, the allocation that goes to the Southeast is from the oil wealth from the South, and in fact from the Southwest.
What you don't know is that the Southeast has more oil than the
South.
No,
it's the lie.
Let me come to my turn.
In fact, we send one man.
Mike, wait till my turn. I'm gonna let
the
you
oil in the South. The South is not even
on what's going on in Nigeria.
It's a very tiny quantity.
Hold on. That's what you think. You make that argument every night. So why don't you hear the other side? Relax. You made that point every night.
The South is the poorest region in Nigeria.
One man come to me.
Mike,
so
can you
let
me finish my thought, please?
Let him finish, but come to me quickly. I can't wait any longer here.
Okay, as I was saying, the allocation to this South region is a lot of money over the years. And when you guys talk about, if we talk about total resource control, before South came in, before oil, Nigeria also have what they have in different regions. We all know that in the Southeast, they have the palm kernel and the rubber. And
they go and sell cocoa in the 21st
Can you just let me finish, please?
Can
you just let me finish? Oh, yeah. So, and the South and the Southwest and the middle, and then we have the Grand.
We always have to take paracetamol every time that Pansato.
Yeah.
After we come off, we have to go and take paracetamol.
But one man, you're not being fair, though. I mean, you letting them make erroneous statements. Let me be able to talk.
Pansat, you're talking. Yeah, you're talking long process. So let him land, and then you get your space. But before you get your space, Kenneth will insert a word. But let Remy land.
So as I was saying, the amount of money they received from allocation from the federal allocation is a lot, and some states really show for it, like states like Akwa Ibom, Rivers are doing wonderful recent times. I was totally amazed and it's totally unbelievable that Delta State will still be like that today, because I happened to meet the state governor once when he came to China, and I know how they frittered the money away. So this is an experience
you take their oil and
can you let me laugh and keep quiet?
To talk like that to them.
Can you just
taking their oil?
Keep quiet. Keep quiet, for God's sake.
So carry on, Remy.
So
Yeah,
this is an experience I'll never forget, and I know how they frittered the state money away. Not only I'm complaining about Delta, even from where I used to live, I lived there along Ibadan. I did not see a lot of development there. I was ashamed because when you arrive in Lagos and then you move to Ibadan, I want Ibadan to be, no matter what happened, Ibadan should be 50% of Lagos. Although I know it's a big state, but nothing is changing. And when we talk about Ogun State, we also castigate. Nothing is moving. So now we are lucky for the first time in the history of that country that we had, for the first time, see the money they allocate to the state this time around, about now around 7 billion, because of the subsidy removal. And we are also able to save 1 trillion naira in our external reserve. And you can see a jump in the different exchange rate of dollar to naira immediately. If we continue in this trajectory, the dollar will continue to go down. And when we continue to promote export and we limit our import, because the problem with that country is that a lot of people source for foreign exchange just to import. So there must be a way to make sure that we reduce our import, especially finished product. Now, we should only import those things that we need. I've been thinking about probably import some tools or some byproduct that we need to assemble in it. That would be okay. But for you to be importing finished product every time, clothes, shoes, toothpick and what do you call this, sweeteners, or all this kind of, it not help the economy at all. All of these things we can also do in Nigeria. It can take a long time. People have to. We have sacrificed more than enough. I don't know anything you can throw to Nigeria. They can say who knows that because of subsidy removal we can change to gas-powered generator, gas-powered vehicle. So, and I also see this as an opportunity for companies like Innocent that are producing buses. They should come out and work with the government so that they can produce this kind of bus, even if they cannot produce any.
You know that Innocent is just an assembly plant. It's not.
Yes,
I know. Yeah,
I know, but at least it's
yeah. Well, man,
not
after you instigate all this stuff, then you gotta pretend like you're an innocent participant in this. I mean, why
Oh
you
my
doing
God,
that?
who is
is it not an assembly plant? It is just an assembly
It's neither
plant.
here nor there. Let's go. I want to talk.
It's an assembly plant. They bring all
Okay,
their
okay, let's go. I want to be able to. Can I come in now after?
No, you cannot come in. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Dude, you're not saying anything. Let somebody else
Thank
talk.
you.
You have
I will be
nothing to
done
say.
in just a few minutes, so you can have the floor after that time. Most of the assembly plants in Nigeria nowadays are assembling plants. If you care to know, China is also an assembling plant. Most of the product produced there, some of the parts are from different parts of the world. That is the effect of COVID-19, because there's a breakdown in the supply chain of all this product from all over the world. In China, because they have a large pool of people, they can assemble this thing as quickly as possible, and they have a lot of factories that can produce it en masse. Nigeria can copy that model because we have a lot of people in Nigeria that are out there not doing work. You just have to train them for 6 months or 3 months, and then you put them into the factory chain, the factory. And Nigeria can also be an assembly plant for the world. So that's what China is doing. It's not that they are producing everything in China, if you really care to know. So in a nutshell, this allocation the recent allocation is a good omen for Nigeria. If we continue in this trajectory, I see a turnaround in Nigeria economy in the next 6 months. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Let me take you to just one place for a very quick thought.
Come on now.
Hold on. Like I said, there are certain voices that people delight in, and Remy is one of. In fact, all the voices really, they have. People enjoy Ekene, especially. In fact, there are people just waiting to hear Ekene before they go to bed. So a lot of people like a lot of voices, big personalities. But let me take you to the space, Remy. So this is the governor of Ondo State, Akeredolu, as you know, with the defiant clenched face, and his wife with the victory sign. But then they are in a hospital in Germany. So we circled around the Akeredolu narrative for over the course of a few weeks now. He completely debilitated by ailment, and we were of the thought that he should have handed over. But the way he's looking now, it looks as though he's ready for the fight. But do you think this man can recover sufficiently enough in the course of his mandate to be of any use to Ondo State? Akeredolu, what says you?
If I might be frank, because I think he's going to his 70s, just like any black man, they are greedy. I think for him to be hospitalized in this way, that means the illness is very serious. And seeing from this photo, he has not totally recovered from my own angle. If I were him, he has made your name. You have been a governor. How many more months do you have? On those days, we have another election soon. I guess because their election is different from the national election. Maybe
it's off cycle, yes.
Yeah, so just give it him. Take care of your health. Resign. Let the guy just take over for how many more, 9 months or something like that. Unless there's other stuff. Because if he portrayed, the way he portrayed himself as a good man in quote, I think it's that time you just resign and you take care of your health. Just 9 months left, or even not up to 1 year. To me, it's not totally recovered. And it's quite unfortunate that it's still like everybody. I'm sorry for the black folks. I say that you might probably come back and he won't do nothing for the next 1 year. They just manage it, and that will not be good for Ondo State.
It will just be in his office chewing tablets, isn't it?
And that will not be good for Ondo State. That will not be good for Ondo State. And that state is one of the highly educated states in Nigeria, including the Ekiti State. You see a lot of highly educated people there and sophisticated, but at the same time, I don't know. Sometimes I call their professors uneducated, illiterate. I'm sorry for my language.
You know, Remy, it surprises me that Ondo is actually one of the oil, the 9 oil producing states shared.
Yes.
That was in 2022. Is actually an oil producing state. And by the way, yes.
Apart from that, they still have the third largest bitumen in Africa. I was thinking with this governor for 7 or 8 years, it will come up
completely untapped.
This is a son, highly educated lawyer, and I was thinking that he's going to tap into that area of that bitumen, but nothing come out of it, and he's still fighting for it. So that means everybody is the same at the end of the day. Nobody wants to leave power. Power is very sweet. So, and if you check his record, I don't see anything spectacular about it, although maybe much more better than the West State, to be frank. So, but if I were him, I would just stay there and take care of my good and enjoy the rest of my life. You already make a lot of money.
And it doesn't need the money because it doesn't need the money, and it's already wielded power. Unless it becomes president, then that's probably the highest. Highest power he will get. So what more does he want?
No way. All these kind of people, they can't be.
That guy, Remy, that guy did not do anything in that state. Believe me, he did not even pay a nice salary to his workers. I don't know. I think he's
telling me his own salary. Don't say that, please.
His own salary.
So when you go to your state, the reason why we voted Makinde is that it's not owing our salary and it's paying our salary on the 25th. All of that thing is not doing, they don't care. So far they are collecting their salary. And this is very myopic. And
in fact, for months, the doctors in those states, they were on strike for months, almost more than 1 year, sir. And he did nothing about it.
So is that the problem of Buhari, or is it the problem of the present president? So you can see some of the problem are from the state, and the people of the state, I don't know what's wrong with Nigeria. Stop pointing to your president. Hold your governor very well. If he is collecting a huge amount of money, what is it doing for the state? How is it generating revenue? As I said earlier before, most of these governors, they don't prepare for it and they don't have a plan because they rely on the federal allocation. So that is just the
problem. You know why he's still holding on to power? Because maybe the money he's getting, he doesn't want to relinquish that money. He doesn't want to leave the money. The guy is actually on life support. It's not well. This picture that they have just like what happened during Yaradua when they were giving us false information about the guy's health. This guy has a terminal illness, and so nobody can deceive anybody. I don't know why he's still holding on to power. So I handed over to his deputy and go and take care of his health.
So you're right. I think the deputy.
But as you said, it's just this black man mentality of greed that is worrying the guy.
Yes. That's just it. And I think it's high time that people should hold their governor accountable. If River State, whatever you have against Wike, for that 4 years of his last regime, continue to build new roads, do a lot of stuff. And I don't know why. If I am people from Delta, I would just cover my face in humiliation. My neighbor, look at Akwa Ibom, for God's sake. And I also give a good example of Ebonyi State. The guy really did try very well in that state for 8 years with new infrastructure, so many new things. And when you look at a state like Anambra that is superly rich, they are the richest in the Southeast. But what do they have to show? Nothing. They just have a lot of big men and they just, I don't know, nothing to show. And when you go to Enugu State is a relatively peaceful state. They are civil servant state, just like Osun State. So I can understand the people there just go their own way easily. But in terms of development, nothing is changing. And when you go to our Osun State too, just a civil servant state, and nothing is changing. They don't even care about. They just give me salary.
I did a lot in Osun. Osogbo is a nice.
That was then. That was. Oh, you're
and now I go to Osogbo a lot. They trust me. They are developing that place.
But the problem, the politics of that state is that I can't just phantom is that if we dislike this person, then we have to put our dislike into another person. Now you voted for this guy. Now he started not paying you salary. He has not done anything for the last 8 months, and you are already complaining. You know it's not better than the previous one, but because of politics or hatred or whatever you have for another person or whatever, I don't know. What do we live with it? Even it's so called if we have a federal system and every state control their resources, I think at the end of this, some states will not do nothing. They won't do nothing. They will just fold their hands doing nothing. Everybody just believe that. Just become a governor and just sit down at home and collect federal allocation every month, and then you just share it. That's what they believe in. But it's only few governors that really think that putting on their thinking cap, doing the right thing every time, or at least doing something rightly. But most of them is just like, you can see some governors just go to Abuja every time. What are they doing there? Where your state? Your state is not developing. Everything is just standstill, nothing like that. So you can't blame some people moving from one rich state to another state looking for the Nigerian dream. And to be frank with you, most Nigerians, you ask them, if you want to realize Nigerian dream, everybody will say Lagos. I cannot say no man's land, but you go there, you have opportunity if you know what you are doing. So it's quite pathetic. So I think this guy should just resign. I mean, Akredo.
All right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Remy. So that's how to do it. Short and succinct and to the point. No rambling around. So can I come in before we go on to Pansat? Can
Yeah, one man. Thank you.
How you did?
I just did one man.
Really?
I was following your people. Just that I needed a quick intervention. That is why I came in, because the issue in our country, for me, the issue of all this fuel subsidy removal it's just a welcome development that the president has done, but I still have an issue of that they are palliative, because this is not what I'm expecting, especially in the stage of this our country. That palliative, that issue of sharing of cash, I think that the government will abolish it. But listening to the Nasarawa State Governor this evening on Channels Television, he didn't speak anything that impressed me, according to their meeting. So I still wonder, because I know they're still going on to share the palliative, the 8,000 naira. They will still move on to share that money. So that means that nothing has changed. It's just that the governors will do it with the former social register or whatever they are planning to do. But for me, what I need from this, what I need and what I want the government to do is to support and create a conducive environment for FORFIET. Nigeria can survive. Nigeria is not asking for much. Nigeria is adjusting. So, but I'm not seeing that impact. Create a good business environment. Not only business. I said it before. Many people have said it on television. Fight the insecurity in our farmland. Support. Then when you are supporting these farmers, you see them make progress. If you give me a fertilizer, if you give me a grain of seed and all that, and tell me to go to farm without assuring me that my life will be protected in that farm, there is no way I will go as a farmer. So, but when you fight that insecurity, when I see that fight of insecurity going on around our farm in the northern space and every other southern part of the country, the farmer, you don't even need to give them this 8,000 naira. What you need is just to support them, give them good loans. They go back to their farm. But I support all this gas innovation that is coming in. Those you said they're assembling motors and all that. Support them. Let things begin to move. Then you move towards the direction. Just two things that is needed. These few things, electricity and these few support and all that. Sharing this money is a disaster, and I'll continue to say it. And it will be a disaster. Everybody knows that it's a disaster. How much did we spend on feeding the school children? How many people were fed? This is a disaster, and we cannot continue to support all this nonsense policy. For me, this is not a good policy. This is not a well thought out policy. Just like We are taking Nigeria for a ride. You are taking Nigeria as you want everybody to become a beggar in our country. We don't want to be a beggar. We want to be a productive people. Make us productive. Support that productivity. We're not begging for 8,000. You know the areas we need to support the electric sector. Everybody move on to his own business. We're not asking for much in our country. What we need is good business and good environment for business to thrive. Business is not moving. Nothing is going. No electricity anywhere in this country. We are still managing to buy that fuel. We still continue, and with the news, this price will still go up. The governor still confirm it that the price will still go up. It's not the only thing that went up in this. It's not only petrol. The universities almost all the federal university has increased their school fees.
Yes, already sent that in earlier on.
Yeah, almost more than 100% increase. Flight ticket. You cannot just travel. You cannot just say I want to travel now in Nigeria. You must be able to. You must have the money to travel. I think the Lagos to UK is almost 1.3 million or so.
Just on what you just said, Ekene, like I said, Ogbeni sent it in. Unilag hikes tuition fee from, listen to this, so listen very carefully, because when I saw it, I misread it. I thought they actually increased it by 250,000 naira, but no. Unilag hikes tuition fee from 19,000 to 190,250. So that is to say that the poor are no longer welcome in education.
So that it's not only Unilag, all the universities in Nigeria today, both federal, both polytechnic, more than 100% increase, more than. So where are we going to? I don't know. I'm not. Maybe what I'm still expecting is just for the government to constitute their minister. I want to see their ministers first and know what they can do. But for just all this university increase and all that, how many people is going to afford this? You are giving them 8,000 naira, but you don't want them to go to school.
Yeah, but you keep waiting and say you're gonna give them this metric, and if they do that, then you're gonna. I mean. You
yeah, what do you want me? No, it's just to because especially this education is one of the most important sector of our development. But you see, not everybody can afford it now. No matter how you want to paint it, that farmer or that poor man you are giving 8,000 naira cannot afford this. It's impossible. That farmer cannot afford this.
Right.
It means that their children will remain uneducated.
Right. He's not an look. You made a comment, I guess 2 or 3 shows ago, and you hit the nail on the head when you talked about insecurity in the food basket of the country and how they should approach that. So, to me, I don't think he's not an education. He wasn't an education governor. He's not an education campaigner. He didn't campaign that he's going to do anything with education. So you're going to be able to do a lot of this by math, right? Once you have this variable, that variable, you should be able to foretell what's in the next 6 months. What is it that we're going to be preoccupied with? It's not going to be any of those things, right? So I know that you're still talking, but what I'm saying is that I really liked your presentation 3 or 4 days ago. All right, but look, don't wait for him to assemble a team, because you know who's in the horizon already. A lot of them you have to do by math. That's what I think.
Well, for me, I will want them to wait, but the way things are going up is just because I would have said, let me see the Minister of Education and all that before they start this increase. But you see now almost every university has gone ahead to make this increase, even before we will see anybody that will take up that Minister of Education and all that. everything that has
Yeah,
increased.
do you mind if I interject again?
Don't interject. Let him land, then I'll come to you.
Okay, I wanted him to address this. It's like a question to him, if you don't mind. It will be very short, maybe 30 seconds. I was going to say that if an incoming government just come in there, right? First of all, should have his cabinet ready and all that. And then he has a burgeoning infrastructural deficit in the country, inadequate power supply, all kinds of problems, right? The manufacturing sector and all that, but they come in and begin to do things about that. Wouldn't you think that is then going to give you an idea of those things you're waiting for? If you come in, the Nigerians already criticized Buhari for spending 6 months before he picked his cabinet. So what I'm saying is that just based on that, give me your take. Don't go moving the goalpost, doing that, because you have enough to start worrying and
don't lead the Ekene. Ekene has the capacity to form its
there's still my take still remains that
Ekene is not an extremist, by the way, and I don't think you can make him one. But carry on.
Yeah,
Ekene.
my take is always that I don't want that money to be shared. That is always been my take. That palliative is not what I want in this country for now. What I want is then to begin to work in the most critical sector of our development. This education, our agriculture, supporting those investment that we are seeing that is coming up today. That CNG we talked about yesterday is a very good development. But what remains now is government support to make sure that all the gas stations have those things in place, all the petrol stations, so that people will not be, so that the thing will be made available for the public. Then make sure the conversion is around about 400,000. So maybe they should intervene so that the conversion should come down, maybe around 100 or 150,000, so that people can be able to do that with their vehicles. Then just that, at least all the transport system, whether you are driving Poloko, whether you are driving, no matter what you are driving, if you can gather like 100,000 naira, you can convert it. Then transportation made easy. Things will begin to move on. That's what I'm looking up to, not this 8,000 naira. If you give this woman 8,000 naira, he will just use it. How can he afford 190,000 naira for university school fees? It's impossible. It's impossible. But just create things, make things easy, make that environment to be easy for them. You don't need to give them this money. Thank you, one man. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So you are up next, Pansat. So Pansat, I'm going to trail you with two things. Firstly, the point that Mike was making to you earlier on, that there is no oil in the southeast, or very little. Mike was right, because these are the 9 oil producing states in Nigeria. So this was what they shared in 2022. At the top, of course, we've got Delta, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Rivers, Edo, Ondo, and then you have Imo, Anambra, and Imo, Abia, and Anambra making up the last 3. So there's very little really in contributing.
Oh, Lagos is there too.
Wama.
No, it's not showing Lagos on this chart.
Wama.
Yeah, but Lagos is. It's even, I think Lagos.
Yeah, maybe there's no sufficient.
Can I respond before this?
Just 1 second. I'm reading it now on Twitter that a page called Nullify the primaries that was conducted in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi states. Labour Party.
Yes, that legal suit, and also they said that they have confirmed that Papa as the substantive the lead of that party. Chairman. But yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay. Send that in to the private chat so I can have a look at it. But
it's on Twitter. It was trending. I was trying to make sure
you couldn't capture it in time.
Yeah,
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. We'll check it out. It's is that a breaking news or something happened right now?
Yeah, it's trending in Nigeria.
Okay, we'll check it out.
All
So
right.
let me address that first.
Hold on. Before you address that, I'm also going to play you a clip by a good friend of yours. So this table right here confirms what Mike was saying to you.
No, it does not. That doesn't mean anything.
It confirms what Mike was saying to you.
Doesn't mean anything at all.
But then let me also play you a clip from a very good friend of yours, and then you can respond to all of it. I think Ayo is actually confirming that, Papa. Are you confirming or are you celebrating? But
this is one of the biggest steps. Like I said, I've always said, I'm not apologetic. I said, if Ahmed Bola Tinubu fails, hold me responsible. Because I have known him since 1992, and I know what he stands for. And I can stand in the gap between him and the people and say this thing. This is a step that my brother Goodluck failed to take, even when he had the opportunity. This is a step that, after talking no subsidy, General Muhammad Buhari was not able to take. Ahmed Bola Tinubu took it from the first day.
Oh, all right, so there it is. Let's have it, Pansa.
Okay. By the way, hello to everybody, panelists and those listening. You know, the thing with Nigeria and the Biafran states is that any metric, any statistic they give about that area, you have to discount it. It doesn't mean anything. They're jealous and they hate. They don't want to develop the energies over there. And even the ones you're showing, those are our oil. Now, they've managed with Britain to separate us from our oil, all right? And sometimes they're sapping it from underground. But make no mistake about it, the Southeast is full of oil. We're the one with the oil. But they really don't want to develop it. What they've done to these small states, all these areas, is to go and take their oil, right? And those people don't own any oil wells. They pollute their lands, and they're stealing their oil. That's what they're doing. So they know they cannot do that in the Southeast. If they truly develop the energy, let's say in Enugu, you have coal, you have all kinds of energy in the Southeast. So anything, our enemies, remember the Southeast we have perennial enemies from the North. Northern Muslims and us don't get along. So anything they give you, population, resources, discount that. Don't even think about it, because they're lying. They're lying. But eventually, we are gonna stop all that. But for now, if you want to believe all that stuff, go ahead. I sent you a couple of tapes for you to play as I'm talking. Play those southeastern villages. Check it out. Check it out. London is not better than some of those villages as far as property, development, cleanliness, modernity. All those people are just waiting for the country to stay itself right. We're going to be better than London. So the oil in the Southeast dwarfs the oil in the South. They just managed to have access to go there and steal their oil. So you see these Southerners come here talking nonsense all the time, right? But they can't protect their oil. They can't. They don't own maybe 3 or 4 oil wells. The rest of that oil is owned by Yorubas and Northerners. So that's why you see the Imo, Abia, Anambra at 7, 8, 9, right? I mean, they even did them a favor by putting them there, putting Ondo above us. All that's just bullshit. You know that. And we know that, but we don't rely on oil. We actually, some of us say, take the oil. Be fair. Take the oil. We don't need the oil. We have brains. We have technology. We're educated. Go to school. So we want to launch satellites in space. We want to build aircrafts. We want to be seafaring. Those, technology, satellites, computers, supercomputers, right? So you could take the oil, drown in that oil. We don't need it. So you notice how it's political, because look at the Southeast is 7, 8, 9, and Ondo even has more oil than the Southeast. That's nonsense. There's oil everywhere in the Southeast, everywhere. It just hasn't been explored. Before you get to oil, you have to explore the oil, right? There's no exploration going on over there. So the thing, though, is that we don't rely on that, and you know that. remember that. We don't learn that. But now, on the tape that you played of Asare Dukupo, he's a known phenomenon, right? He's what you call an Oluku. The only thing that fits him, like, is the kind of thing that he's displaying a gun, is somebody to go there and waste a magazine on his fat stomach, right? He's talking nonsense. Sometimes he's Biafran, sometimes he's, I don't know what the hell he calls himself. But don't go taking what those people say as anything. We need a country that works. We don't need idiots like that to be flashed on television or the internet, right? Now, the thing I wanted to start with before you wanted to get it to interject was I was going to tell you that what we don't understand, we fear. What we fear, we judge as evil. What we judge as evil, we attempt to control. And what we cannot control, we attack. Now, you probably find that in a book by Dan Brown, the Lost Symbol.
Yeah, we did not think it was original to you. It's too deep.
It isn't, but I wouldn't take credit for somebody else's work. But anyway, it happens to be true. You're attacking what you fear. Now, on the case of this administration, by the way, what's his name now? He's gone. Let me see if he's still here. What's his name? The guy that was talking, not Simba, the guy that sounds like Simba. He was mentioning Sri Lanka when I thought he was also mentioning Singapore. All these people have better statistics than we do. At least they're improving. At the worst, they're in the low 20 percentile, some in the 12 percentile, but their progression is going better. These Southeast Asians, they have light. Yeah, they have villages like we have rural areas, but there's nothing like Nigeria right now. We have a few percentage who are rich, and then the rest are poor. There's decline in middle class. This administration, as temporary as it is,
give me 1 microsecond.
Sure.
Just a microsecond, Pansat. Sure. Let me do this administrative stuff. Ayo, as ever, the super sticker. Thank you, Ayo. And you know, of course, when Kulata is not on the screen, he talks via super chat. So thank you, Kulata. He's on long standing of the platform. He talks in via super chat, and that's how he's on again, and that's how you're doing as you always do. So thank you for those. So now, Pansat, Thomas is not available for reasons of work. So I'm going to hand over instead to Simba as you guys can continue the conversation. It's been 8 hours and a bit, so I think that's more than enough time for me to spend on here.
All right.
Carry on now.
All right, Simba,
with Simba in charge.
All right, good. All right, Simba, you there? Is he there? Do you know if he's there or not? Are you sure he's there? Test it, Simba.
Yeah, it did seem to be there. Okay, let me just let me wait for you to and then I'll shut it down. Carry on.
I'll make it fast. Because some of these things that I wanted to respond to are really, really big. Big themes. Because remember, it started with Mike talking about slavery, the conquest of Nigeria.
You're not going to go through the whole garment, are you?
No, that's what I'm saying. They're so big that I'll go ahead and leave those out for right now. But anybody who's discussing Nigeria, let me just conclude with this, just because no need to rush this. We'll do it another day. But anybody who's discussing Nigeria today should do so ruefully. That's RUEFULLY. Ruefully, in a mournful manner, sad, apologetic, even ashamed, lamentable, and remorseful. Right? Our country is in trouble. So I will let you go and get some rest, one man, because you've been talking all day. And too bad that before it got to me, you already tired. So I'll go ahead and let it go for now. We'll deal with those two themes, the ones raised by Mike and the one raised by the guy that sounds like Simba. I don't know what the hell his name is. But we'll talk about him the next time. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you for doing that, Pansat, a real gentleman. So thank you for doing that, Pansat. So we'll wrap it up here, everybody. I will reconvene tomorrow. And of course, don't forget to bookmark Prince Adebayo for Sunday. That's going to be a blockbuster session. So we leave you here. Carry conversation on the comment section here. I say peace.